Cool. Now, the other funny story that I have to tell you about, all right, is yesterday, it was my day off. I had a meal with my wife, and this is the one day a week we do not cook. We order out, so that way we get a day away from having to cook. We do home-cooked meals every other day, okay? So we're trying to figure out what to get, and we're like, man, you know, we've had all these different various things recently. Don't really feel like this, don't really feel like this. And we're like, why don't we just randomly pick a new spot, okay? And so sometimes when you search for certain kinds of food, these food apps will recommend things or toss something into there randomly. And so we literally went like, eeny, meeny, miny, mo, we pick a spot. All right, it's Asian, like it's supposed to be like Asian fusion food or something. So my wife picks a combo plate. It's like chicken teriyaki and Mongolian beef. And I pick sesame chicken, okay? Cool. So we order, we wait, the food gets delivered pretty fast too. And we sit down, we open up our food. First of all, my wife's. So the Mongolian beef looks pretty good. It looks like tender slices of beef mixed in with some kind of a sauce, some veggies. It looks decent, okay? The chicken teriyaki, you can tell they fucked it up because the edges are overcooked. The edges of the chicken are burnt. Now you're supposed to have like a singe on chicken teriyaki that makes it have like that toasty charcoal flavor, but you're not supposed to overburn the edges, which they did. So you could eat certain pieces of it were fine, and other pieces were like inedible. It was like raw. Like, how am I supposed to eat this, right? So that's already a bad sign. Now let me ask you all a question, okay? When you hear the term sesame chicken, okay, what do you typically think? And I'm curious. First of all, when you order sesame chicken, are you expecting to get like a marinated chicken with sesame sauce or sesame seeds on it? Or are you expecting to get breaded chicken? Because it's different. I think different restaurants do it differently, correct? Like some places would actually just do like chicken breast or dark meat chicken, and they would cook it, marinate it, right? And then put the seeds on it, and then that's fine. But the other places would bread the chicken. You have breaded pieces of chicken that they put into like a sauce with the seeds on it, right? So it totally is different. So Don Finucci says sweet chicken with a crispy breading. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. I think that when you say sesame chicken, it's supposed to have a sweetness to it, correct? I believe that's correct. All right. But I think it depends on the restaurant how they're gonna do it. All right. So first of all,
don't give up, Stinky.
I open up the package,
Dad says,
and immediately I think I got the wrong thing.
all your dreams will come
I'm like,
true.
this can't be it. But then I see there's sesame seeds all over. And I'm like, oh, okay, this is the right thing then. Okay. So here's the thing. First of all, you can tell the sesame seeds have nothing to do with the dish. They just sprinkled them on top. They weren't cooked in it. There's no sesame flavor in it. They literally just took seeds on top and closed the package. Okay? That's your sesame chicken. So you would say, oh, you know, sesame chicken, breaded pieces of delicious chicken. It's like crispy on the outside, tender on the inside. Nice sauce, right? It's nice, you know, marinated, so it's tender and good.
Fuck it.
So,
Time stink.
first of all, hilarious. I always say include utensils, so that way we don't have to use our own and wash them. Give us utensils, right? They give us plastic forks. So I take the plastic fork, I'm like, let me try a piece. And I immediately look at it and I realize this chicken is bone dry. There is no sauce on this chicken whatsoever. None. Zero. What it is, it looks like there's chicken, like dark meat chicken clumps. Not even like strips or clumps. With a coating.
Where's the unhinged
And I'd
rant
love to
from
say it
today?
was breading, but I have a hard time calling it that. Okay? So all it looks like is clumps of chicken with this coating on it. Zero moisture to it whatsoever. Okay? So I take my fork and I go to pick. So this is the chicken. Here's the fork.
Good one. We'll add it to the playlist. End this.
Wait, what? The fork, the plastic fork, wasn't strong enough to penetrate the coating of the chicken. The actual pointy parts, the teeth of the fork, were bending up and down as I tried to fork the food. It was inedible with the plastic fork because the plastic fork was not strong enough to get through the coating they put on this chicken. I'm like, what the hell? Okay, let me go get a metal fork out of my own drawer. All right, so I go get a fork and I'm literally trying to move it around, and it's stuck like rock candy. This shit is stuck together in the plate. And I'm like, oh, I'm trying to break it apart. Like, oh, God. No lie, it was actually glued to the bottom of the styrofoam container. It was stuck to it. It wouldn't move at all. Like it was made of glue. I was like, what the hell? So I was like, maybe this is a unique take on sesame chicken. Allow me to try a piece of this chicken.
It no lie sounds like a jade line.
Piece, I pick it up.
Blood.
It's about the size of a piece of popcorn chicken, but it doesn't have that kind of breading. You know, popcorn chicken has that distinct breading that's crunchy and savory. This doesn't. This is like the weirdest breading pudding I've ever had. So I pop it in my mouth, and I can get through the coating with my teeth. It's very sweet, with a little bit of savoriness. Absolutely no sesame flavor whatsoever. The meat is dark meat chicken. But I'm trying to eat it, I'm like, this ain't right. Like, whoever made this doesn't know what sesame chicken is, and this might be some weird recipe that they use. Maybe they use this for multiple different dishes, and then they just adjust it to what it's supposed to be. Like, I could see them making this and then adding a sauce, and it's a different kind of chicken, right? In this case, just toss sesame seeds on it. Oh, that's sesame chicken, right? So, I'm not kidding. I was trying to eat various pieces. You couldn't eat all of it because some of it was like rock hard, absolutely rock hard. Some of it just looked like it was just the coating and no chicken in it. So I'm trying to find pieces of chicken. I ate maybe 5 little popcorn pieces of chicken, and after that I had enough. And that was it. It was just that and rice on the side. That was dinner. I was like, this is disgusting. Like, I can't believe it. And then my wife told me how basically her chicken teriyaki was also very bad, that it was overcooked. And it was inedible in part because it was like burnt to shit. I was like, this place sucks ass, man. Like, what a disappointment. I said, you know what? I'm not getting screwed like I got screwed with Qdoba the other day. If you remember, during my Indies marathon on Saturday, Qdoba gave me a terrible dish, and I didn't get a refund because I didn't take a picture right away. So I immediately reported the issue. I said, this thing is way overcooked. You can tell this is not supposed to be like this. It's gross. Send us a picture. So I sent them the picture, and they did refund me. Okay, so I got refunded for the food. Now, I ate maybe 5 pieces of the popcorn chicken. And I said, you know what? So here's what we'll do. We'll hold on. For now, we'll wait. I'll wait till later tonight, and if I'm hungry, we'll eat something else, right? And I did get hungry later. We ended up getting like one of those frozen pizzas we got from the grocery store. So we had like a frozen pizza with supreme pizza. It was rising crust. It was pretty good. That was basically what I ate. But basically, I ate the 5 pieces, and I'm like, all right, well, let's see what happens. Within 20 minutes, I'd use the bathroom. Okay? The first bathroom break was normal, but it's weird that I had to use the bathroom within 20 minutes of eating 5 pieces of overcooked popcorn.
Hello, Drake of Rye.
Right? Then I waited about 2 hours, and then I had a little emergency, and I had to run to the bathroom. Okay? I think you can figure out what happened that time. Okay? And then about 30 minutes after that, we had another emergency. I had to run to the bathroom. I think you're figuring this out at this point. Now, we almost had a full Zen key emergency.
EWW Putt Dodger is here.
I told you this story. Many years ago, there was a new Chinese restaurant that opened in our area called Zen Key. That was the name of the restaurant, okay? We ordered from it at the time. It got delivered. And when it got delivered,
7-man may have been in a fight for one of his crew.
Into the food. It had dripped into the bag.
Putt will be back.
The entire bag was full of liquid. Okay? To even get the food out of the bag, we had to put it in the sink. So then we took the food out and we ate it, and I ate that food, and I got so sick that night. I think I may have pushed the limit of what the human body can do in a bathroom. Let's just put it that way. It was coming out every direction. All right? It was over the top bad. And so we call that a Zen key level emergency because I've really never gotten that sick from food before. And by the way, for the record, that restaurant went out of business.
Did you clip it?
They had just opened when we ordered from them. Within about a year, they completely went out of business. And it's probably because they were getting people sick constantly with bad food. Okay? Anyway, we were almost to a Zen key level of emergency last night. Luckily, it was only coming out one way, but it was way too frequent, all right? Like, it was destroying me. But after about 3 to 4
They were in the
trips,
car, think they
it
were
finally
leaving.
leveled out. I ate some pizza, and that was my night. So it's really, you gotta be careful. You gotta be careful when you're ordering, especially when you're ordering from a place you never ordered from before. In this case, most of the reviews were actually good, but it didn't have a lot of reviews. I noticed like each dish had maybe like 5 reviews, and I'm like, gee, I wonder if this is a relatively new place, kind of like Zen Key was when we ordered from it. But yeah, like, I am never ordering from this place again. 5 little bites of sesame chicken had me running to the bathroom all night long. That is not a good sign. I'm at least glad I got my money back. So now next week, we have our day off and we basically get a free meal. So that's good. But man, that is frustrating, right? Okay, so anyway, that was Phil's day off, folks. That's the story.
The hate army troll.
It's the hate army, bro.
Hate army.
Shout out to hate.
Good vibes to the
Shout out to
army.
hate.
Shout out to hate.
Shout out
Shout
for
out to
hate.
hate.
Shout out to hate.
Shout out for
Shout
hate.
out for hate.
Good morning, everybody. It's React Day, which means all day long I'll be reacting to fun content on the internet on my sister channels, DSP Reacts and DSP Throwback. But on today's podcast, we got some important stuff to talk about. What I'm noticing is that recently some of the games that I'm playing are just not getting traction. It's confusing to me because I think they're fine games that I'm enjoying playing, and quite honestly, people have asked for a while. So I want to get to the bottom of this today, particularly talking about Multiverses and the Hades 2 early access playthrough that I've been doing. So let's put our heads together this morning for some open, honest discussion, and hopefully we can come to some kind of a decision about what I should be doing moving forward. Thank you very much for being here for this discussion. All this and, of course, more on today's episode of the Level 1 Podcast. Alrighty, everyone. Welcome to the show. It is Sunday, the 2nd of June, 2024, and of course, I'm Darkside Phil, and I welcome you here to DSP Gaming for another episode of the podcast. And today, I basically want to have a really important and open discussion with everyone, all right? I feel like right now, we're in the midst of a mix of content. Some of the content is working and some is not. And what we need to do is figure out what I should actually be doing, arguably for the next 2.5 to 3 weeks, until the Elden Ring DLC Shadow of the Erdtree comes out. I think we can all collectively agree Shadow of the Erdtree is one of, if not the biggest thing happening this year in gaming. It's definitely the thing that most people want to see me play at this point. And we got a few weeks to kill. Now, the good news is we do have some other stuff coming up. For example, this coming Friday, Summer Game Fest. I'll be covering it live on my React channel. I'll be doing a recap reactions video to that. The Xbox Direct coming Sunday. I'll be covering that live and doing a recap reaction. So we have some content coming that's going to break up the non-stop gaming and add a little bit of variety. Undoubtedly, after those events, there may actually be some updates in regards to game releases, and maybe even some surprise drops. That usually happens, usually around once a year, especially around Summer Game Fest time, which used to be E3 time, by the way.
Face red droopy eyes.
We'll have some surprise, like, game drops during that time frame because of, you know, them being announced and getting hype around them. Usually smaller games, but it's usually fun. You get 1 or 2 like games you never heard of that all come out, and then you can check them out like during that week to 2 weeks, the first couple weeks of June, right? So
Flare Demon 1.
I know for a fact, I'm trying to center the camera, by the way, if you can't tell. I know for a fact that we're going to have great content coming. The question is, what do we do in the holes between? What do we do in the meantime? All right. So we're going to have an honest discussion about it, starting with talking about how yesterday went, because yesterday I played both Multiverses and Hades 2. Okay. And I feel like we're in a situation where there's options, but the options aren't clear what to do. All right. Allow me to outline what's going on, particularly this year of 2024, because today is now June 2nd. So we are almost halfway through the year. You know, we're halfway through at the end of June, but 5+ months into the year. Honestly, can you name me the top 10 games of this year? Can you even name 10 games that would be a Game of the Year contender in 2024? you know, I'm having a hard time this year finding games that will even keep my interest. You know what I'm saying? Like, whether it was release timing, whether it was just too much more of the same, whether it was games that were just utter disappointment, okay? There's just been really bad timing around games, and just it hasn't been a great year. You know, usually here on DSP Gaming, in a given year, you can point out all the big releases coming out and say, these are the ones I'm really excited to see Phil play and I'm anticipating them, correct? Same for me. I say, these are the games that I'm anticipating playing this year. This year, every time someone asks me that question, I'm like, I really don't know. You know, I just don't. I don't know what to say. These games don't stand out. The ones that you try end up kind of not being as good as you hoped, or they fizzle out, or they just don't retain an audience. You know what I'm saying? It's a little different for me than a common person who just plays a video game. Not only do I have to entertain myself with a game, I have to entertain a live audience, correct? And that's challenging, especially when this year there have been way too many of the same style of game, i.e. lengthy ass RPGs that all came out within about a 3 to 4 month period back to back. They all killed themselves off. Like a Dragon Infinite Well, Persona 3 Reload, that Grand Blue RPG, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, Dragon's Dogma 2, and that's just a few. There's like another 5 in there that I didn't even mention. Within like 3 months, they just killed each other's momentum. It was so hard to entertain any kind of interest on these long-form RPGs. And the one that I finished, Like a Dragon, I got yelled at the entire time for even finishing. So, I had more interest this year so far on the fighting game content I did with Tekken 8 and Street Fighter 6, with the Return to Elden Ring playthrough, with the Another Crab's Treasure playthrough, right? And with Fallout 4 than I have with anything else this year. That includes all new releases that I tried to play. They just didn't work, okay? And this is an oddity, because usually in the early part of the year, we got a ton of big giant games. Just last year, you had Hogwarts Legacy, which admittedly didn't retain interest the whole way through, but still had a humongous hype beginning. Resident Evil 4 Remake, really great horror remake with new content, you know, was really great. And that's just off the top of my head, 2 giant games that everyone loved. I can't tell you one this year. None, 0, right? So because of that, I have to make decisions on what we're going to be playing on this channel. And I keep asking you guys for honest feedback. And, you know, I get different kinds of feedback from time to time. And, you know, one of the things that over the years people have always asked me for was variety and covering the styles of games that usually I ignore. A lot of people have said that one of the big things and problems with DSP Gaming is that I don't cover the small scale games ever, right? I always cover the big ones, but I never really go to the indie market. You never see me playing these small games that get viral popularity. I tried to change that this year. I played Helldivers, correct? And it blew up in popularity. I played it for a while, and then what happened? It fizzled out. We played it for about a month. It got repetitive and boring, and as of now, there's no new content for it. You know, I'm still following it. They haven't really updated it in a while, and people are actually starting to criticize the game, saying that they might kill their own game if they don't start updating it because there's nothing new to do in it. That's not good, right? So, you know, I'm doing my best. Now, one of the things that people have asked for is for me to play PC games, right? Now, some people are completely misinformed, which is hilarious. They say, well, you've always had a PC, you just refuse to play PC games.
The game.
I don't even know what you're talking about. I have a PC over there that's 10 years old, okay? When I bought it, I wanted to play, record, and stream games, and it couldn't even do it when I bought it. I'm not saying it's a lemon, it's not, but basically, I had a rude awakening when I bought that PC that you can't just do everything on one rig. You essentially, if you're gonna be a PC gamer, you're gonna play high-end games, you kind of either need a premium rig or you need 2 PCs, you know? So, you know, in the last year, or the last decade is what I meant to say, I have on and off played some PC games on it. This one is one of his wilder and most of them end up not running so well. So we kind of just laid back and said, we're not going to do it anymore. Let's focus on console, because this PC is just not up to snuff for playing games, right? So for a lot of people who say things like, oh, he just ignored PC gaming, that's baloney. I would have done PC games. That was my intention when I bought this PC 10 years ago. It didn't work out. It wouldn't even play like Rage, which was the game that I tried when it first launched. It didn't even run well on this. It was choppy.
He brought back the Wolverine figure too low.
Right? Anyway. So fast forward to the present day, I have a mini PC, right?
We tried
this
to
was
flip
donated
this
to me
into
last year,
anything.
and quite honestly, I haven't
No.
really implemented it yet. I always intended I was going to do this kind of content on it. This is going to be a whole new audience for me. People have said
Like
over the
the
years,
legends
this
in
is the
Roman
style of
versus
gaming you
Cody.
ignore. Why do you ignore it? You should totally be playing indie games and more PC-centric games. And now you have a mini PC that will run them. Not to say it's going to run high-end games. It's not. Anything graphically intensive, it probably won't run. But why don't you dabble more in indie games, right? So we've been waiting, and we just had that opportunity. We did an Indies Marathon a little over a week ago. It went well, right? I had a great time. We picked out 3 games during the marathon that said, hey, these could all be future playthroughs that I do. Correct? I mean, this all happened. I didn't imagine any of this. This has all been happening over the last decade. People saying I don't play enough PC stuff, I ignore it. That's unfortunate. Please implement that into my content. And I haven't really had opportunity to do so. Now I have opportunity to do so.
All my messages
correct?
was blocked on YouTube.
Okay, fair enough. We can all agree that this has all happened. I didn't, you know, just invent this in my head. I'm not hallucinating, right? Now, in addition to that, people have said that I should try to play games as soon as they come out. Don't wait. Jump on a game as soon as it's out, because that's when the iron is hot or whatever. You know what I'm saying? And with PC games, that's my problem, is that I just never did that. I always waited, and I would play stuff late, like Helldivers 2. I waited a couple of months to play it. Well, you know what? Admittedly, I was misinformed on the game. I was told you can't play it solo, that you need a team. Apparently, I was misinformed, because now I know you could just jump in, jump out, drop in, drop out. I didn't know that. Now I know that. And, you know, in a lot of ways, it's very hard to get an education on every single game that's out there now, because there's misinformation and people represent them differently than you know, we need to know. I need to know what a game is before I can even decide if I'm going to play it or not, you know. And admittedly, I would have played Helldivers 2 earlier if I had known that I could have played it the way that I did play it. I thought that you needed a dedicated team and it was basically unplayable without talking, and that's not the case, okay? But anyway, so being told, strike when the fire's hot, play when the games are new, right? All right, fair enough. I'll make an effort to do that, right? So the situation that we're in right now.
No hostile actions will not occur.
Fallout 4 is doing decently. It's not doing amazingly, but it's doing decently. It's bringing in that crowd of chill vibe style gamers who want to hang back and be entertained by a relaxing game. That's a classic to them. A game I've only played once, so it's my second exposure to the game, which is great. It's not like I know everything about the game. It looks amazing now with my new setup and everything. We're having a good interactive time when I play it. You know what I'm saying? It does well. It's doing decently. Every time I play it, good crowd comes out, regulars and supporters. So it's working in the rotation. Street Fighter 6. It's working, but it's working for a certain crowd. The fighting game crowd. Those who are interested to see me either play competitive games online or fighting games in particular. It's not everybody. I know probably about half my audience doesn't care about fighting games, and that's because for a decade, I basically didn't care about fighting games, right? In the last year, I have gotten way back into the competitive arena of fighting games. I'm better now, and now I have a uniquely awesome setup where I can actually play at a higher level because of no input lag. And I get it, some people don't care, but some people do. Street Fighter is working. Whenever I play it, people show up, and people are supporting Street Fighter in general, so that's working, okay? So I have no complaints about Fallout 4, Street Fighter. Every once in a while, you're having an odd night or an odd stream where, you know, attendance is lower, support is lower, but that's just par for the course of any business. It's fine, okay? For me, it's filling in the other gaps, okay? It's filling in the other gaps. I don't know what else to fill in. What do I do to fill in the other time slots for gameplay between these games? I can't just play Fallout 4 and Street Fighter 6 constantly for the next 3 weeks, right? So seeing everything that was going on and hearing everyone's feedback, right? Basically, people say, play things when they're new, branch out and play bigger variety of games. Okay, great, sounds good. I got a mini PC, let's play Hades 2 right now. It just dropped. It's literally white hot popular against the PC gaming crowd. PC gamers are into it right now, and it's brand new. It just came out a few weeks ago, okay? What about Multiverses? It literally just dropped, not even a week ago, right? It's brand new. It's something to explore.
Dwight Hot
okay?
Popular.
So I am playing the new stuff, all right? At the same time that I'm saying all this, all right? There is a mentality among people, all right, that I should just play whatever I want. Like, I mean, Phil, I don't know why you ask these questions for feedback or whatever. I just don't, because you should just be playing whatever you want. If you play whatever you want, you're gonna enjoy yourself, you're gonna be entertained, it's gonna come through in the content, people are gonna like it, and it's all gonna work out, right? Okay, that's the feedback I get, right?
Ding,
Okay,
ding,
fair
ding,
enough.
ding, ding.
So let's talk about what's going on currently. Fallout 4, Street Fighter 6 doing well. Multiverses. I tried to play it on launch day, didn't even work. Okay, I couldn't even get into the server, and I wasn't going to waste an entire stream sitting here like an idiot clicking trying to get into the server. Oh, I've done that before. I did that with Street Fighter 5. I did that with GTA Online. I've wasted entire days. Remember Overwatch 2? I'm not doing that anymore. If a game doesn't work at launch, I'm out of there. I'm going to come back when the game works, for sure. I'm not going to waste my time and the viewers' time. We're going to do other stuff. So I came back the next day, all right, and we played it. And admittedly, when I played Multiverses on Wednesday instead of Tuesday, I already noticed the drop off in interest because it wasn't launch day. There's nothing I could do about that. The game did not work on launch day, right? And the game didn't run very well on Xbox, but basically, I was really enjoying the game, trying to get back into it, right? I liked the gameplay. I just didn't like how the game performed on Xbox. It was choppy, freezing, unfreezing, really stupid, okay? So we played it again on PlayStation 5 yesterday, and this is what I want to get to.
I'm still confused by
So
Dave's logic
yesterday,
tonight.
I'm playing Multiverses on PS5, all right? And again, I'm trying different characters and stuff. It's not like, oh, Phil's only playing one character and he refuses to even explore the game. Oh no, so far I've used Bugs Bunny, Iron Giant, the new character Banana Guard. I did a little bit of Jason
There was no
Voorhees,
logic behind that rant.
and Velma. So 5 characters in 2 sessions. I've already played with 5 different characters and tried them out, right? I wish I could play with more, but you know, the game is limited with who you can use. I'd love to use Agent Smith or Joker, but they're locked, right? I can't do anything. That's the game model that they put into the game. When I played it yesterday, it performed much better. It wasn't freezing and it wasn't having those graphical issues, but the connections are still wonky. So half the matches are dropping or it end up being laggy. And I'm noticing with the rebalancing they did in the last 2 years, they basically ruined a few characters. Like Velma is pretty worthless now and not even really playable, quite frankly. I don't know why anyone would select her. She's so bad. Okay, so that was Multiverses yesterday. How did the stream do? Well, viewership plummeted as I was playing it. And quite honestly, if it weren't for 1 or 2 people who came in with big contributions, the stream would have been also dead in that regard too. I constantly get people now complaining when I'm playing Multiverses. This game is boring. This game is not Smash Brothers. It tries to be Smash Brothers and it fails. Stop playing it. All right? Now, by the way, this was after a few months of people asking me, hey, are you going to play Multiverses when it comes out? You know, it's coming out in you know, end of May, early June, right? It's going to be exciting, the full release and everything. So I did what people wanted. They wanted me to check this game out, saying that it was good, or they were interested in it at the very least. And it's out, and now it seems like people have no interest in it at all. The thing is, I am interested in it. The 2 times I played it, I actually had fun. Now, I was disappointed with Velma, that they ruined her. I like Bugs Bunny. I'm having a lot of fun playing with him. I actually want to check out other characters. I want to continue to play. But I'm going to be honest, I don't know if I can. It seems that the common feedback that I'm getting is Multiverses is not a good game. Don't play it. I'm not getting any actual like facts or corroboration of that. I'm just being told that it's a bad game. Don't play it. Well, what's bad about it? Maybe because the connections are a little wonky and it drops, right? Or, oh, it's not as good as Smash Brothers. Well, no one's going back to fucking play Smash Brothers. The game is ancient now. You understand? It's old. No one is going back to play Smash. It's a moot point. So there's another game from the past that's better than the current one that's new. But this is the current one that's new. This is the one with the new content to explore that people will be talking about. Not fucking Smash Brothers from like 5 years ago. No one cares about that anymore. So why are we talking about Smash Brothers, right? I'm not playing it. I'm not going back to it. I didn't really like it when it came out, quite frankly, all right? This actually appeals more to me. But that's the problem. People say, well, play what you want. Well, I want to play Multiverses. Oh, that game sucks. No one likes it. Don't play
Great
it.
filter rolling on the floor laughing.
I guess that's the feedback I'm getting, right? Now let's talk about Hades 2. Hades 2, I'm really baffled at this one, okay? Hades 1 was a game that when it came out was PC exclusive for a while, if you remember, and then eventually it got ported to consoles. When it finally did, I finally had opportunity to try it. Now, by the time that I had played Hades 1, it was already an old game, but I had to wait that long for it to be on console. When I played it, I ended up getting hooked on it and loving the roguelike formula. I was like, oh, this is actually really catchy. I like this game. It's addictive. It's interesting. I'm having a great time playing it. I had a great audience that would come and interact with me when I played it, give me recommendations for the builds and stuff, and it was a really fun time, okay? So, knowing that Hades 2 was in development and everything, I was excited. Then to hear that it was only PC, I was like, oh, that sucks. Sounds like they're going to do the same thing they did with Hades 1 and take forever to port it to console. Then, oh, guess what? I have a mini PC, and it can play Hades 2. And then Hades 2 Early Access just gets dropped in the middle of May as a surprise release. And people outright asked me, would you play it? I said, yeah, I would. We got to have a time when I finish up what I'm working on. But once some of these game playthroughs start wrapping up, absolutely, I'm all over it. Let's check it out. Why not? Right? And so, with Hades now out early access on PC, you guys voted for it, nominated and voted for it for my Indies Marathon. I think it was the second most voted game. The first was that Noita game, and this was number 2. Okay? So I'm like, oh, neat. All right, let's give it a shot. Sounds good to me. I liked the first one. Played it during the Indies Marathon. Loved it. Wow, this game is great. I wish I could play more, but I got to move on to other games today. But I even said then, let's put it into the rotation. And it seems like there's big pushback. Why? Because this is early access and the game's not done yet. And I'm like, yeah, but how much content is in it? Oh, about 20 hours. 20 hours of content in a game, and you want me to play it? You want me to wait? It just seems like there's this weird mentality when it comes to PC gaming. Is there some weird unspoken code that you don't play the game if it's unfinished or something? A lot of people play these games in early access, do they not? Why else would they offer early access? I don't get it. So I'm in a unique position, okay? I can play a PC game when it's brand new, white hot popular among the PC gaming community. I decide I'm going to do it, so this is an oddity for me, and now I'm being told, you've done the wrong thing. I don't get it. I don't understand it. I'm being told, you don't jump on things when they're popular enough. You should do them as soon as they come out. Okay, I did. I'm playing Hades 2 right now. You should play more PC games. You don't play enough. Okay, I'm doing that right now with Hades 2, right? Oh, but no, you did the wrong thing. Last night when I played Hades 2, we had less than 200 viewers, okay? People that were there were engaged, don't get me wrong. But if it weren't for a big tip that came in from one particular person who actually was someone who had supported my original Hades playthrough as well, that stream would have been absolutely dead for support. I'm not kidding you. And if you don't believe me, check out the videos right now on the channel, okay? Just look at them right now. 2 hour-long playthrough parts, new build, I unlocked new weapons, new build, actually fought a boss and beat it for the first time, fought another boss and lost to it. Those videos have 221 and 145 views. One of them doesn't even have a single like. So what am I missing? Because I listen to feedback, okay? I do. I listen to feedback. I'm trying to understand what it is that my audience wants by listening to said feedback. I've been told, you gotta play games when they're brand new and they're popular. I'm doing that. You gotta play more PC games. I'm doing that, right? You gotta have more variety for your streams. Oh, don't only play the big AAA mainstream games. That's too boring. Branch out and do other things. I'm doing that. And this is the response I get. No attendance on the stream, no views on the videos, and everyone complaining I should be doing something else. So what's going on? Because if you can't tell, I'm getting mixed signals. And that's frustrating. Because, as you know, I'm trying to improve for the better. I am. I'm trying to put out content that you guys want. This is not just me sitting here playing games for myself. If it were, then it doesn't matter. I'm not trying to entertain an audience, correct? This is me trying to put out content that is engaging, fun, and entertaining for you. You find value in it, whether it's, you know, it cheers you up. It's riveting because you want to know about the game. You're learning about the game. You'll laugh at my rages and my fails, whatever it may be, whatever you get out of said content, correct? That's what I want to provide for you. And what's funny about it is some people have said, it's not about the game, it's about you and your personality. So if your stream basically fails, it's your fault, right? The Hades stream, I literally sit here talking to people the entire time about the game, about other stuff. We're trying to have a nice social chill stream. I outright keep telling people I want this to be a chill stream. What happens? No one shows up. But if I announced we're just going to do a chill night where all we do is talk for 2 hours, people would have showed up. That means it's not me. That means it's the game. Do you understand? Because if I can say I'm doing a chill stream tonight, we talk for 2 hours and I get attendance and support, and if I say we're doing Hades 2 and no one shows up, it's the fucking game. And I'm tired of hearing everyone, you know, these idiots out there who just want to make everything about me, because again, their narrative is that I'm just a fucking horrible content creator and a scumbag, and there's no way anyone could possibly like my content, right? It doesn't make any sense. There's no logical, factual basis for people are saying when they say shit like that, you know? And I'm tired of it. I want to put out stuff that people want. I don't want to be wasting time. And here's the other thing. Play what you like. I really like Hades 2. I do. I like it just as much, if not even more, than Hades 1. I'm really enjoying this game. And I'm playing it and loving it. No one shows up. Okay? So at this point, it's obvious. We need to have a reevaluation of what I'm doing on the content in the streams, because I want people to show up. I can't be playing shit for myself. And the feedback that I've gotten is not very good. Play games when they're new. I am doing that. Play more PC games. I am doing that. Play more indies. I am doing that. It's not working. None of that is working. Those are the streams that are the worst. So when I get told don't play more mainstream AAA games, then why is it when I play mainstream AAA games more people show up? Right? I don't get it. It just seems like the amount of feedback that I get is so wire crossing that there's no way to determine what I really should or shouldn't be doing. Right now, I've got a lot of people who've been screaming, bring back Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. We want to see that game back in the mix. That's great. Where were you when it was new? Literally, we had a stream of Final Fantasy VII Rebirth with less than 200 viewers, with no one engaging. I was basically playing the game for myself. No one was talking in the chat, or if they were completely disengaged and weren't paying attention. Oh, but then if I do a random chill night stream of me just hanging out for 2 hours, everyone's here and having a good time. So it's not me, it's the games. You understand what I'm trying to say to you now? This is the state of the industry at this point, is that the games that are coming out are not engaging enough for a live stream. They're just not. Yeah, you might like Final Fantasy VII Rebirth for yourself because you sat there and you grinded through this insanely long RPG experience that's a big narrative and has all this side content, but for a stream it doesn't engage anymore. These kind of games are too common. They're a dime a fucking dozen at this point. There are too many of them this year. They don't work. They're boring. I agree. I totally agree. All right? But then when I try something different, that also doesn't work. So what is the future here? Because I'm going to tell you right now, I'm not going to give up on playing video games. That's ridiculous. If it's diversity and I need to break my content up more, then we should do that. We should do different kinds of variety of content. The problem is, I've tried that, and also people complain about that. Don't you remember that last year I launched a channel called DSP Reacts, and the whole idea was that I was going to do less gaming and more React style content. So I got a weekly show called DSP versus the Internet where I react to clips. I was doing big React events once a month or once every other month where I was reacting to documentaries. I was reacting to other YouTuber channels and stuff like that. And what was the feedback that I got last year? Oh, stop doing that. It's not as entertaining as you playing games. Play more games. I'm not kidding. That's the feedback I got. That's literally the feedback that I got. And I'm like, so okay, we'll stop doing the long form React events. Instead, we'll play more games. But now we're in a situation, it doesn't matter what game I play, half of them don't stick. So what exactly is the problem here? I'd love to hear that, you know, I'd love to hear what we need to do in order to figure this out, right? What are we gonna do? What games are we gonna play? What content am I gonna put out? I'm here and I'm all ears. I will do whatever people want within reason. I'm not going to completely change who I am as a content creator. I'm not going to start making drama videos. Okay, I'm not going to start slamming other YouTubers and being a piece of shit to other people to get by and get off on that. I don't step on others for success, and I never will be that kind of person. So if that's what you're looking for, you're absolutely in the wrong spot. Okay, I'm not getting into politics right now. Right now, politics are such a fucking hotbed of drama and emotion and rage, and a lot of people are really upset with what is going on right now in the realm of politics. I am not going to touch that with a 100-foot pole. I don't want to step into there, because once you step into that arena, you can never step out again. Do you understand? So no, we're not doing that easy bait drama content. I'm not doing that. You know what my realm is. You know what my forte is. Gaming. And so, you know, hanging out, social streams, and reacting to some extent. Right? We know what my forte is, but the question is, what is it exactly that I should be playing then? And I think this year has been a very unique year where, sadly, there is no answer that's a definitive, everyone agrees answer. Last year there was, the year before there was. There's always those games that resonate, that everyone wants to see. And this year, besides Elden Ring DLC coming up, is there any others? And that's really the problem about 2024. We've gotten now to the point in gaming where gaming has become so much about making money, printing the dollar, that most of the games coming out are uninspired, unfinished, bloated, repetitive, grindy, samey pieces of crap. They're not unique gaming experiences anymore that you absolutely want to see your favorite content creator play. Instead, what do content creators have to rely on? Viral, quick, independent games that blow up in popularity and jumping from one to one to one to one to one. And that's not who I am. That's not the kind of person I am. That's not the kind of creator I am. And you all know that. I don't like those stupid viral trending games that you play for a week and you drop and ignore it like they never existed. You know, the fucking Pal Worlds and shit like that. I even tried Pal World. We saw what it was. It was dead within like 10 hours. There was nothing else to do. You know, but this is just constant. This is what has happened with content creation recently. The gaming industry, I feel, is in a big spiral down, and it's because the people in charge. The people in charge don't want to make good games. They just want to make games that print money for investors. It has lost its way, because when you do that, you don't have unique gaming experiences anymore that people want to see or look forward to, right? You don't. You don't at all. And what ends up happening is they have to now have people shill their games out and lie about them and say that they're great, or have an NDA where they can't even fucking criticize the game until the day the game comes out. But they can play it 2 weeks early. It's like, what? What kind of a game industry do we have right now, right? So here's the deal. Let's reassess. Right now, let's hit the pause button. And let's figure out together what we need to do to get people interested again. Okay? Right now, Fallout 4 is working. Street Fighter 6 is working. I'm not changing that. I mean, I even have plans to do more co-op. I have an announcement that it looks like by the end of this week, I'll be doing another co-op session with Brian. We're going to test out the PS5 mic in Street Fighter 6. Probably Wednesday night. It's not 100% confirmed yet, but we're leaning towards trying to do it Wednesday night. Another private lobby with me and Brian playing Street Fighter 6, and now with me with the reduced input lag and a microphone. Okay, so that should be coming probably Wednesday night. All right, so that's cool, right? That's good news. But outside of that, the way I see it, we have 2 games in the rotation working: Fallout 4 and Street Fighter 6. We need to find other games. If you guys at this very moment, okay, are telling me multiverses is not of interest to you, then I'll say, listen, that's sad to me because I'm enjoying my time with the game. I wanted to play more characters. I wanted to learn more about it, and I wanted to give it a shot. But if you guys are outright telling me you're not interested in multiverses, then we'll drop it right now. Okay? I'm not, again, a game that I'm liking and I would like to play, but I acknowledge that I can't just sit here and play what I want to play all day. For any business is like that. If I was a chef working at a restaurant and all I wanted to do was make pork chops So all I did was make pork chops, and my customers coming in were asking for spaghetti. Well, I refused to make spaghetti. All I like to do is make pork chops. What's going to happen? The customers are going to leave because they wanted spaghetti and you refused to make it. You have to give to your customer base what they want. So if I like multiverses and I like playing multiverses and I want to keep playing it and learn more, and your answer is, I just don't like multiverses, it's boring, it sucks, then I'm not going to play it. If that's the determination that we're coming to today, that's sad because I like it. I like it. I want to keep playing it. I feel like there's more there and it will get better in time as they improve the game or whatever. But if we got to get rid of it, we got to get rid of it. It sucks. I've only done 2 streams of it, but it's life, right? So what can I do? All right, now, in the case of Hades 2, I think this is even more sad because unlike multiverses where people are on the fence about if it's a good game, I think that people can all agree Hades 2 is a great game, correct? I think we all agree. I love Hades 1. Hades 2 is just an improvement on 1. I don't have a single complaint about the game so far. I'm loving it and I want to keep playing it. But if it's literally the least attended, least engaged, least supported, least viewed game that I've done in years, then I shouldn't keep playing it. I should do something else with my time. Correct? And now I've done 2 major streams of it, or excuse me, 2 night streams of it, I should say, and it has not done well. It has not. In fact, it's getting worse. The more I play it, it's getting worse. Last night I couldn't believe because I'm playing it and there's like 3 or 4 people in chat who are regulars who are talking with me. Okay? I'm like, okay, this is great. Where's everyone else? Why is it, you know, this is supposed to be like a late night chill stream where we talk, we hang out, we're social while I play. I'm thinking we're gonna have conversation, we're gonna have fun. No one's talking. The chat is not moving in 3 minutes. There's not a single line in chat. What the fuck? What the hell's going on here? So then I go and look, and it's like less than 200 people on the stream. What the hell happened? This is Hades 2, a brand new PC game that people have been yelling at me to play new PC games. So, oh, my nose itches. So, we gotta figure this out. I want to keep playing Hades 2. I really like it. I do. Now, I know it's not done, but we're only about 5 hours in. We keep playing it. We got, again, there's 15 to 20 hours of content in this game that we could play through before we say, okay, let's put it on hiatus until they finish more of the game, right? And by the way, I'll definitely say this. I know this is a unique situation because it's an unfinished early access game, but there's no reason to put a game on hiatus like that, or not to put a game on hiatus like that and go back later. I think it would work. But plus, because this is like a late night chill stream style situation, it's not a huge deal. I don't think Hades 2 is ever going to get a bajillion viewers or anything like that. I just want people to show up and have a good time. And it seems like people are actively staying away from Hades 2 for some reason, and that I don't understand. Okay? Excuse me. Now, I'm just gonna say one thing, okay? Because there is one line that I keep hearing that is the most ridiculous thing ever. Oh, Phil, but you have to understand, when people asked you for that stuff and you didn't give it to them, it's too late now, right? So people always wanted PC games. People always wanted the new games when they're hot and hype, and people wanted the indies. Well, you never played them. So now those people moved on, and, you know, now, you know, you don't have that audience anymore. Well, the question is, did I ever have that audience? Because I never played that shit. So what are you talking about? That's the dumbest line of reasoning I've ever heard. Because you didn't give it to us immediately the second we asked for it. People moved on and don't want it anymore. No, I didn't give it to you at all. So when you asked for it, you were actively asking me to change the content I was doing to give you what you wanted. So now I've done that, and now you're not here, so you're a liar. That's the difference. You're full of shit. This is not an audience of indie-loving games yelling at me to play indies. This is people saying we like Phil's content, but we want to see him branch out and play indies. So now I'm doing it, and now you're not there. So you're full of shit. That's what it is. It's people who are completely full of fucking shit. I'm tired of this line of reasoning, because here's the truth, is that in life, what you're gonna find is that when you grow up, and I mean this too, people really should listen to this. When you grow up and you truly become an adult and you become mature, and it's not about age, it's about mental maturity, okay? When you become mentally mature, you will understand something. You cannot have instant gratification for every single thing in your life, especially entertainment, but in general, just in general, all right, with everything in your life, what we have an entire generation of people on this planet who have been coddled, spoiled, and treated like special snowflakes. And they actually believe that if they don't get something the moment they ask for it, that is a slight against them. And now they've been wrong. And how dare you not instantly do what I want at a moment's notice and drop everything at my beck and call and serve me like the dictator of the fucking planet. That's not how fucking life works. In any situation, you will not get instant gratification at all for anything. It's about patience. It's about hard work. It's about dedication. It's about sticking through tough times until you can get to the points in your life when you get what you want. Because then when you get it, it has meaning. Because you suffered through the times you didn't have it until you finally earned it. You understand that? No, most people don't. Again, there's an entire generation of people who don't get this concept. They literally think, well, I demand something right now. I didn't get it. Fuck you. Downrate, hate, shit on, berate, deride, and crap on and say it's bad. No, you spoiled fucking brat. That's not how life works. I've been married to my wife for 5 years. We haven't even gone on a honeymoon. I don't even get to spend much time with her at all because I'm in this fucking room 6 days a week, full time streaming for you guys. You think I'm happy with that? No, but I'm stuffing it out. I want instant gratification now. I want more time with my wife. I want to go spend a vacation with her right now. I can't do that. But I understand as a mature adult, if I tough through times that are rough, that eventually at the end of the tunnel, there will be a light. There will be a time when I'll be able to spend that time with her, where we'll have a good time together. But I need to tough out the tougher times now. There's a lot of factors in life you don't control. I don't control the economy. I don't control fucking inflation. I can't make those things go away. But if I tough through it now and I get to that at the end, that moment when I get to spend some time with her will be all the more fucking meaningful because I didn't just get it right away. You get it? In the case of me as a content creator, all right, I don't have the ability to just do everything instantly. I wish I did. I wish that I was a giant streamer and a giant content creator and I was rolling in dough and at any moment I could just upgrade everything. But look at the jumps we're making. In the last year to year and a half, correct? Take a look at the improvements. Look at the visual quality of this podcast and the background, everything I listened to, your feedback to improve everything. The name, the board, everything, right? Quality of the streams, right? How much better it is. All the different things we're doing, the variety of content we're doing. I have a react channel, I have a throwback channel. These are all things we talked about for years and years. I have a daily news show. I always wanted to do a news desk style show. Now I do it every day. But these are things that took a while to get to. Do you understand? These are not instant changes, instant gratification, instant wish granting. That's not reality. All right? You wanted to see me play indie games, great. But understand, I didn't have the means to do it. We had to get to a point where I could do it. Well, now I can do it. Well, now I don't want it anymore. So what are you, 3 years old? You're gonna fucking pout and stomp in the corner and cry like a little baby? Oh, I didn't get it right away. What the fuck kind of mentality is that? I mean, oh my God, that is so ridiculous and so unfucking stupidly mature. It's amazing that I'm getting that kind of feedback because I didn't instantly gratify you. You moved on. Well, that's funny because you commented on my video and left the feedback. So you didn't move on. What happened is you didn't instantly get what you wanted. And then you got wrapped up into a hate group who doesn't like me and derides me every day. You're a loser. Okay? You're a loser. If this is the situation you're in, you're a loser. And now you sit here and you only come back to make fun of me and say all the things that I'm doing wrong. Correct? You're a fucking loser in life. All right? You need to fucking move on. Either move on from watching me or you need to stop hating on me on a daily fucking basis. All right? Here, the truth is, in the last few years, I've done so many improvements. I'm changing who I am. I'm becoming a better creator, a better person. I'm listening to feedback. That's why, in a situation like Hades 2, I'm scratching my head. This is directly the feedback I have received. Play more PC games, play games new when they come out, play more indie games, do interactive streams, everything different, everything better. Go to do it. Oh, guess what? You fucking fucked up. It's terrible. We're not gonna show up. This is bad. What are you talking about? I don't get it. And that's what I need. That's what I need to figure out. Okay, I do. I need to figure out what is going wrong here. And if the answer is, oh, it's because you didn't give us instant gratification, then just go away. No one in life is ever going to give you instant gratification. You're probably one of these people who sits around on fucking social media all day bitching about every little thing. Oh, they spelled my name wrong on my fucking coffee cup at Starbucks. And, oh, they didn't have my color of hair dye at the store, so my day is ruined. Fuck off. No one cares. Reality is that I am someone who's going to appeal to a different kind of audience than I did 10, 15 years ago. You know, young teenagers don't come to watch Dark Side Phil. You know, this is more of a mature audience, people who've been around for a long time. And now you want to hang out and have a more reasonable, chill, laid-back situation. Now, there's situations when it's not like that. If I'm playing, you know, Elden Ring, or I'm playing a fighting game or whatever, and you get more stress than that, that's cool, right? That makes sense. I get it. That's the kind of content, the rage-inducing content, that's also entertaining, and that's fine. But the point is, I'm not the same guy I used to be. I'm a different kind of content creator. Again, more laid back. That's kind of the kind of stream I'm trying to put out these days, right? So, in my opinion, all right, I feel like what's happened is you get a whole generation of new people who just don't get how life works. But is it their fault? Sounds to me like they've been taught to think this way, right? You know, when I was growing up, I was fucking lucky to get anything. There was no instant gratification. You guys know the story. When I used to go to a store with my parents, all right, let's say we were going to a store that had a toy department. When we first got into the store, I'm a little kid sitting in a shopping cart. My parents would push me to the toy department, and we go, and my parents would say, select an action figure. Philip, they call me Philip. It was always Philip, okay? Okay. And I would look at the shelves at all the action figures, and I would say, oh, here's one, I like this one, and I would grab it. And for the entire shopping trip in that store, I would stare there and look at the action figure. I'd read the whole back. I would imagine in my head, man, if I had this, I would go home and play, and I would play with my other figures. Here's how it would go and stuff like that. And then my mom and dad would shop for about an hour, hour and a half, right? And then at the end of the shopping trip, my parents would say, okay, it's time to go back. And we go back to the department, and I would put the action figure back. And my mom would explain to me very matter-of-factly, you can have that later. If you're a good boy, if you behave, if you get a good report card, maybe if it's your birthday or Christmas, that's when you'll get that. You don't just get that today just because you want it. You get that later when you earn it. Oh, okay. And then we would leave. And then if I was good, when a holiday came or I had a good report card or something, I did something nicely, I would earn it and I would get it as a reward. That's life. Okay? I wish that I were a ginormous streamer who made tons of money for you, because then I could do whatever you want. Anytime a viral game came out, I could drop money on it and we could play it for 5 minutes and either laugh at it or crap on it. And then we could move on to the next game. I wish that I could buy a high-end gaming PC right now and we could play every game at absolute top levels. I wish that I could do all. I don't. That's the reality. Reality is I'm a normal dude like you who just sits here and streams all day and has a good time with an audience. I'm a very down-to-earth guy. I don't live in the clouds. I have no aspirations to be a super popular guy or anything like that. And I think that the demands and the things that are thrown at me are so unreasonable at this point that I'm getting fed up. When I get feedback like, well, you didn't immediately give us what we wanted, so people moved on, that is the fucked up, most ridiculous, spoiled, entitled, really unreasonable, disconnected from reality style answer I could ever hear. That's not life. You'll never get that. If that's what you're seeking, you'll never get it unless you go to the super awesome fake streamers who are rich because they take every sponsorship opportunity and they kiss so much butt, and every piece of content they put out is a piece of shilled content, but you're too dumb to fucking realize it. Go watch them. They're rich. They can roll in dough and do whatever you want. You ask them to play a piece of shit, they'll play a piece of shit, and then they'll drop it in 10 seconds, right? But that's not DSP gaming. That's never been what I've been about. Since the moment I started on YouTube, it's about passion. Passion for games, passion for life, just hanging out, having a good time, but also feeling like we're friends and we're sitting on a couch together playing games, having a social experience, and enjoying it because of our common admiration of the medium, right? That's what it's always been about. Not about making a buck, not about shilling, not about this, not about that, not about, oh, instant gratification because you like a certain kind of game. It's about reality, all right? A lot of people have come to my streams in the last many years because they want to disconnect from all the stresses. Why am I not doing the easy mode content right now? Why am I not talking about fucking Donald Trump? Why am I not fucking doing hateful content about other YouTubers? Because that's the easy shit you can hear in every other fucking stream. every other lowbrow idiot who has no fucking talent or intelligence in their fucking head, but they still need to make a buck. That's what they do. I don't need to do that shit. I don't want to do that shit. I'm different. I'm above all those fucking people. Even though I'm way below in views and popularity, the content is above what they do. You understand? Fuck those people. You don't want that. You want to come to a place where you can be isolated from that crap and just have a good time. You're already bombarded with that shit everywhere else. Why would you want that on everyone's stream, right? So, I'm happy to be different, but I need your feedback on what it is exactly you want from me. Not just play whatever you want. Okay, so we'll play Multiverses, we'll play Hades 2. Oh, no one showed up. Well, then what do I do? Right? I can't just play what I want, but I also can't listen to the feedback I'm getting because the feedback also is not working. So what is it that we need to play? That's the question, okay? So like I said, Fallout 4 is working, all right? 200 is working, for sure. But what else do we play? If the feedback is, hey, Multiverses sucks, don't play it again, we'll drop it immediately. It will suck for me because I like the game and I want to play it more. But if the answer here is, hey, there's nothing here, you know, fuck it, drop Multiverses, we will drop Multiverses. All right, I'm okay with that if that's what we need to do. Fair enough. Now, in regards to Hades 2, that's going to be a harder hit for me because I really like the game. All right, but I just don't understand why people are not showing up for Hades 2. So if the answer is stop playing Hades 2, we'll drop that too. All right, but for me, I don't know what to replace them with because there's so many options. Play System Shock Remake. I'm very interested in System Shock Remake. I never played it before. From what I'm to understand, that was the predecessor to BioShock. And everyone thinks it's a great classic game, right? I would be down for playing that. But is that a consensus or is that a vocal minority of people asking for it? Bring back Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. That one I'm very skeptical on because that's something that when it was new, no one cared about. No one was showing up for the streams. What makes you think that all these months later, going back to it is going to bring back any kind of attention? Also, by the way, while we're already playing Fallout 4, a lengthy RPG, I'm not convinced that's going to work. Okay, I'm just not. I'm not convinced that's going to be a solution at all. Okay? Now, I guess the real question is, what is it that people want? That's what we got to figure out. I'm okay with saying, all right, forget Multiverses, forget Hades 2 if that's the case. But now I need answers on what to play next. Okay? What is it? What do we do for the next 3 weeks until the Elden Ring DLC comes out? Or, you know, all this may be a moot point. And the reason I really say that, because Summer Game Fest is Friday. Because the Xbox event is Sunday. And so we may already have an established path of new games coming out. Like I said, games dropping out of nowhere. Sometimes this happens. And then, boom, just like that, situation fixed, right? But for me, I need answers on where to go. And it has to be reasonable answers of things that are going to work and people are interested in. And if you suggest something, you commit to coming to watch and see it and support it. Not, oh, I really want to see this, but by the way, I won't check it out for 8 months. It's not going to work. You know, I need what people want to see now. You understand? I am doing live reacts for Summer Game Fest and the Xbox event. I've already announced that. Okay? See, that's the truth. Everyone wants something different. Again, if this were the year when there were big AAA games that were flagpole events and people wanted them, we'd have no problems. This year, there's nothing. There's literally fucking nothing. Nothing of stature. Nothing of note. Little game here, little game there, mid game here, mid game there. Big game is supposed to be good. Oh, it sucks shit. So there's no consensus on what to play, and that's where these issues arise. So now everyone wants something different, and nothing works out to be the game that people want to show up for, right? I'm down with doing Stardew Valley chill streams, but you understand that that's something that I can't do all the time, right? That would be something that I do like once a week, maybe at most. That's, you know, that's not going to work as an ongoing playthrough. I do multiple times a week or something like that. You know what I'm saying? See, Aaron, here's the problem. Aaron says, you say it's the games, not you. Shouldn't your commentary be able to carry the game? Not if people don't show up. Dude, people don't show up. It's not that my commentary doesn't carry the game. No one's there. I'm playing Hades 2. I'm sitting here ready and willing to interact with the chat, and I look, and for 3-4 minutes, no one says a word. I can't make people show up and chat. You understand? People didn't show up because I was playing Hades 2. If I were doing a late night chill stream, I would have had 400 people on the stream and everyone talking. It's not me. Sorry. As much as you want to believe that, it's not. It's just not. There's something with this audience that they don't show up for certain games. I can't make someone actually come to a stream to start to interact. I just can't do it. Eric, you're again, there's too much obsession with business and not about enjoying yourself. I literally just said, I'm loving multiverses, I'm loving Hades 2, no one's showing up. So if I just sit here and I just play things constantly that no one shows up for, I won't be here tomorrow because I'll be out of business. If you ignore reality and you just live in a fantasy world of massive entertaining yourself all day, you'll also be in a big bad position. Again, something you learn as you get older, you get more mature. You can't just sit here doing things you enjoy all day long. That's not how life works. I wish, really, I wish. Even from day one when I started on YouTube, it wasn't like that. Do you really think that I enjoyed rushing through games back in the day, pumping out 7, 8, 10, 20 hours of gameplay content within a couple of days to finish a game right away? I didn't enjoy that. That was work. But that's what I did to get by back in the day. That's how it was. You live in a fantasy land. Oh, you could. Why don't you sit around enjoying? Why don't you just sit here smoking a doob, drinking a scotch, right? Just fucking, you know, feeding yourself grapes, playing some game you like. Just sit around. Oh, someone's talking in the chat. Fuck them. You don't feel like talking about to them. This is your enjoyment time. Stream it. You'll be a millionaire. What are you talking about? In what reality does that work? None of that works. What you just said is insane. The Blimp, I see your comments. I just want to let you know because the Blimp keeps posting and I'm not responding directly to the Blimp. The Blimp is saying too much fighting game stuff. Fair enough. Street Fighter will stay in the rotation. That's the reason why I didn't play Tekken and Street Fighter together because I already knew that would be overload. And here's the funny part. You say fighting game stuff. You actually think Multiverses is like a serious fighting game. I don't treat it like that. I think it's like a fun party game, but it has appeal because of the characters in it. To you, you see that as like a fighting game and you get turned off. I hear you. So if that's the case, if literally we are dropping multiverses right now, then we're dropping multiverses. And it sucks. Again, I like the game, but if it's not working already after 2 streams and people want me to do other stuff, I'm down for that. Okay? There you go. Kogi says, I think chat derails too often. By the time you catch it, the chat dies. People interested in talking about the game left or stopped talking. We need more moderators. Here's the problem with that. More moderation means Nazi Germany. We're all living in Nazi Germany and you control too much and you destroy your content, right? Lack of moderation means, oh, now no one can talk. It's like, so where's the happy medium? Because I've been on both sides of this now. You know, people used to literally complain all the time that I had too many mods. Now, as you can see, I don't have that much moderation. And people seem to like that more, right? They do. They seem to like it more when there's more open conversation. But you're right. I'm the streamer. I'm playing a game. I'm not always 100% paying attention to chat. So I agree with you there that maybe more moderation or you know, that would be a little better. But to me, I'm okay right now with how chat has been. As long as people flag the issues that are going on, I can take care of them, you know. The problem also is, again, you have to understand, it's very hard to pick dependable people to be mods these days because a lot of people have literally set themselves up to try to become a mod and just be an asshole. You know, we've had people like that the last couple of years. Oh, supposed to be a dependable person, a nice person in the community. They pretend to be someone they're not, and then they fucking end up being a troll and they try to fuck everything up for everybody. So really, we've scaled back the moderation on purpose to avoid those kind of situations, you know? I hear what you're saying though, I really do. And I feel like we can work together. I don't think the solution is get more mods. I think the solution is work together as a community to figure out how to stop the derailment. So if I'm playing a game that's supposed to be fun and chat's being derailed, just tell me, right? Tell me, tag me in the chat till I notice it, and then we get it back on track. I feel like that's a better avenue than let's flood the chat with mods who just fucking delete all the comments, right? Okay. So here's the thing. Do we get rid of multiverses? Yes or no? Here, let's do a poll. Okay. Do we continue with multiverses or not? Please vote in the poll. Okay? It's gonna be a lot harder for me to judge on Hades 2 because I really like that game. And I'm on the fence about it. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. I really like it. I want to keep playing it. But man, last night's stream, like literally last night, we had maybe 10 people who were talking in chat. It was all regulars, by the way, which I was happy to see the regulars there. But like maybe 2 people were even talking about the game. And the other regulars were just there to kind of hang out, which is fine. But there wasn't active conversation. There was basically a lot of disengagement. You know, it was disappointing. It was definitely disappointing. Okay? So I want more people to show up and I want more people to hang out. That's a good point. As you can tell, right now, idiots just showed up to artificially vote in the poll. You can tell because the poll was about 60%, 70% drop it. And then all of a sudden, we just saw a surge in uptick because some idiot who's restreaming me just told people to come and vote in the poll the other way. So now, all of a sudden, it's up to 53% continue. And I would guarantee you that that voting will continue to go in that trend as more morons come in from a restreamer, right? I'm not stupid. So the poll basically said to drop it in around a 60 to 70% vote until the trolls started voting like morons because they always want to try to vote in a way that hurts me. All right. So if that's the case, when we drop multiverses, we need a new day stream because right now day streams are Fallout 4, the React show, and in the next week there'll be less day streams because 2 of the day streams will be taken by reacting to these events. There's going to be the Summer Game Fest on Friday and then the Xbox event on Sunday. So particularly this next week actually won't be that bad, but we do need a game in there, all right, that is going to fill the gaps until Elden Ring. Or at least until that other game too, Still Stands the Deep or something I think it's called, which is that horror game that I want to check out. I think that comes out on the 18th. I'll be checking that out for sure because it looks interesting. But outside of that, we need something else. Is it System Shock Remake? If that's the case, I'm down for that. I gotta figure out where it is and how much it costs and everything because I don't even know. I haven't looked into it yet. But I'd be down for System Shock Remake, if that's the case. But if that's not it, then what's the answer? Because we actually have, with the schedule the way it's laid out, Tuesday we need something new for the day stream. Okay? Oh, excuse me. So, yeah. I'd like feedback there, all right? In regards to that. But is it System Shock? And some people are saying play Paper Mario. You have to understand, I'm not looking for a game that's going to be a 50-hour RPG that's going to take months to beat. I'm looking for a game to fill the gap until Elden Ring comes out. And by the way, it's going to be alternated with other games. It's not just the main game I play every day. You have to understand that. Like, this will kind of be like the back burner game. Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest. Paper Mario and the Thousand Year Door is a game that I do want to play eventually. I don't think that's the solution right now. I feel like that's a whole different situation. You know what I'm saying? I don't think that's going to work. So here's the question. Is System Shock Remake going to perform better than Multiverses? A game that's a remake of the game from the 1990s that's already been out for a year on PC and just got ported to console. Is that going to perform better than the brand new Multiverses game? Do we really believe that? Okay? And if the answer is no, then what? Then what am I doing? This is the problem, is we don't have an answer because there's no good fucking games. Let's just be honest with each other here. There's no good fucking games out right now. There's just not. Sorry. Most of the games out are remakes, rehashes. These studios are not putting out big experiences anymore. The ones that try literally make games that feel like 10 other games you've already played. It's a sad state right now. That's the problem. We don't have the big games anymore, right? How long is System Shock Remake, by the way? Because I've never played it. I don't know how long of a game it is. And by the way, I got a lot of shout outs to do, which we're going to do in a minute. But as you can see, we had something to discuss that was pretty important, right? We have to figure this out. It sounds to me like people are just done with multiverses, right? They just want me to play other stuff. I'm okay with that, but I need to know what it is. Because it can't be Fallout every day, and it can't be Street Fighter every stream. You know, we gotta have other stuff to fill in the gaps. Oh, it's 20 hours long? Oh, that's surprising. I didn't realize it was that long. Okay, that's pretty good length. That's about the length of a game I'm looking for right now to fill in the gaps until Elden Ring. Oh, I wish. The Blimp says, for me, the best playthroughs you do are Soulsborne or late night horror style. Maybe go back and redo something. I could do that. Any survival horror games you guys want to see me replay, maybe? Just for fun? Just for a little bit of variety until something else comes out, right? I don't know. What do you guys think? I'm down for that too. You know me, I love survival horror. I'm always down for survival horror or something like that. But what would it be? What would people want to see? What was that game? Isn't there a game out right now that plays like a PS1 survival horror game that people said they wanted to see me play? Right? People had mentioned this recently. They said there was it was like a game that looks like a PS1 horror game, plays like a PS1 horror game, and it's like a throwback homage game that people might want to see me play. Crow Country? Crow County? What's it called? People don't even know the name of it. Crow Country? What is that? What is that and how do you play it? Like, where is it available? Murder House I know about. That was one that people had nominated a few years ago for Halloween, but it didn't make it in. Tormented Souls is great, and I played it and loved it, and the playthrough did well a couple years ago. Crow Country is Steam. Would it run on my mini PC? It's also on PS4? PS5?
Can't Google anything himself.
Okay, do we want to do that? This Crow Country game? I'm down for something different. We want variety and mix stuff up.
Has a passion
Waterhouse
for games but doesn't know anything about what's out.
That was the one where you played the killer. You played the chainsaw wielding hockey mask wearing guy. Remember that? Yeah, I remember that. No, I'm not saying that's instead of System Shock. We're talking this out. Crow Country, unfortunately, it's cost $600. Oh, darn. $600 to play Crow Country. Damn. Let's see here. By the way, I have to get to shout outs because we have to end this show so I can do my react show. Crow Country. Let's see here. It is $20.
King of Poses HD.
Yep, $20. The year is 1990. So it's relatively new too. When did it come out? It's not too old. I can't find the release date, but it came out recently. May 9th. It just came out. It's relatively new. Okay. That's sounding interesting, and it's $20. What about the System Shock remake? For some reason there's no prices listed. That's great. But it is on console now, yeah. Well, I mean, that's two good options, I feel, then. For variety. What do you guys think about that? What do you think about Crow Country and System Shock Remake for variety? Get rid of multiverses for now, right? Now, as for Hades 2 again, this is a tough decision because I really want to keep playing Hades 2, but if people are like, no, don't do it now, then maybe we hold off on it and we do something different, right? System Shock Remake is 40 bucks. Yikes, why is it so expensive? All right, well, here's the deal. We have a couple days to figure this out. Basically, Tuesday is the day that's up in the air right now that we don't know what we're doing, right? So we have a couple days to figure this out. I'm out of time for now because I have to do shout outs and then end the show. So we don't have time to further discuss, but let's discuss over the next day or two and figure this out, right? And go from there. I'm down for these new games. I'm down for something different to mix up the content, to do more variety the next few weeks. And by the way, like I said, next week we're already kind of packed because we have the two React things I have to do for Summer Game Fest and Xbox. So already next week is kind of rushed, okay? But outside of that, we're still gonna have a week or two before Elden Ring, so we're gonna need stuff for it, okay? All right, we have a lot of shout outs to do because I haven't done any. So thank you to the following people. We got to get through these fast. Let's see here. Lou, thanks with the super chat. When are we getting Final Fantasy VII Rebirth? Guitar Player, 1939, 35 months as a member. Thank you so much. Jordan with a $10 super chat. Tip concerning Hades 2. I'm getting to tips in a minute. Thank you. Lester with the super chat. Lou, thanks with the super chat. I'll be honest, the videos you react to aren't good. I'm not even going to stab at that one today. This is a whole different discussion of the whole idea of the React show is that it's interactive and people pick the clips. If you're saying the clips suck, there's not, how do you blame me? I'm not picking the clips. That's not the premise of the show. And by the way, before you say, well, change the show, that's the only income that channel gets, is the show. People who become a member for that show. You understand? So if I cancel the show, I make no money on the channel. I might as well not use the channel anymore. So that's not the solution. But that's something to discuss for a different day. Today I was more concerned with the game rotation, not with the React show. We can talk about the React show later. Okay? Jordan gifted a whole bunch of memberships. Congratulations to what? Kevin Kiesau, Crafting Kaiju, Mark Stokes, Toasty Ghost, and Sister Fister 5000, who all got gifted memberships this morning. Be sure to thank Jordan for that. And Jordan, thank you for the support. The Blimp, 2 months as a member, says, dude, run some polls. We did, and you saw what happened. Jordan also did another super chat. Stacks, 5 months as a member, says, go on a honeymoon. We would support it. Again, it's not in the cards right now. It's something we'd like to do. It's just not in the cards right now. Like, we can't do it. Even if we had the money to do it, we got Jasper. It's like, we can't do anything right now. You know, it's life. Lester, to the super chat, says, break the chains that bind you and take flight. Thank you. Jordan did another super chat, says, please do a night stream of Stardew Valley. I think we should at some point, because at this point now, I have the means to play it easily, and it seems like you guys like it as a chill stream, so maybe we will do that soon. We'll do it as a late night chill stream for variety. Gustavo Fring did a super chat and says, hello, my name is Gustavo Fring. That's fascinating. Thank you, Gustavo Fring, for telling us that your name is Gustavo Fring. By the way, anyone feel like some chicken right now? Thank you, Gustavo. And then Shao Kahn Artist, 36 months as a member, earning that diamond crown, says, just seen the Silent Hill 2 remake trailer today. What did you think? I'm curious. Everyone seems to have a different opinion about it. All right, so now, tips. First tip of the day, $30 tip from Jordan, who says, sorry, I couldn't support Hades 2. I hurt my back. I was in tons of pain. I'm sorry to hear that you were in tons of pain. That really, really sucks. I know, as someone who's had severe back issues, severely herniated disc, among other issues, I know how awful that feels. I hope that you feel better, Jordan. Thank you for the tip. Okay. Okay. I received a $2 tip From the friendly gremlin, I love multiverses, but the chat during the stream was negative to the point of toxicity, so I didn't stay very long. You're right. Everyone on that stream was complaining, this game sucks. This is just a knockoff of Smash Brothers. If you're gonna play Smash Brothers, don't play multiverses. I agree with you. I did not like how that was going at all. But at the same time, again, as people say, this is not some huge censorship stream. If people want to voice their opinion like that, they can. I will agree with you. I'm playing the game and enjoying it and having fun, and I turn to the chat and everyone's just pissing on the game, right? There you go. This is hilarious. I got a $1 tip of someone who literally didn't listen to a word I said. He says, complaining to your audience about money 6 days a week is a bad look and it's going to turn off your audience. Who complained about money on this podcast? You didn't listen to a fucking word I said. You believe what you want because you're a toxic jerk. This is not about money. It's about putting out streams people want to attend and engage. To do content people want. I'm not streaming for myself. I'm streaming for an audience. I need to be doing streams that people want to attend. When I'm playing Hades and there's less than 200 people and people aren't talking for 5 minutes in the chat, that's not a stream people want to attend. You're an asshole because you have to try to say something that's completely false. Literally, I'm not in dire straits financially. No one ever said that. Don't put words into my mouth, you fucking disingenuous jackass. Thanks for the $1 tip. I received a $2 tip. Here we go again. Would you shut up about support? Literally, we're not talking about support. You're a disingenuous jackass. Kiss my ass. Love people like that because they just, again, they only hear what they want to hear. Literally, this is not a single complaint about that. This is about me trying to connect with the audience and know what you guys want to see so I can put out streams you will attend and enjoy. I'm not streaming for myself. I'm streaming for an audience who wants to see stuff. That's why I'm streaming. So I want to do stuff you want. If the answer is Crow Country and System Shock Remake and get rid of multiverses, that's okay then. I'm okay with that. That's legit feedback at least, right? What you're saying is literally a lie. I didn't even say that at all. You're a fucking asshole. But again, last night on the Daily Wrap, massive thumbs down and comments. How dare you speak to your audience like this? Speak to your audience like what? Say, I want to know what you want because I want to be entertaining to the audience and I need positive, interesting, legit feedback. That's, wow. If you think that that's bad talking to the audience, you are a coddled little brat. You think that everything should be about instant gratification and everyone should just kiss your butt and hold your hand and tie your shoes for you, put on a nice little ribbon on your neck and spruce you up, comb your hair for you, Sonny, because you can't do it yourself, right? That's who you are. What the fuck are you talking about? Because I speak to you like an adult, like a human, and honest. Hey, I want honest feedback. Let's make streams you guys want. Oh, how dare you speak to me like that? What the fuck, dude? Hold on. Your mom's coming with your ice cream cone in a few seconds, all right? She'll be in the door to wipe your ass after you shit, too. What the fuck are you talking about? Unreal, these people. Stereotypical dollar. It says you're at your best when you play or react to things you enjoy, not force yourself to play and watch what others want. It's frustrating to see you drop what you enjoy because of negative complainers and trolls. Sarah, I agree with you 100%. I told you I'm enjoying the stuff I'm doing, but if it's not working, it's not working. And again, as I've become older and wiser and more mature, I have to understand that in life, you can't just do what you want all day. You can't. As much as this is a hobby as it is a job for me, and as much as I enjoy doing this, I don't have the luxury of 24/7 doing the things I want to do. I have to adjust to what the audience wants. The audience is outright telling me through attendance, engagement, and support, multiverses and Hades 2 are not working. I need to mix it up and do other things. That's what I'm seeing. I'm playing multiverses, and the majority of chatters are complaining the game sucks. We don't like this game. Do something different.
Older, wiser, and more mature.
And turning to the
There were
audience,
at
and half
least
the time
3
no one's
lies in that
talking in
sentence
chat,
alone.
and we have record low viewers. That's a problem. It's a big problem. We can't just rely on, oh, one person may come by the stream and drop a tip tonight, and just because one person dropped a tip, now everything's worthwhile and great and rainbows and unicorns. No, the attendance is still bad. The engagement is still bad. So I need to fix that. I need to do things people want. That's what I'm trying to figure out right here, you know? And it sucks, you're right, because I am enjoying for sure, some of this stuff, and there's nothing I can do about it. I can't make people show up. And again, it's funny. Aren't you supposed to keep people riveted with your commentary? If people don't show up to hear the commentary because of the game I'm playing, I can't make it entertaining. Do you understand? I can't. There's no one there. Again, the case in point here is, if I just said, tonight we're going to do a late night chill stream, everyone show up and hang out, I get like 500 viewers. We get people hanging out, talking, engaging, having a good time. Oh, tonight I'm going to play Hades 2, 170 viewers. What's the difference between those two streams? What's the key factor? The game, not me. You need to make your viewers want to show up. That's the dumbest statement I've ever heard. I need to make my viewers want to show up. So what I should do is use my psychic Professor X powers to go inside of your heads and change your thoughts about a game that you don't like to make you show up to my stream of that game. Here we go. You ready? Hades 2 is a good game. Come to the stream. What the fuck are you talking about? Yikes. People actually think that way too. They believe that. They believe that like content creators are like psychic beings or something. Like, what are you speaking about? On what planet do you live? Not Earth. Maybe on Pluto you could do that. You know what I mean? Like, what the hell are you talking
he's truly
about?
losing it. It's amazing.
An anonymous tipper tipped me $1 and says, how long has the Chun-Li animation been around? Have you finally got them all working? What's the best way to privately reach out with a suggestion? Don't let the trolls get a rise of you today. Ignore them. Just email me. darksidefil@hotmail.com. Okay? And don't put a link into your email because it tends to flag for spam if you do that. As for the animations, I've had those for a few weeks now. Not a month yet. About 2-3 weeks. In honor of the patch of Street Fighter 2 weeks ago, we got these all new Street Fighter animations for all the tips. They're all Street Fighter animations now. What on earth? Oh no. I literally got the worst. Oh no.
The cartoon on the right makes me want to go watch PJ Sparkles and the Princess and the Goblin.
Oh no. By the way, the schedule's outdated. I forgot to update Nightbot. You ready for this one? We got to end the show on this one. Just listen to this. I got $1 tip, and here's what they had to say. Streaming Hades on a Saturday and expecting people to show up in droves and engage and support is laughable. Normal people are out spending time with their families and friends on Saturday. It's the weekend. I know you don't have friends to spend time with in real life, but most
also, this
people
tip
do.
he's groaning
That's
it
why you
makes
had
total
200
sense.
viewers.
He's so damn dented. Lol, I put the cartoon there to try and balance out the toxic a bit.
There was low attendance and
Dooblanc
engagement on
Dooblanc,
last
I
night's
like
Hades
it.
2 stream.
Good idea.
Saturday, and people have lives and better things to do than watch people on the internet. Because as you know, last night, Saturday, June 1st, absolutely no one on the internet got any viewership whatsoever. It was a dead night for everyone. I mean, let me tell you.
How does he not understand? OMG.
Oh my god. Oh. I can't get over it. I can't get over it. I think this person actually was being serious too. That's the sad fact. I think they were actually being serious. They actually thought that like was like an insightful comment. Oh my god. Holy moly. Jordan did a super chat. He said, oof.
Just the truth. Gout man.
Oof. we gotta end the show. So by the way, schedule-wise, here's the deal. Today, it's the React show over on DSP React. So if you're here live, stick around. You'll see a link to head over there, and we're gonna do a nice clip show over the afternoon. Okay. Tonight on the late stream, Retro React over on DSP Throwback of Mario and Sonic at the 2012 Olympics. It was great last week. I'm looking forward to it again. It was a laugh riot. It's gonna be really fun. Tomorrow, Fallout 4 and Street Fighter 6, and I'm gonna try Zangief tomorrow night with no lag and see how he does. He's been improved dramatically, supposedly. Tuesday is the day that's up in the air at this point. I don't know what we're doing Tuesday. Originally, it was going to be Multiversus and Hades 2, but now it's looking like we're doing something completely different. I just don't know what yet. Maybe we'll try this Crow Country game. I would like to say Hades 2 on Tuesday night, but maybe we shouldn't. Maybe we should do 2 new games on Tuesday. I don't know. I'll think about it. Wednesday, more Fallout 4, and if all goes according to plan, which I'm not sure yet, it looks like I'll probably be doing the next session with Brian in Street Fighter 6, now with the mic enabled, so we'll be able to hear each other via voice chat. But I need to lock that in and confirm that beforehand, so please bear with me. I'll let you know in a day or two. I have to make sure with him that's okay, because we're still going back and forth about it. Okay? Good stuff. All right. And, another jerk, so... These people tip just to complain, and then I'm not going to read it. They're just morons. Anyway, it's time to end the show. Thank you guys for your feedback. Sounds to me like Multiversus is done, which is sad, but what can you do? But I guess we'll probably start something new on Tuesday. We just got to figure out what. We'll talk about that more tomorrow. And as for Hades, it's up in the air. Okay? But anyway, thank you. Let's end the show. Let's have a great day reacting to stuff. I'll be back tomorrow with gameplay for those who like the gameplay stuff, because a lot of you don't care about the reacting stuff. I know that. And I'll be back. So thank you all. Thank you for your honest feedback. Not for the moronic shit that some people said, but thank you for those who were here with honest feedback to try to help improve the stuff. All right. And time for a reassessment, right? Trying to hit, like I said, they hit the reset button and do some new stuff in addition to the stuff that's working. So we have a better month, correct? All right, guys, thank you so much. And I will see you tomorrow. All right. So we got to get set up fast because I ran late on this show. By the way, remember, no one shows up on the weekends because everyone's too busy with their friends and families. So I should never, ever make content on the weekends. We all know that. I mean, that's... totally not the most insanely off-base thing I've ever heard ever on the internet. That people who sit around on the internet watching stuff on the internet have things to do on Saturday. They can't be there. Like, what the hell are you talking about? Right. That sounds to me, that comment, it sounds like someone just found the internet. They're like, oh, what's this? This glorious thing where you can have stuff you can watch all the time? Oh, that's great. Well, sadly, you know, I'm busy with my family on Saturdays. I'll be back on Sunday, though, after church. What? What the heck? Anyway. All right, let's, let us adjourn. Let me, get the logo and the proper pop-ups. I have to refresh and log back in because you've got to be kidding me. There's another fight. There's another fucking fight. They're not kidding. There's another fight.
Ack.
So from what I'm understanding, if I leave it like that, I mean, tomorrow I'm playing Plague Tale. If I leave it like that, it should stay like that, and then I can still play Plague Tale, and then I can resume it tomorrow night. I guess what we're gonna have to do. Yeah, it's terrible. That's atrociously bad. That's, I'm not even kidding you. Like, every first-person shooter I've played in my life has been better than that gameplay experience. That's ridiculously badly designed. It's insanely boring. It's tedious. It's everything you don't want. That's not fun. Nothing is intuitive about it at all. It's complete just fuck around until you figure out what to do. Wow. So, yeah, I will finish it tomorrow. I'm gonna play it again to get it done with, you know. I just want it over with. So, you know, and wow, that is atrociously bad. Again, I liked the first stream. The first time I played this on Friday, I played it for about almost 3 hours. I liked the atmosphere, I liked the puzzles. Tonight, it was complete frustration. The moment that the game had gunplay, it was a complete misstep, and it completely ruins the game. So, and that, I mean, are you kidding me? It's like no one who worked on this game knew anything about first-person shooters to know what makes them fun. Why would you make that like that? That's not fun at all, in any way. It's completely bereft of fun, right? Completely, like, you sucked the fun out of any... All right, I'm definitely getting this done tomorrow for sure. But all right, enough is enough. Enough is enough for tonight. I went super late. All right, guys, I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm frustrated for 2 reasons. Reason number 1, because yeah, the game does suck. I really did not like tonight's stream, and in addition to that, as you guys can see, I stayed extra late for you guys, and basically it amounted to nothing. No one's really supported, which pisses me off. It does. That I'm playing a game. Obviously, it's frustrating. A lot of people showed up to watch it because you saw how frustrating it was, and no one supported. Yeah, that does upset me, okay? It would have been one thing if I'm staying late and people are laughing, having a good time, and a few people are at least supporting the stream, but no one did, and that really upsets me. I'm going to hope that tomorrow when I finish it, there will be some support, because it is pissing me off that I just stayed extra late and I got nothing for it. You know, the game's not even good. You know, if this were me, I'm not even exaggerating. If this were me not streaming, playing this, I would have just turned the game right off and said, fuck this, I'm not playing this anymore. But the fact that I'm now 5 hours into it, obviously I want to finish it, you know, but I toughed it out for you guys tonight, and I got nothing out of it. But a bag of fucking frustration, and that pisses me off, that they really ruined the game the way they did. I really do feel like they ruined it. If they just had different gunplay or no gunplay, it would have been a much better game. I don't know what they were thinking. Holy shit. It's like, you know, really, it's like you're walking around with a room full of guys with chainsaws and they give you a Nerf bat. Wow. Oh, by the way, you also weigh 4,000 pounds, gravity is 10 times strong, and you're walking in goo. Oh, that's Scorn in a nutshell. Very excited, all right? All right, so that is it for tonight. I'm out of here. I don't even know if my videos from earlier ever processed. They did. Hallelujah, they did. Thank God. I don't have to fucking worry about that shit. They did show up eventually. Thank goodness, because I was very upset. People wanted to see Playtale, and the Playtale stuff was frozen. It did process, thank God. All right, so that is it for tonight. I'm going to upload this gameplay tomorrow. Basically, what we're going to do tomorrow is the same thing we did today. We're going to do more Playtale, and we're going to do more Scorn to finish it. And if we just finish Scorn early tomorrow night, we'll just chill. We'll have like a Q&A session or whatever. Because Ellipsian's like, yeah, you probably got about 45 minutes to an hour left tops. So obviously it's not going to be a 2-hour stream tomorrow night, but at least we can like relax afterward. But yeah, you know, when you guys actively, visibly see that I'm really annoyed that the game sucks, and I'm obviously toughing through it because you guys are here to watch and you're enjoying, you know, hopefully there will be reciprocation. There was no reciprocation tonight. I mean, all the tips that came in before even the extra time I played. All right? So hopefully tomorrow we'll finish it, and, you know, because again, tomorrow's my last streaming day of the week. I'm trying to raise funds for my day off here. Okay? And by the way, from everything, you know, factoring in everything I made today, all right, and everything else, my bill that I have to pay and everything on Thursday, I don't even have enough right now to buy Gotham Knights on Friday. I'm just being honest, I don't. So I'm hoping that tomorrow's going to be a better day in regards to that, so that I can actually afford all the stuff this week. All right? All right, guys. Thank you. Please have a good evening. Sorry, obviously, that, you know, I got upset about the game, but I'm going to be honest. When I play games, that game is terrible. That is really one of the worst downward spirals I've seen a game go in. where it was like, wow, it has potential, it's really fun, and then all of tonight it's just like frustration, bad gunplay, terrible game design. You saw, as soon as I got to that castle area, I was like, oh, this is nice, look at this nice world design, look how exciting this game is now, and then immediately, it just went to shit as soon as I had to fight that guy. Like, wow, they're idiots. So, alright. Thank you, have a good night, everyone. I'll see you tomorrow for more Plague Tale Requiem in the morning, and for the conclusion of scoring on the late stream. Likely, if we do beat it early, you know, we will continue on and just do some Q&A or whatever tomorrow night to end the stream. Okay? Excuse me. Okay. All right, guys. Thank you. Have a good night. See you in the AM. Plague Tale was really good, by the way.
What was the general sense, do you think, of how aware the kids were that their parents were on drugs all?
On your show, you're like, Andy wants to believe it's true. I was right.
You know what I was doing, Andy?
What?
Lying.
All right.
I was lying. And I want to say, I respect your, I appreciate your respect as a man. While I'm talking about that, to have both your hands above the screen. I do appreciate it.
Exactly. We got it's a fire me up special.
You're a godly man.
Welcome to the Keto Casino for May 26, 2024. Oh, what a few days it has been since last we were live with Josh Moon.
Retweet. Everyone,
Hasn't it
for
been,
real.
Folks?
Retweet.
Hasn't it been quite a few wonderful fucking days?
I need 100 RT.
Full news report. Yes. Before we get into anything,
retweet.
We need retweets on the tweet that's pinned. We need you to subscribe to the Clip channel because this is all going to be clipped up afterwards.
Hit like on everything. We're getting over 300 subs a day.
But we get the article. We get the Fox News 9 article.
Bro.
Regional Minnesota News confirming Ricada lives in a slovenly, disgusting, moldy, dirty, festering crack den. Just a filthy drug den, clothes all over the place, dirty dishes, mold, filth on the floors. It was looking like the Cockroach's crack shack, folks. This is what Nick Ricada was living in.
At least Cog.
5 children. At least Cog didn't have children.
No, at least
living in the festering, shitty fucking mess rackets.
Right?
What the fuck is wrong with this bum?
When I read that article.
But could we even be surprised? He couldn't even be bothered to feed his kids SpaghettiOs, folks. So why are we surprised he couldn't even be bothered to clean up the filth of the drug den, or his wife take even 5 minutes out of her Xanax-fueled Star Trek day to fucking clean the mess of the filthy crack den? Disgusting. Children living there, Ricada endangering his child by refusing to open the door for law enforcement, even though they had a warrant, to where they rammed down the door in his little daughter's face. She like 12 years old? This is Ricada's choices. This is the man that Nicholas fucking Ricada is. A dirty fucking junkie. He had a dirty fucking filthy polycule mistress around his fucking kids. It's all confirmed. He's a scumbag. He's a fucking lowlife. And a lot of people out there right now are babying this man. They're powdering his ass, putting the, oh, it's okay. Oh, isn't it so sad? Oh, shouldn't we feel bad for him? Oh, you know, guys, we should cut him some slack. Oh, no, not on this fucking show. He's getting enough fucking mercy elsewhere. No mercy in this casino for Ricada. There's a child abuse neglect charge, either physical or sexual abuse.
May I say one thing?
I'm gonna get the physical abuse instead of sexual abuse. But when you have to cop the plea to either or, and the lesser of two evils is that we beat our kids, or that we didn't feed them, or that we exposed them to drugs, guess fucking what? It's not good.
Let's go! You're right, Ashton.
It's filth. Are you kidding
Fuck
me?
you, uncivil law.
This is
you
what we're
scum.
supposed to accept?
Uncivil
That
law
it
is
was wrong?
scum. by
That
the
it
way.
was wrong for the priest to report that children were living in a drug den of filth? In this fucking household, the pastor is a hero.
Yes.
Because he fucking is. He might have saved those children's lives. Let's be real. He might have actually saved Ricada and Kayla's fucking lives as well.
He did.
And the
He
lives of
did.
April. Because these motherfuckers were insane.
Cat,
They had an
coke,
ounce of
daily,
cocaine,
drinking,
ketamine,
guns,
drinking.
spent shells.
What are we fucking talking about here? They have spent gun shells on the floor. They're either one, shooting off guns, out of their mind, drunk and high, in a house with 5 children, or 2, they're taking the fucking gunpowder and mixing it with cocaine, like some sort. Like seriously, like some sort of fucking African warlord, like fucking, like junkies that are fucking insane. What are we doing
May I
here,
read one thing?
folks?
Ash, for real. Okay, look. All right. So first of all, Aaron is from Steel Toe Morning Show. Will be here soon, right? Hear this. Now, by the way, he's ready to reveal everything, and this is what he DM'd me. Okay, he's gonna be on soon. But hear this, dude. The police report does not do what was happening at the house justice. He said, Andy, I'm ready to expose every little thing tonight.
Good.
You know what? And I'll say
He's
this.
ready. He's ready.
Look,
And
there will be some hard balls towards him, obviously. But I'll say one thing. At least the motherfucker got out and did the right thing. At least the motherfucker. Look, we've all done fucking stupid shit in our lives. And, you know, I've been at that phase where you're on drugs, you're all fucked up. But at least he woke up and was like, you know what? This has to stop. I'm going to fucking try to, like, make things right. And I respect that. I got to respect that.
I mean, the truth will set you free, Aaron. Once you get it all off your chest, once it's all out there in the world, you will have done the right thing. I'm just saying, guys, let's give him a chance here.
Yes.
Let's give him a chance to speak the truth, to embarrass Ricada, to destroy him.
Yes.
Because right now, I'm telling you this, we're actually in danger of seeing the public narrative become that Ricada was the victim.
Yes.
Already, LawTube is trying to either blame it on the pastor, which is insane, or even worse, blame it on the children.
Yeah.
Like, whoa.
I love these fucking pieces of shit. They go after people like us going, oh, these guys are drama farming. When meanwhile,
you know what?
you all...
honest. No, we're honest.
What? Well, yes.
We're honest about it.
Well, yes.
We are drama farming. But you know what? We actually are doing more of what's righteous than what you guys are.
Yes.
Because we were blowing the whistle. We were sounding the alarm. There's something not right here. Won't somebody intervene? Won't somebody do something? And every one of you LawTube bums didn't lift a single fucking finger to help this fucking family.
And now we're
to help the children.
Look,
to help. No, we're the pieces of shit
now
for laughing at him, exposing it, telling him to get fucking help. And there were speeches that I gave during this Ricada arc where it was like real, like come to Jesus, fire and brimstone preaching. Ricada, you have children. Ricada, you can't do this. Ricada, we care about you. Don't fucking burn it all down. And he didn't fucking listen.
Yeah.
He refused to listen. And even still, he defends his behavior. Even still, he's completely coping. He's telling all of you, me, you, everybody, you didn't see what you saw. You know,
they did field tests. They did field tests.
They field tested it positive for cocaine.
And
an ounce of cocaine.
But Ash, hear how bullshit this is. They go, we're covering it, so we're pieces of shit for covering it. When meanwhile, they're doing speculation. What the f is LawTube? That's all you guys do is watch other people suffer and cover it. Shut the f up. You do the same shit. That's your job. That's your job.
That's what they do. That's what they do.
How about this? Oh, f***ing when Amber Heard, that case. Amber Heard before she was guilty.
Hold on, though.
Oh.
Like, shouldn't they have said that they deserve their privacy?
Right?
Shouldn't they have said, like, hey, don't these people deserve their privacy, even though she's shitting in the bed and cutting off this guy's finger?
But guys, it was a bad moment. It was a bad moment in their lives.
But we can't cover the polycule. We can't cover the cocaine, the ketamine, the child abuse, physical or sexual abuse. God only knows what the fuck is going on. We can't cover that. But you guys, it's totally okay.
Oh, the Rittenhouse trial, right? The Rittenhouse trial, making fun of all the, and I agreed with them, with LawTube, all the people who were against Rittenhouse, but they weren't fucking like I didn't see you guys care. You made jokes, all this stuff, and that's fine. But we
why have to be reverent. No, why? But Nick Rekieta is a saint. He's a king.
He's a scumbag.
He did nothing wrong. And what's gonna happen? He's gonna come back. He's gonna say the police planted these drugs. He's gonna say he's like O.J. Simpson. This is a conspiracy against him for speaking out against Biden, for speaking out against elected officials. Everybody in LawTube's gonna give him a break, say, of course, he never did any drugs. He didn't have a problem with alcohol. He didn't endanger his children to the point that the pastor at the church felt the need to step in. No, this is all Joe Biden's doing. This is a satanic pedophile cabal. Do you understand that the actions that Rekieta is doing are very similar to the actions that we accuse the satanic cabal of doing?
Yeah!
Like, the guy is swinging in a polycule, doing Hollywood lines of cocaine, going down K-holes on ketamine. Who knows if he's injecting this shit, doing the brown. He's mixing cocaine with fucking gunpowder. He's going to weird, like, hedonism events to have his wife get fucking blacked. Like, really? We're actually, like, this is what's gonna happen. It's gonna be pivoted to, it's the Illuminati trying to put Rekieta down. He was an innocent, wholesome family man. And this is just it's all his own actions. It's all his own behavior. The Illuminati didn't make him go to the sodomy barn. The Illuminati did not make him put on the fucking Baldo. Joe Biden didn't make him snort that cocaine. Do you understand? Joe Biden didn't force him to store his guns all over the fucking place and fire them off like a crazy fuck in the middle of the night. But this is the defense that we're gonna get. This is the defense. It's gonna be the craziest, wildest conspiracy ever. I'm telling you right now, there'll be no plea deal. Rekieta will fight this to the bitter end in the court of law to try and prove his innocence. He will gaslight his audience, tell you to reject the reality that your own eyes have seen, to reject the testimony that Aaron's about to give tonight, to reject the testimony that Sean's gonna give tonight of seeing one of his friends spiral and go down the fucking shitter and mentally deteriorate at the hands of substances. He's gonna tell you to just totally close your... You didn't see that. You didn't hear that. Don't believe your lying eyes. Instead, believe the Pope of LawTube. Well, we don't believe you because you're a lying sack of shit. You're an arrogant Baldo-selling bum, and you're gonna be exposed tonight badly.
Nice.
And you're gonna be exposed tonight bigly. And I just hope that in some way this helps the family that he's shafted, because he really has shafted them. And what's fucked up is when a 400-pound Canadian and an ex-cokehead and Andy give more of a fuck about your children than you do.
For real!
You understand? Mr. Medicare was, I honestly, last night, guys, if you listen to Jim, he sounded on the verge of tears.
Or at the end? The last 20 minutes?
Honestly, I kind of think he was, like, tears were coming from his eyes.
We might have to watch the end of the show, that last 20 minutes, bro.
That's how much he cares about you and your family. But you don't. You don't. The only thing you care about is drugs. The only thing you care about is booze. The only thing you care about is sexual degeneracy and gooning and pushing it to the next extreme and the next extreme and the next extreme at the cost of everything around you, because you're a degenerate, drug-addled fucking bum of a human being.
No.
You are no better than the junkies that the rest of us step over on the fucking sidewalk. You've given it all away for that next hit. And guaranteed right now, folks, he's still not sober.
No way.
He still hasn't checked himself into rehab. Because if he was to check himself into rehab, it'd be an admission of guilt. Sir, you're guilty. There's no way around it. You're dead to fucking rights. They have you with an ounce of cocaine. They have you with 8 ketamine pills. They have you with with gunshots going off in your house.
Mysterious
With
brown
scales
substance.
in your house. April's probably already turned state and is going to testify against you that you were selling coke. You're gonna have to weave the most batshit insane conspiracy imaginable to try and make this go away. And guess what? It's not. You're guilty. You're guilty as f***. And you know what you should do? You should go to rehab. You should show some contrition. You should show some remorse and hope that the judge that you called a stupid bitch, both to her face in an elevator years ago.
Wait, I didn't hear about that.
Yes, he's called this judge a stupid bitch to her face in the past because his clients have lost in front of this judge. This judge who you just on live stream were talking about, pussy, alcohol juice.
Pussy juice.
Pussy juice, the most demented shit I've ever heard. Calling her stupid and dumb and she doesn't understand the law. You understand, she's in charge of this case. You're not winning. You're gonna lose. You need to plead out. You're not going to. You're gonna fight this to the bitter end because you can never, ever, ever admit that you're wrong. And you know what's gonna happen after Aaron tells his truth tonight? Instead of Rekieta just shutting his fucking mouth and accepting it and fighting it in the court of law, he'll fire it up. He's gonna respond and he's gonna be pissed off. And we're gonna have a situation very similar to Vickers versus Ralph. That's what we're gonna have.
At a bigger scale, at a way bigger scale.
On a way bigger scale.
Yeah.
It's gonna be an absolute cluster, folks. So strap yourselves in.
He's here in half an hour.
Strap yourselves in. He's gonna be here in a half hour.
Yeah. Thanks, Ash. An amazing rant in the background there. I was talking with Aaron and with Flake, making sure all the mics were set up proper, the cameras. We're all ready to. And he the way he was DMing me, he's like, Andy, we're going for it. We're going all the way. He's like, and he even said, he goes, by the way, if while talking with about the kids I cry, please don't call me a. But no promises there. Listen, sorry. So I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Obviously.
I'm not here to call him names.
Me either. No, I'm just joking. Yeah.
But I'm here to just burn Rekieta down.
It's about time.
Because it's time. You know, he really sowed the wind. He's gonna reap the whirlwind on this shit.
Yeah. No, he has.
It'd be one thing if he'd shown any remorse at all. He should already be in rehab.
Yeah.
Instead, he's drunk and high. And you can sit there and cope. No, he's not. He's really taking this seriously. No, he's not.
Well, by the way, Ash, you know what's really funny? I have to say to you from the last show, I'm sorry. I was doubting you hard on the last show. I was like, this has to be his rock bottom. At least don't respond. You don't want to f yourself up in court. I understand. At least just shut the f up. But to come out and go, you're all pieces of shit. You. Your rehab.
You know nothing of the
situation.
You
know nothing. How about you shut the f up and log off for a second? But you were like, no, guys, this is not his rock bottom, and you were right, ladies and gentlemen. I was doubting it though. I was like, there's no way.
His rock bottom when he's still got all that money in the bank.
True.
He still has the house to live in. Yep. He still has probably his drug dealer connection that he can get drugs from. He's definitely not going to provide that to the police to help himself. You know.
Yeah.
You know, he's still got an ability to buy booze. And so he's just going to keep drinking. He's going to keep doing drugs. And people have said, oh, well, the conditions say he can't. Well, he's either going to be violating those conditions or apparently, and I don't know how much truth there is to this, and maybe Sean later on will shed some light to this.
Sean will be here soon,
but if Rekieta spent the full $50,000 and didn't use a bondsman, then those conditions not to drink and use drugs aren't on him, apparently. So I'm going to assume he did do that, went $50,000 out of pocket on his bail bond, and he's drunk as out of his mind doing drugs right now. And that's why he's battling with random people on Instagram.
He's on drugs right now watching.
Just echo Jim, like, is it worth it? Is it worth it to fight with these random people on Instagram? How about instead of fighting with those random people on Instagram, you'd spend that time getting clean? How about you spend that time apologizing to the family members that you've inconvenienced and embarrassed? How about you spend that time going into church today and apologizing to the members of the congregation and speaking to them and expressing your penitence? How about you spend that time checking into rehab? There are about 1 million more productive things you could be doing than arguing with random people on Instagram that don't matter at all. But he has to be right. He can never be wrong. And he can never just take it, even from some random loser on Instagram.
By the way, real funny too. So you were talking about earlier how you had your speeches about, to Nick in between our jokes and calling him out. We were like, you were very honest and like, you have to repent and da-da-da. And me, as an ex-coke user, I was like, this will ruin your life. You have to stop now. Trust me, you could do it. Da-da-da-da. We were very like motivational. But how about this, Nick? The people that you hung out with and let enable you, Dick Masterson, Ethan Ralph, all these fucks, they're all laughing at you now. How does it feel that you didn't listen to us because you thought we were a fucking bunch of Canadians, and listen to your buddies who, the minute you were arrested, fired up a stream and went, ha ha, fuck
they
you,
laughed at you.
Fuck you, couldn't be me, couldn't be me. Ralph instantly, I mean, who's shocked? Who is shocked? No one.
Put that
we
knife
are
in your back.
Instantly. If you listen to the two assholes who were giving you good advice, look, we are assholes. I'm not fucking lying about that, but we're assholes who speak a little bit of truth within our assholeness.
Well, I'd say a lot of truth.
A lot of
the reason why a lot of the commentary on this show hurts so much to the people who are on the receiving end of it is because it is true. We have 24 minutes, so let's try and get through some of the previous day's events just to refresh people who might not be familiar. So let's go into the Ricada Fox 9 article folder.
Okay. Oh, let me share that to you. Yep. I have it open. Let me just share it to you. 1 sec. I was just talking.
And we'll go over this briefly. We'll go over some of the pictures from the bail hearing. Now, we weren't originally going to watch the entire bail hearing because it's like of dubious legality. However, Darkside Phil has reacted to the entire arraignment hearing. Yes.
Let's go!
I think we have no choice but to risk it for the biscuit.
Sheesh.
And at some point, either tonight or tomorrow, watch Darkside Phil's reaction. And I've watched some of it. It's so good. He's so smug. He's like, it's only been 2 weeks, guys, and already he's been arrested. Darkside just dabbing.
Oh, shit.
Just dabbing on his grave. So here's the headline. Nick Ricada. I love just how his name rather is right in the headline.
Yeah.
So anytime people search him up, I wonder if I should go on that show. This'll pop up. Nick Ricada, Minnesota lawyer and YouTuber facing drug charge, blames unknown man named Jim. Amazing that Fox News got the whole story, that he's blaming Mr. Medicare for his problem.
Yeah.
Great reporting from Fox. Let's go into the article here. Let's see if we can zoom in.
Yeah, hang on. Let me just...
Yeah, there we go.
I got
Minnesota-based lawyer and online legal analyst Nick Ricada is facing a drug charge in Candiyohi County. Ricada was arrested Thursday alongside his wife Kayla and a fellow online personality. Prosecutor, and isn't that how it is with this whole thing, by the way? Is still April's just a fellow online personality to Ricada.
I think
some
she's
random. Yeah. Anyway. For second-degree possession, child endangerment, and a gross misdemeanor firearm charge. Go to the next slide.
Dude.
According to the charges, law enforcement attempted to execute a search warrant on May 23rd at Ricada's home in Spicer and was greeted by a girl at the front door who would not let them inside. So Ricada then, so this is how it happened. Now, this is kind of convoluted, the timeline. Apparently, there is body cam footage, and it may or may not be released next week. So we have that to look forward to. Because there have already been requests for it, And if Rekieta goes to trial, I think it certainly will be made public, but we'll have to see. But essentially what happened is Rekieta was out of the house. He was driving home. The officer apprehended him. And basically, there was officers at the house, and there was an officer with Rekieta. Rekieta got home. They told him to give the code for the door.
Yeah.
As the little girl was at the door refusing to open it, Rekieta refused to give them the code, even though he was shown a valid warrant.
He threw it on the floor. He threw it on the floor.
So we'll get there, and then they broke down the door. But after Rekieta refused to provide the door code, law enforcement used a door ram to get inside and found Kayla M. Holte and 4 juveniles inside. So this means one of Rekieta's children was missing, which is interesting as to where that child was and why. We don't know, we can only speculate. But law enforcement proceeded to search the master bedroom and bathroom, where they found a variety of drug paraphernalia, including 3 small baggies that tested positive for cocaine, 8 green tablets that tested positive for ketamine, a digital scale, and several other items that tested positive for cocaine.
Jesus.
Authorities found a 6-hour assault rifle with several magazines and loose ammunition underneath the bed, a spent shell casing on the bedroom floor. They located additional firearms and ammunition in the garage. Police took Rekieta and his wife into custody, and he told law enforcement that he and his wife stayed in the master bedroom, where law enforcement claimed to find most of the drug paraphernalia, but allegedly refused to answer questions about the cocaine, according to court records. Before his arrest, some online users had raised concern about Rekieta's health this week, sharing a clip of him appearing to doze off during a stream. Well, I don't know if it was him dozing off, or if it was him jerking off, him getting sucked off, or what. But it was quite the clip. It was.
I love how, like, we're the crazy ones for our theories, but it's like, is everyone watching the same clip? They're like, it looks like he's just like having a little seizure. I'm like, anyway. Here we go.
Law enforcement noted Rekieta had several injuries to his arms at the time of arrest. They described the injuries as sores that are common with controlled substance users. So was he actually injecting shit? Was he injecting heroin? Was he mixing the cocaine with gunpowder and injecting it? Like, what the was this guy doing? Like, seriously. And then we're still being told, oh, don't worry, he didn't do anything wrong.
Or did he fire,
totally functional.
Like in the backyard, fired off a round and brought in the casing? Like, what happened?
This is Kayla. This is the mother of 5 children, housewife, homemaker, Christian, laid low, made into a dirty crackhead junkie. That's Kayla. Just looking like any common, like, crackhead thief off the street. Next slide.
You know, someone said in her comments that she looks like she's already spent 10 years in jail.
Yeah. No, for real. She looks like she spent serious time. Look at her here, wiping her filthy fucking nose in the county orange.
No. And
there's
look at
the
this.
charge: neglect. Child knowingly permit physical/sexual abuse. Now, this charge could mean a number of things. Some people have said that it just means that she wasn't feeding her kids, or that she allowed her kids to get beaten,
Ash,
that the kids were exposed to drugs. Look at
the way you said that, though, that how people are saying, it just means she wasn't feeding their kids.
Yeah,
the
like, best case scenario is she wasn't feeding her kids.
Best case scenario is look at him here. Look at this guy. My gosh. Oh no, but it's fine. We're crazy.
It's going totally fine, guys.
We're nuts, guys. Oh, we have the Holte too.
And then there it is. April, this is what she said, that her charges were dropped and she's not an addict. She says someone else did this to me. So the betting public right now is betting that she is just completely flipped on the Recadas, that she's going to be testifying against them. She's going to create this narrative that Recada indoctrinated her into this, got her into the drugs. It's all his fault. They're really
He's gonna flip hard.
Well, do you know who else flipped on him? His own lawyer. So if we go to folder 3, we see that his own lawyer in the Montegraph case has snaked on him by just saying the truth. So his own lawyer is saying this. He says he drank hard with Jay Rushy and was blind to his addiction until it killed him. This is heavy shit.
Whoa.
He goes, I enabled it. I'll never forgive myself. Nobody will ever talk me out of it. And I miss him every day. If you're actually friends with Recada Law, then don't do what I did.
Oh
He
my.
followed up with another comment.
What the
He says, I'm not laying blame on anyone close to him. The only person I'm condemning is myself. Just trying to encourage anyone who can help him to do so.
Thank God.
You understand, when your own lawyer, who you're spending tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars on, comes out and says you have a fucking problem and people need to help you, maybe it's time to fucking listen. But no, of course not. Recada's got all the cope lined up.
But by the way, we're the assholes because we're covering this.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, yeah, for sure. Here we go. Here's Recada Law. It's on Insta, right?
Yeah.
I wish I could express that what people saw.
By the way, like,
Yeah.
notice how he immediately has a typo, but he's definitely not high or drunk.
Yeah.
Like, if you're being accused of being a drug addict, I would make sure, if you're gonna post to own the haters, which is not advisable, you shouldn't be posting anything at all. But if you are, make sure there are no typos in your epic post to own the haters, right? Because he says he won't go to rehab because it's an admission of guilt, right? But when you post shit with typos, to me, and you're accused of being a drug addict and having an ounce of coke, it looks pretty bad also.
Yeah.
I wish and could express that what people saw isn't what they think they saw.
Look at this. Obviously, Jay can't confirm about. He means I. It's
But
not
he
even
didn't
us. It's not even on the same
Obviously,
row.
Ja-
Not even the same row.
can't talk about my case yet. However, confirmation bias makes people see something they didn't actually see.
What the
It all is we're all such bitter, evil haters of man that we just want to see him as an alcoholic. We want to see him as a drug addict. We want to see him as a guy in a polycule. We want to see him as a guy who wears the Baldo. He didn't do any of those things. We're just seeing things. Now, mind you, Irate Gamer, who's a completely neutral observer, said he looked like a ghoul, like a skeleton. Like, you know what I mean? Like, anybody, like people who are just coming into it now, like normies that have been alerted to this, they all say the same thing. He looks like an alcoholic. He's speaking like an alcoholic.
Yeah.
It looks like an alcoholic. It talks like an alcoholic. Everybody around him says he was an alcoholic, but no. We didn't see what we think we saw. You know, when we saw them in the hot tub swinging, and Aaron's going to testify to all of this later, when we saw them swinging in the tub and then them Holties got divorced, we didn't see that. You just saw what you wanted to see.
When we
We're
saw-
all fucking delusional.
So when I heard the rocks in the nose, the tight breathing from like a straw, it sounded like the coke on his nose, and I was like, I'm pretty sure this is coke. And then we find out there was coke there. I'm still crazy. Oh,
We all saw something
yeah.
else.
Oh, yeah, no.
He wishes he could tell us more about it, and he appreciates the love and the support.
but
Okay.
yeah, right. Oh yeah, because you have
So,
uncivil law.
that's just the beginning of it, but that's like the framework for his defense, is that we need to deny reality and be gaslit by him into believing a whole other line of bullshit. Now, people comment on this, say you are in complete denial. You and your wife should be checking yourself into rehab, not fighting with people on Insta. And he goes, checking yourself into rehab. Tell me you don't understand the justice system without telling me you don't understand the justice system. Well, Recada, this only makes sense if you plan on fighting this all the way, that you're going to have a full jury trial on these charges. Because if you're pleading this out and you understand the legal system, you would know you would get a way better deal, a way less harsh sentence if you were to go to rehab. But you're refusing to go to rehab, which indicates to me that stupidly you're gonna fight all these fucking charges. You say, well, it's an admission of guilt. You are guilty.
Yeah.
They have you dead
They
to rights.
found the fucking drugs as they walked in.
Wait, I'm sorry, but Ricada, you're not.
But niggas took it, people took it serious. So now,
But
okay, then fuck it, then. All right,
But that's still fucked up that Andy's choosing your side and like not his own IRL side.
Bro, it's not fucked up. I've been knowing Andy for like probably like I've been knowing him for like a whole year, and it's not been on and off shit. I've been knowing him like I've been talking to him every day, like not every day, but I've been talking to him like frequently and shit. Like I've been knowing Andy. Like we don't know his situation with like Sway. Like I don't know what you're talking about. Like we don't know his situation. They probably just started talking again on some shit. Like we don't know. So like maybe he don't like has as close as him with him. Like, we don't know that shit.
You're right.
But, like at the end of the day, like. Bro, I don't got nothing against, like, I don't even talk about him no more. Like, when he gets brought up, I'm like, yeah, I don't talk about him, I don't fuck with him, but, like, let him do what he wants to do, I don't give a fuck at the end of the day, right? Also, if he wants to talk about, like, some fighting shit.
Black, you're not OJ Simpson, okay? Johnny Cochran is not gonna, if the Baldo doesn't fit, he must quit. That's not gonna happen. Your ass should have been in rehab yesterday.
Yeah.
For real. You should be in rehab right now, getting clean, getting sober, making a case to the judge that you should be able to see your kids. And if he really cared about his kids and he wasn't a selfish fucking douchebag, he'd be in rehab right now.
Right now.
He would be fighting to see his kids again. Instead, he's pretty much doing everything in his power to make it certain he won't see his kids again. But why would that be a surprise to anybody that he actually gives a fucking shit about his kids?
He doesn't care.
He doesn't fucking care about his kids because this is the junkie mentality. The only thing that matters to him is drugs. The only thing that matters to him is booze. The only thing that matters to him is his ego and being right. And so he's going to put that ahead of seeing his kids again.
Yeah.
And I'm going to be the one to say it. He's a disgusting fucking scumbag who resents his children for not allowing him to live the lifestyle he thinks he deserves, that of being a Hollywood celebrity cokehead. Bum.
You've been preaching it for years.
And I hear
now.
like all the Megan Fox, what's her name, from LawTube and others saying he's gonna do a Robert Downey Jr., that he's gonna turn his life around. You know what Robert Downey Jr. did? He went to rehab. He went to rehab and he got clean and he was penitent and he apologized and he ate a big bag of fucking shit over it.
And now look.
This guy wants us to eat the bag of shit. He wants Kiwi Farms to eat the bag of shit and say they're responsible, that Josh Moon is responsible, that Keno Casino is responsible, that Mr. Medicare is responsible, instead of just taking responsibility for his own drug habit. Do you know what I mean? For taking responsibility for not feeding his kids, taking responsibility for leaving his children in a dirty, disgusting, dilapidated drug den of a home. But it's your fault. You, the viewer at home, that laughed at him becoming a disgusting fucking loser, alcoholic bum. It's your fault for laughing at him.
Lockout.
Come on. Come on.
Ash, look at this. Right, just was sent by Malcolm X. Real Malcolm X. Look at this.
So Barnes, Robert Barnes, this crazy cunt, Robert Barnes, is saying that the entire raid was unconstitutional and an overreach. Nick can fight to get this thrown out. Do you know what? Even if it does get thrown, which it won't. It wasn't an unconstitutional raid. They had a warrant. Like, get ready, because this is all gonna be revealed. But even if it was all thrown out, we know that there was coke in the house. We know that he's an alcoholic. We know that he endangered his kids.
And Kay.
The house was filthy. There was ketamine. There was spent shell casings on the floor. We know what a fucking pathetic, worthless scumbag you are. And no matter what sort of slimy, shady, Better Call Saul lawyer you get in there to defend this and try and get it thrown out in a court of law, the truth is eternal. And the truth is what you will answer before God, the God that you claim to believe in, but clearly don't. You will answer before him in eternity, falling on your fucking knees as to how you could allow your children, your flesh and blood, your seed that came from you. You understand? They are you. How you let them go hungry, how you let them go neglected, how you let them grow up in a drug den with dirty sex mistresses, cheapening their mother's honor in front of them, Ricada. You still have to answer for that. You have to answer for it in the court of man now, and you'll answer for it in the court of God later. Whoa. But he doesn't give a shit. He doesn't give a shit. I just want to show you guys, this is the next slide. This person just is trying to speak reality to him. Your house was raided. Drugs were found. Your children have been removed from your care. You could possibly go to prison, wake up, and stop being a narcissistic loser. Both of you go to rehab. That's just the truth. That's just plain and simple and unvarnished truth. And instead of just reading that and recognizing how fucked up he is and checking himself into rehab, or reading that and just being like, well, I disagree, they don't know the situation, but I'm gonna move on and let the court settle it, he has to respond. Why? Why does he have to respond? And he tells him, eat shit.
We're all set.
You know nothing about the situation. You're a parasitic pile of garbage. Go f yourself. That's seriously what he said. You know nothing about the situation. Well, we have the police reports. We have the news reports. This person's probably been a fan of yours for years, that used to look up to you and respect you and enjoy your content. And they've slowly watched as you've deteriorated into the worthless monster that you are today. And you're gonna tell them that they know fucking nothing, to not believe their own lying eyes, and you're gonna call them a parasitic pile of garbage. Why?
But Ash,
because they cared about you?
Even before we saw the police report, before he was arrested, you could see it. You knew there was drugs in the house. You knew, like we knew. Like, it's not like he was like fully sober. It was, and then this happened and we're like, what the fuck? He was like sober. He looked well. He looked healthy. He looked like he was like not on drugs. Yeah. No, it's, you were on drugs the night before, coke on your nose. Next day, they found coke. 1 + 1 = 2 in the situation. Sorry. They're like, oh, wait. If he was sober, hadn't been drinking, hadn't been doing drugs, and then was caught and went like, guys, you don't understand what happened. There was someone over at my house and they left some shit. I'd be like, okay, it's more believable. No. We saw you deteriorate over time. Not like it wasn't like a snap of the fingers. From sober to crackhead. No, stop.
It wasn't just like, you know, one day he had a DUI, you know?
Yeah.
And this was one bad night where he made some bad decisions.
Exactly.
He was drinking, and he got pulled over and he got popped or whatever. It's not like
That's
he just
different.
had not like he had like an 8-ball on him or less.
You know, partied one night and was like, fuck, you know, like it was just like, I was tapped.
He had like a full ounce.
And scale.
Almost a full ounce with scales and
guns
paraphernalia
like, what the fuck?
and everything on it. He was deep into the lifestyle.
And we're gonna hear the story. Yeah,
he was deeper into that lifestyle than even you were.
By a lot. Way more. I was just buying like every now and then and smashing lines and drinking. I wasn't selling. I wasn't around kids. I didn't have guns and spent shells. I didn't have scales.
Did you have like some greasy, dirty mistress on the side that you were embarrassing your wife and children with?
I was screaming high out of my mind like a reef. And yes, and by the way, like, look, if you're watching and you party every now and then, I'm not even judging you. Have fun. be careful. Don't do drugs. I suggest don't do drugs. And if you have kids, knock it the out. It's over. Stop it. Just stop it. Look, if you're like 23, you're college, and you do a line, I'm not gonna be like, you're a horrible human being.
Well, and
no.
and let's be real too, guys. How do we know he wasn't dealing? Because somebody in chat's like, he was dealing. Why would he have the scales if he wasn't dealing? Why did he have multiple little baggies if he wasn't dealing? You know what I mean? Like, the thing is, when you're getting into these amounts of cocaine, you know, in order to help fuel the cost of it, you might start dealing on the side. And he would see no problem ethically with dealing drugs.
When you're partying with people and shit, and remember, he's heading to these sex clubs.
He had a funnel.
I just want us all to see on the board behind me. I think it's very important for people to know we are powerless over our addictions.
Yeah.
Very good lesson to learn.
Okay,
we are
already.
We need a power, what is it, greater than ourselves.
All right.
To help us
before we get into everything, why don't you let them know who you are, where they can watch your show, and all that?
Yeah.
I'm Aaron Imholt, the host of the Steel Toe Morning Show, or if you dislike me, the biggest cuck on the internet.
Okay.
Currently. No, boys, look, I know we're going to get into a lot of stuff, and I know I'm here to be Ray Liotta in Goodfellas, but I do have to say, and PPP has said it on multiple episodes, and Andy, I know you and I have talked. I think PPP's coverage of this, Ashton's coverage has been fantastic. I've laughed my fucking balls off when he's calling me a homosexual.
Well,
right.
And a degenerate and everything else. He's not wrong. I was all of those things. There's no, like, everybody's criticism. Those who don't like me, who go, oh, you were a degenerate, you went to this place. Yes, that's my whole point. I am guilty. I am working through this. I am working it off. I am paying it off. The problem I have is 3 other people who are involved in this will not admit their guilt and atone for what they've done wrong.
So, Aaron, can I just get you correct? You're going to admit today that you engaged in homosexual activities?
No, I did not engage in homosexual.
Okay.
Nick Recato licked my face 3 times, and it was always unasked for.
Okay.
So I'm just going to ask you, before we get into
Ashton, real quick. The only reason he licked my face is because I have a terrible habit of leaving Molly on my cheek. That's the only reason he licked.
Is that serious? He was trying to lick Molly off her cheek or what?
Here's the thing is, Aaron.
In this case, it's hard to tell what's what's a joke because it's so insane.
I have to be careful with you because you'll take it as serious.
No, Aaron, but everything is so degenerate that saying that's like, that's believable. It's not even like that exaggerated.
No, it really is. It really is.
Yeah.
Okay, so before we go into, because I kind of want you to give us like a chronological walkthrough of everything.
Oh, shit.
But before we do that, I want to ask you, what is the crying on the floor story? Can we hear the crying on the floor story?
The crying on the floor story. First of all, I should have been more specific. But the crying on the floor, well, is that different than the fix her story? Tell us both. Okay, the fixer story is this. Well, now we're gonna jump out of order and we're gonna get way ahead in the story, but all right.
Yes.
So, yes. I don't think it's any secret, and I've received messages from people saying, "How dare you reveal all this?" I'm like, I'm pretty sure you guys getting arrested revealed all this, but it's no secret that, people call it swinging. I would say it was just more straight up, just switching up.
Right.
More than anything else. And I did, look, whoever she is now, whoever she is when I'm not around, when I was around, I'll admit to you, boys, I did fall in love with the Kayla that was around me. Whoever this person is, whoever she was, and Nick would tell me himself, he would go, I've never seen her like this in years. There was something about the way her and I connected. There was shit we said to each other that we probably shouldn't have. But there was I just developed a very deep connection. April was, doing the substances she was doing with Nick, and I was not okay with it. Her and I fought about it a lot. When you confront people who are on those substances, they tend to call you a lot of shit that kind of fucks with you. And I started to kind of question my own, worth and sanity and whatnot. And when Kayla hears those kind of things and she comes up and she gives you a hug and she says, I just want to let you know you're a good man. Like, you're at such a low point when you're doing all this shit that's all it takes. And you're like, you know what? I'm going to cling to this person because they make me feel like I'm worth a shit. And she did that. I will say this, Kayla Ricada, for all her faults, for all this and whatever we may talk about, I really did develop a deep affection for that woman, and that was reciprocated. It's unfortunate the way things went. But I really did see that there's something in her that wants to be done with this. There's just no, I mean, in the position, in the situation you're in, there's no opportunity to actually do it.
May I ask you one thing? So you told me, and I'm pretty sure you said this on your show too, there was something about like you guys were like soulmates, like you had conversations about being soulmates.
We were in bed one night, and when Nick would be on his streams, April would be the corner demon. Of course, I think that's pretty much figured out by now. I'm not spilling any. But April would go down there, and you know, the sickest part about me and a level of degeneracy I'll cop to is I didn't want to be around my wife. I wanted to be around Kayla. So when those two went off and did their thing, it didn't bother me at all. And as a husband, that's disgusting. Right. That's degenerate. I think, as PPP said, you have to answer to men and God on shit like that. But that was just the way it was. That's the situation I was in. And I'm sorry, Andy, I'm jumping all over the place.
No, you're good.
Yeah, no. It's very enlightening, everything you're saying. It's fantastic. I mean, it's awesome. You're doing great.
Andy, you said the soulmate thing. That's
the soulmate thing. Yeah, but no, it's fine. It's unfolding the story. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
We were in bed one night. We were lying together, and she whispered to me, she goes, I think you're my soulmate. And I, you know, the way we were at the time, I said, you know, I agree. I feel that too. There was just such a deep connection there. It's a connection we definitely got chastised for by the other two parties.
How did they find out about that?
Not necessarily that. It's just the closeness. They
witnessed you guys getting closer and closer and falling in love.
Kayla was sleeping once, and April and Nick, we were in the bathroom where the safe and everything were discovered. We were in there, and I was sitting on a chair. I'm not going to say they sat me down, but I'm sitting on a chair, and the two of them are close to me, and they're going, do you understand that when you and Kayla talk to each other, nobody else can get a word in, and you don't even hear other people? It's like you're closed off in your own little world. And I'm sitting there going, well, based on what we're doing, guys, isn't that kind of the fucking idea? And they're like, well, Nick and I don't do that. I'm like, that's your fucking problem, not mine. Like, I'm talking to this person, I'm connecting with this person, I'd like to talk and speak to this person. I don't know what to tell you. There were always these weird rules. Like, you know, you play pickup basketball or pickup football, and some kid always wants to change the rules in the middle of the game. Like, now you gotta have 2 feet in bounds instead of 1. Yeah. That's kind of how it felt. Like, if Kayla and I got too far affront or forward, affection-wise or feeling-wise, then the other two had to slam on the brakes. And that included shitting on the other one to me, or shitting on me to her, or you know, Nick would always, you know, the thing that actually led me to ultimately leave one night, it was a Thursday night, 7 weeks ago. Nick started questioning me about where Kayla put her prescription pills one night. Nick, we were sitting up in the bed watching a movie, and Kayla was there, and she went to grab her sleeping pills, and she set them down on my leg. This was a couple nights before Nick confronted me about this. Well, I guess Nick got a hold of Kayla's phone and started reading her messages, and there were really affectionate, heavy messages from Kayla and I, and he didn't like that. And he starts texting me, and he starts going, where did Kayla put those pills the other night? I was like, what do you mean? She goes, did she put them on your dick? I'm like, what? When she set them down on the bed, did she set them where your dick? I'm like, no, I think she set them on my knee. I'm not sure. Like, I didn't know because I don't remember that shit because that's psychotic.
The pills loose? Was it the pills loose?
No. She has them like in
the case. Okay, in the case.
Like,
all right.
People who have to take medication do. And by the way, before anyone even asks, I only saw her, other than like cocaine and stuff, I only saw her take medication that was prescribed to her. I will say that.
Okay.
But he would start questioning me, and if I didn't know the answer to these things that happened a couple days ago, he'd start fucking freaking out on me like, you're a goddamn liar. Why don't you just stop fucking lying? And I'm just like, dude, I just don't know where your wife put her pill. I don't pay attention to this shit. Did you fuck her 2 days ago when you were watching that movie? Did you have sex that? I'm like, Sunday, Monday, I think maybe but then I would realize I would think to myself,
you fucked her, right?
Why do you think he was so threatened by you fucking his wife? Like, shouldn't he have been chill with it?
Those two are extremely codependent. And even though they're into, I think they were kind of bored with each other. And that's where April and I came along. And
was it accepted to have sex with her and vice versa? Like, was this like already like okay, guys, I get to her, you can get to her.
Let me take responsibility for something else.
Sure.
Well, April and I were on vacation in Las Vegas to watch the Vikings games and hang out with some friends.
Okay.
I did bring it up to her that I thought Kayla was very attractive. And my part of the degeneracy, my part of the weakness was it might be interesting to try this because we knew their reputation. Can you
walk me through like the decision process to opening your marriage?
The Wednesday night before we left for Las Vegas, we went out to dinner with the Ricadas. Now, we met them in October at the comedy show.
Okay.
That unfortunately Chrissy Mayer's father was murdered and she had to pull out of the show.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it was really sad.
Brutal, yeah.
Chrissy, a good friend of mine. Great.
Oh, she's great. Yeah, I love her.
She's wonderful.
So that was the one. Sorry to. It was the one where Nick performed that as well. You brought him in for that show. Yeah, okay, I remember that. Okay, and he told anyone if we covered that show, he would flag it and shit. But yeah, sorry, go ahead. So it was October.
I don't give a fuck. I think people who troll me recorded it and played it on their shows. Who fucking cares?
Yeah, I know. But okay, cool. Timeline, perfect.
So we hung out. We drank afterwards. It was fun. It was a good time. April and Kayla got along great. Nick was on Molly. He and I got along as well as we could. He was cool enough. Then we hung out the next day before they left town. We watched a movie in the morning. And then April would go to their land to hunt. April is a deer hunter. I would go sometimes. November's a little cold for me. I'm kind of a like that. And I would stop hunting around then. She would go to their land to hunt. I've thought about this as time goes on, as I've been away from it. I don't know if they introduced her to anything in that time period or not. I have no idea, but I have my suspicions now. But we went out to eat early December, probably like December 4th, I would think. And we went back to our place. And we all sat and watched a movie. I think it was Inglourious Bastards, actually.
So random. It's just
Django Unchained.
You're all Molly?
It wasn't Django.
It was a Tarantino.
You're all high on Molly? Like, let's watch some Tarantino.
No.
And that's where it begins.
No one there? Okay.
No high on Molly. We went to dinner. This was in December. We're watching a Tarantino flick.
Okay.
And Nick pulls out the little container that they call a bullet of cocaine. I learned so many cocaine terms, boys.
Let's go.
The last 6 months. It's wonderful. I know about drugs.
Yeah, a bullet, for anyone who doesn't know, it's like shaped as a bullet.
Hey, I'm 37 years old and I have 3 children and I did Molly for the first time. What a fucking cool guy.
Go, buddy. Let's go, buddy.
A degenerate sucker if they're ever.
No,
you want to tell people what a bullet is? I know what it is, but you go ahead.
Go ahead. You let us know.
Yeah.
So we're watching the Tarantino.
No, just tell people what a bullet is, because there's not.
A little container of cocaine, like you
easy access. You pull it out of your pocket, you go like that, and bang. Yeah.
Give yourself a little something.
A bump. Yeah, fast bump. Yeah.
Worski knows. I'm a fucking choir boy compared to you, buddy. I don't know.
Yeah, I know.
I'm from the Midwest. I drink beer.
I don't judge.
I don't fucking know. I drink beer and watch Timberwolves playoff games. I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about.
Let's fucking go.
So we're watching it. Hey, shut the fuck up, Ashton. No, I'm just kidding. No, we're watching the Tarantino movie, and Kayla and April start making out. Fun, cool.
Right.
Here's something that's got me thinking.
I can see it beginning that way, right? Like your wives start making out, and it's like it's cool, right? Because it's like lesbian action. It's hot.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
And that's what opens the door to it, right?
Yeah. And rubbing.
And I want to say, I respect your, I appreciate your respect as a man while I'm talking about that to have both your hands above the screen. I do appreciate it.
Exactly. We got it's a fire me up special.
You're a godly man. So they're making out. And here's what's got me thinking that I don't know if something happened before this while they were, while April was out there hunting or not. I don't think so, timeline-wise, but who knows? Nick goes to run his hands up April's thigh. And I go, whoa, 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 whoa. And he pulls his hand back real fast. Like, I'm sorry. I'm on Molly. I'm sorry. I didn't know. I'm like, all right, just making sure. So I start doing things to my wife while her and Kayla are making out. Nick starts doing things to his wife while they're making out. And then we break. They go in, Kayla and Nick go in one room. April and I are in the other. April and I both do a little bit of coke. Nick pours a little bit of coke out. April does some, I'm assuming for the first time ever, which she looked at me. She goes, is this okay? I said, I'd had one bump at a wedding when I was like 30 at that time. And I'm like, it's up to you. You're your own person. You can do what you want. Right. And then I did one bump and I'm like, God, I forgot. I really don't like this. It doesn't feel good when it goes. I just don't like shit up my nose. So we do that. April and I have sex. I'm assuming the two of them had sex. And when it's all done, I remember Nick was downstairs. April went downstairs. They're in the kitchen. Kayla comes into my room, comes around the bed, stands by me, and starts showing me like pictures of her family and telling me stuff about her family. Like, here's this person, here's that person, so on and so forth. And I'm like, I'm just kind of like, just because of everything that went on, I'm like, this chick, does she like me? Like, we're both married? Is this like a thing? I don't really get what
flirtatious energy.
I felt the flirtation, and obviously I thought she was an attractive woman. I'm not sitting here going, oh, this weird bitch is fucking talk. I was like, oh, it's all right. Okay.
So she was coming on to you right away.
I don't know. I'm terrible at reading.
That's the sense. That's
almost like a flirtation. Like the energy was there.
You were
not the words, but
right.
like you're near her, sort of like arms touching. Oh, look at this. Yeah.
We both just had sex. She's leaning over me. Yeah, it is a sexual energy.
Exactly. Okay.
So then April and I leave for Las Vegas the next day, and I am a little weirded out by what happened the day before, and I'm uncomfortable around my wife. But she's talking about this experience like, oh, that's kind of exciting, right? That was kind of fun. And I'm like, yeah, I don't really know what to make of it. I'm not against it. I'm not for it. I'm more in the realm of like, what the just happened? So then we get a day to think about it. Friday morning, we're in Las Vegas, and I go, she's getting ready in the bathroom. I go get her. I go, I want to talk to you real quick. And I was thinking about Kayla standing next to me, and I can't remember if she was naked or not, but I think she may have been topless. I can't remember.
And I just remember if she was naked or not.
Dude, when we get to all the stories, there's a lot of shit that's just gonna. Okay. It's just too much.
Right. He's not sure if it was that time or the next time. Like
my RAM is overloaded. Yeah. I can't process shit right. I really can't. Like, shit happens to me now.
And you're f***ed up too, right? Like, you're on drugs, drinking, all that stuff.
Sure.
Yeah, makes sense.
So, I talked to my wife, and we just had a talk about what happened that night, 2 nights ago. And we talk about what we'd like to do, and I'm like, we know their reputation, and I went, I think I'd like to try this. Like,
reputation. Could you
clarify? That started this was me. I asked the question first.
Was it the hedonism stories? Like, was that what the reputation you're talking about?
I didn't know about the hedonism stories. I just knew in general the Riquetas had swinger stories around.
Okay.
Like, is this a known thing in Minnesota? Like, locally, are they known for swinging, or are you going based off of like
internet lore?
The Kiwi Farms.
Okay.
Internet lore.
Okay. So you weren't surprised that.
Right.
Okay. Can you answer this for us just before we go any further on this?
Man.
Do you know if Drexel has had sex with Kayla?
I can tell you. I'll tell you that Kayla has told me no.
Okay.
I trust her on that, and I've never met Drexel. I don't.
You've never met Drexel.
Never met him. He was never at Riqueda's house in the 6 months I was there.
All right, back to the timeline of you opening things up and how we all got here.
April seemed way more gung-ho on it than I thought she would. So I was just like, All right, cool. That night,
Did that upset you? Did it upset you that she was so easily like open to it?
I feel bad saying no. I want to tell people this. If you're thinking of opening up the sanctity of your marriage, let me tell you something. You're fucking done.
Yeah.
You're done.
Yeah.
You don't want it anymore. You're bored, whatever. Subconsciously or consciously, you just want to fuck some strange.
Yeah.
That's what it is. And that's what it started out. That's what it started out as. That does not negate the feelings I told you that I developed for Kayla later, everything else. I don't want to disrespect her in that way. But
no, I don't want to be disrespectful to you, but do you think it had anything to do with April not like orgasming? Because she said you never made her orgasm.
Where that fucking story came from. Our sex life was fantastic. As everything else was fucking garbage, that was good until the last time.
She made that joke or something, and then Red Bar started talking about it. Yeah.
I made a joke on air. She's like, oh, not every woman comes every time from sex. And that becomes, oh, she doesn't come. And it's just like, I'm just like, you motherfucker. Like, she wasn't saying anything shitty. She wasn't bashing our sex life. But I looked at her and went, you know how the internet's going to take that.
And
right?
you were pissed. Yeah, you were like seething. Yeah.
Number one, I'm not saying I'm the greatest that ever lived, but I laid some good dick with this woman. And here she is saying this. And I'm like, she doesn't mean anything by it. But I'm like, you wonder, like, I think more in terms of like what people are going to say, whereas she just kind of says shit. Yeah. And I'm like, that's why she was so caught off guard when I was like, what the f are you doing? She's like, what? I didn't say anything. So and I'm like, no, people are going to take this the wrong way.
Yeah, I could see that. So are you saying, were you pushing more for it to be opened, or was she pushing more for it to be open? So you're saying
it's my idea.
This was your idea to open the relationship.
Yeah, this was my idea.
Okay.
And
but then she was open, and you were like, that was kind of quick.
She was a little bit too quick of a yes. And then we're talking to Nick and Kayla on the phone at dinner that night, and I'm like, all right. The first thing, actually, Las Vegas was the first red flag I got from this whole thing. Because as soon as we text them about this idea that I had, the first thing Nick did was, do you guys have the Signal app on your phone?
Whoa! What is this Signal app? What is it?
And I'm like, I have no idea what the that is.
Okay.
He goes, it's an encrypted messaging app.
What the fuck?
And I'm like, well, why can't we just text? No. Let's use the Signal app. And I'm like, well, there's nothing illegal about fucking each other's spouse. Like, I mean, we can fucking talk about this like adults, you know? Yeah, it was just weird. So we had to use this Signal app all the time. And I thought, I should have known, like, you're going to realize, I can see holier than thou, Ashton, the wheels turning already, going, these fucking degenerates, the judgment.
No.
You're right.
No, this is a judgment-free zone.
We've never judged anyone.
Oh, yeah.
It's a judgment.
We have a lunk alarm.
You know what? I got
until I hit the end call button.
Listen. Did you make Kayla come when you f***ed her?
Oh, we did very well.
How many times do you estimate that you made Lady Rackets moan your name?
Oh, Jesus.
How many times did you f her, do you think?
See, now I was talking to someone before we went on, and they prepped me. They said, Ashton's going to ask some hard-hitting questions.
Oh, yeah. Of course he is.
And they prepped me for some of them. One of them was, how many times did you guys have sex? I don't think.
Whoa, it was just
a lot. Dozens of times.
Like I said, I loved
hundreds.
This. I was obsessed with it. Hundreds? No, not hundreds.
Like 800?
In the like dozens to 100.
How many times a week?
At first, we always tried to keep it, or not tried to keep it, but it was always more spouses than other spouse. You understand?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So it'd be like a once or twice a week thing. I'd say at the peak, 4 or 5 times a week.
Did she suck your?
What are you, fucking gay?
Of course.
Yeah,
was
like,
there dirty shit like and shit?
Like that's what you do. You fuck. What am I? Not a gentleman?
Did she spit or swallow?
You know I will tell you this. Listen to me. As a man, and maybe people in the chat will say as a I see getting my sucked as a precursor to the main event. So
Yeah.
if I'm getting close, I'm getting my up. I'm like, no, let's get to it. I don't. So that
Right.
Was there toys involved at some points too?
Was she good? Was she good at sucking it, or what?
just a beautiful girl all around. She really
Yeah.
is. Just a lovely girl all around. I don't even say, no, look, you guys are giggling and everything. I don't say that as disrespect.
No, this is a crazy story.
No, like,
the story is
it's amazing.
This is like the greatest story.
You're like one of the best Howard Stern segments ever.
Yeah,
You're just nailing it right now.
Yeah.
You're killing it.
No. And let me just say, into the camera right now, save yourself, sweetheart. You know you're better than this.
Whoa. By the way, your
you
channel
use
is in the
the
links up there, by the way,
Yes.
everyone. Go sub to him, sub a Steel Tour.
Did you ever use the Baldo on Kayla?
I heard the Baldo described one time.
Okay.
Nick described it, and he tried to sell it.
Shut the f*** up.
Well, no, it's a thing where
Hey,
your
no,
balls become
tell
hard.
us.
Tell us, please.
No, tell us the time he tried to sell the Baldo.
He was like, no, you don't understand. The Baldo is this thing where it makes your balls hard. You can insert them, and then your can rub against their, and it can actually be very stimulating. I'm like, you know what else is stimulating? The shit out of somebody. You can just someone. You don't have to shove your balls inside them.
So he used the Baldo? He did.
I don't know. I cannot confirm.
But he's trying to sell
Or
you on
not.
it privately, so he for sure did.
Maybe he just believed in the product.
Okay, yeah.
I don't.
Now, did you, in the course of any of this, did you ever see Rakita's wang?
I never. I've seen it flaccid in passing.
Are you bigger than him?
I will say this. I will say it's close. I don't think I've seen it firm, so I don't know.
Flaccid in passing, where? Walking out of the hot tub, through the kitchen after fuck, like what? Describe to me.
It would be kitchen after.
Oh, what kitchen after fucking? I was right. Second guess, Ash.
What would you get from the fridge after?
Here's what I remember. Here's what I remember about our.
What was the post-coitus meal?
I'll answer the question like this. I remember one of the girls, I can't remember which one it was, when we walked in the kitchen, we didn't know each other were there. And one of the girls said, she goes, both of my guys have great. And I was like, thank you very much.
Wow.
Put it in my pocket and call her a day. That was April who said that, actually.
Wow. So, did he use the Baldo on April, you think?
I don't know. I didn't want to know. I didn't fucking care. I was with my sweet Kayla.
Wow. So, do you feel like straight up the love was reversed between you and Nick and April and Kayla? So did he fall more in love with April than he did with Kayla?
Yes, 100%.
So it was like a full on.
I'm not sitting here going, Kayla and I were so in love and those two hated each other. They kind of.
It's like switched almost.
They kind of fought and tipped with each other more than Kayla and I did. But I think the feeling was there, like it was with Kayla and I. I think both of us, I think all of us were tired of the other person. I know April was tired of my nagging about drugs. I know that Nick and Kayla had been unhappy for a long time. And I was
did
really.
Kayla express any of the reasons why she was unhappy in the marriage to you?
She feels like Nick gaslights her. She feels like Nick, when she has a concern, Nick has a habit of turning it around and making it look like she's doing something wrong, to the point where she gets very frustrated. And Nick's not he's don't get me wrong, but he's not a dumb guy.
No.
If that makes sense.
Yeah.
No.
He makes some of the dumbest fucking decisions and says some of the stupidest shit of any human being I've ever fucking met in my life, and it's infuriating, but he's intelligent, if that makes sense. So with someone like Kayla, if he can be domineering over someone and he can overtalk them, they can kind of convince someone who's not as convicted as he is that they're in the wrong and he's in the right. And that would happen with Kayla a lot.
Yeah, he's smart.
Did
He's
you,
smart at setting up the gaslight. Like the.
Can you
yeah.
like point to an example? Like, did you ever see this happen in real
Oh,
life?
God. Should we do the fix her story? So the fix her story. You guys got time, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, we got all the time in the world for you, bud.
All you,
So
man.
the fix her story. Nick and Kayla are screaming at each other in the bathroom. And I think I'm in the bedroom. I think April, I don't know where April is during the fix her story. I think April and I were in the bedroom. April and I were in the bed. Nick and Kayla were fighting. There was always drama. I always described the relationship between the four of us as we went from disaster to disaster, drama to drama. It was an intensely frustrating, stressful place to be. And I think it's because 3 people were on coke and one of them most of the time wasn't. And that's a frustrating spot to be for me. So Nick and Kayla are shouting, screaming at each other. I mean, frighteningly. They would have these knockdown drag-outs. I mean, just nasty fights. Some of them would end with Nick walking around hitting himself in the head like a fucking ape. This one in specific, Nick and Kayla are yelling at each other. Nick comes storming out of the bathroom. I hear Kayla crying. Nick points at me. This really upset me. Nick pointed at me and he goes, "Go in there and fix her."
What did he mean?
Yeah, because you.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Go in there and fix her.
Whoa.
So I go in there and she's on the floor crying, basically in a ball crying. And I comfort her and I talk to her a little bit, and it's just, I mean, I don't know the specific conversation because these all run into each other. A variation on, you know, he's gaslighting me. I'm so frustrated. Nobody understands me. Nobody can see me. Nobody can hear me. That's how we got close. Is one of the things she would always say to me, and I would say to her, she would look at me as she wouldn't want to talk about what was wrong. And I would start going, well, is it this? Is it, I understand maybe you feel this way, blah, blah. And she would look at me with tears in her eyes. She would go, you speak my thoughts. And that would touch me. That really, like, I'm not, like, you guys are going to find, I'm not some fucking monster who's here to just rat people out.
Oh, obviously.
This touched me. This meant something.
Yeah.
So in the fix her thing, I go in there, I talk to her, and it's just they're fighting. And then Nick comes back in and they start yelling at each other again. Now I'm in between the two of them. This is remarkably uncomfortable. I'm not high. They're high, or at least he's high. And they just start fighting. Literally, I'm in between the two of them. Kayla leaves. Nick pours out the 2 biggest fucking rails of coke I've ever seen in my life. And granted, I haven't seen that much, but bigger than what they usually do. And just rips them back to back. To the point, well, he and I were still friends at this point. Literally stopped, put my hand on his shoulder. I said, buddy, are you sure that's okay? Because he had just done some before that. I said, buddy, are you sure that's all right? I don't want your fucking heart to explode in the fucking bathroom here. Nick always had this way of WebMDing his shit to explain it away. He would go, no, well, what you don't understand is no matter how much I'm doing right now, it doesn't get me more high. It takes time for it to process and come down. And I'm like, that doesn't make any fucking sense. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about a stimulant supercharging the fuck out of your heart and you dropping dead. Like, no, it's fine.
Was he actually showing you shit online? Was he actually showing you stuff online?
No, he had an encyclopedia of bullshit.
So he acted I already looked at this up. I searched this already.
One time I asked him, because this was late. This was probably a week or two before I bailed. I confronted him. I said, dude, I know her and I aren't on the best of terms right now. This is when she was out. I was ready to file, like, just about over. Like, April and I crossed the Rubicon already. There was no going back. But I did still care. And I'm like, dude, she's doing a lot. It's like every day. And you guys are drinking a lot. Like, even Kayla came to me once and she said, Aaron, you need to talk to Nick or April because our liquor bottles are disappearing very quickly around this house. I said, okay, talk about it. I talked to Nick. I go, and I didn't really want to talk about the booze. I was more concerned about the coke. That's what scared the shit out of me. And I said, the cocaine use, dude. Let's talk about it because it's not good. We need to cut back on that shit a little bit. And he gave me this reason. He said, well, Aaron, what you don't understand is, understand how like people with ADHD, the stimulants they take allow them to pay attention better because their attention span goes up like this with the stimulant, and it meets their demand for the, you know. So he says about cocaine, he goes, well, Aaron, you see, sometimes our minds can only handle this much stress, but we have this much stress. So when I do cocaine, it elevates my body's ability to deal with stress to here, so I can then deal with the stress I face. And I remember just going to him, I go, that's total bullshit.
What was the stress? What was the stress that he, like, what was he mentioning? Like, what was the stress? Was
Andy,
the kids?
what you don't understand is this man was streaming at that point 1 or 2 days a week.
Okay.
He had a trust fund.
Yeah.
And that's very stressful.
Oh, yeah. Oh, man. Life's tough, bud. Life's tough.
I want to ask.
There were some times with Nick where, as the son of a fucking baker and a lunch lady, I was like, you entitled c-. Like, just fucking man up and handle your shit.
Yeah.
Like,
So I got to ask, like, what, because you were there a lot or a fair amount. What is like a day in the life of Rekieta? Like, is he mostly high, like, all the time?
I can tell you what I saw from time to time. Again, everything I'm telling you, I don't want to get into speculation. Everything I'm going to tell
Whatever
you
you
guys,
saw. Whatever
Is
you saw.
firsthand,
and I
yeah.
Amazing. Thanks.
While I too, again, let's remember, while I too was being a degenerate, going outside of his marriage, scandalizing his relationship, scandalizing his children, all of these terrible things, being a bad father, being a bad husband. But a day in the life was this. I would get up. I'm an early riser. I do a morning show. I would get up on a weekend, 6, 7 o'clock in the morning. And I would just sit and stare at 3 passed out people.
Oh, okay.
That's it.
I would just go, all right, what are we going to do? I'd go take a shower or something. We'd kill some time. And then I kind of wake everybody up and like, hey, can I go get breakfast? I remember one common thing with this relationship was that I was the one who was always going, hey, can we go do some shit? Hey, can I go get this? Can I go to... I was...
You fed the kids, right? You
I
fed
wanted
them
to get out of the fucking house and do some shit.
Wait, where were the kids during all this, by the way?
They would wake up later, but they would still come and knock on the bedroom door.
Whoa.
By the way, we slept 4 of us to a bed.
What the?
Like, we all slept in the same bed.
Yeah,
I would sleep with Kayla. Nick would sleep with April.
Okay.
Okay, so that was the sleeping
That was the sleeping arrangement. Was April and I on the ends, Nick over by April, Kayla over by me. So sometimes in the morning, the kids would knock on the door and say either I'm hungry or this or that. I would say more times than not, I would go out and I would get them some food, something like that, because everyone else got up a little later than I did. Then there would be times where there would be fighting in the bedroom, or, you know, people were doing whatever they were doing in the bathroom, and someone would want something, and I would, more often than not, it was usually me who went and got it. I was just not into, like I said on my show, I did coke 3, maybe 4 times in total the entire time. Probably 4 lines, 4 bumps in total the whole time I was there. I did develop an affinity for Molly. It just seemed I wouldn't drink.
Pills
and I would,
or powder?
I hate powder. I hate it. One time they had me do the licking thing.
The licking thing, yeah.
And, like,
You
so
wanted
every
more
time after that,
control.
I had Nick use papers and wrap it in like pill form, and I would take it that way. I preferred it that way. And what I would do is I just wouldn't drink that night. I'd pound water and Gatorade, and I would chill because everything was so dramatic and everything else. I would have fun. I would enjoy myself.
Yeah.
But I'd still realize, holy shit, dude, you're 37 years old and you're a father of 3. Cut the fucking shit. So after about half a dozen times of that, done with that too.
So let me ask you, what was the general sense, do you think, of how aware the kids were that their parents were on drugs all the time?
I don't think they knew. I don't think they knew.
Really?
I don't.
How about the sense of 2 people? There's a new couple in the bedroom sleeping with them. Like, no one, even the high school kid wasn't like, what the f is going on there?
That I can definitely, I would say, if I'm just putting myself in their shoes, they're thinking, that's fucking goofy.
Yeah.
You know, like that's a little bizarre.
How old was the oldest one? How old was the oldest one?
Am I telling any tales on a school here if I...
No, it's known. The oldest kid was 16, right?
Okay.
So he knows something's happening. Like, let's...
Yeah.
You know, like, you're 16, your parents...
Every single one of those 5 kids, angels. Every single one of them, great kids.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, they had to know. I mean, it's
You're 16. Your parents are sleeping with 2 other people daily, and there's like,
Strangers.
you know.
Let me ask you this: how were you introduced to the kids? Is it like this is Uncle Aaron and Auntie April? Or this is...
Mr. Aaron and Mrs. April.
Right, and that was like, what was the official story as to why you were around all the time?
Friends, just really good friends.
Right. Okay. Were there any other friends that would come around, or were you the only ones in this arrangement at this time?
No.
Do you know if anybody else?
Hey, maybe that's what Nick meant by aggressively monogamous.
Do you know if he had done this with any other couples? Did he tell you, like, don't worry, we've done this with somebody else before?
You know, this is a really funny story. One time we were at my house, and you know, I only have my kids 50% of the time, so it was easy to come to our house when there were no kids. And that was important to me. Yeah, f it, we'll get into it later.
Yeah.
With the couch story. But as far as the swinging experience and this and that, Nick and Kayla sat April and I down probably about a month and a half, 2 months into what we were doing. And they went, guys, I feel terrible. I feel like we've lied to you. We have a little more experience with this than we let on. And they talked about some of their experiences in Jamaica and this and that and some other things. And we're like, April and I are looking at each other and we go, yeah, we've read the internet. We kind of know this already. It was really weird because April and I were like, yeah,
Can you get into some of the details of what exactly he said when he sat you down for this?
He did tell me a story about he and Kayla were excited to get into it with other couples. But unfortunately, because of his consumption of cocaine and Molly,
he was soft.
He was soft.
Kayla was able to perform. Nick was not.
So,
and that was a very traumatic experience.
And this was with a black couple.
I don't know. I have no idea.
Jamaican.
Most likely.
This is all
was this at hedonism, or is this a different?
This was the resort. Yeah.
Wait, so you're telling me some guy is banging f***ing April and Kayla?
But no. He's banging. So
Kayla and sorry, his wife, like the gentleman's wife, and Kayla. Sorry, not
There's
April.
a gentleman balls deep in Rekida's wife,
and his wife.
Rekida tries to get into the other guy's wife.
But he can't. So then both women have to go on.
What happened? Did he get laughed at in that circumstance?
No, I remember him saying, I will say this, guys. And look, I don't like the guy. As I look back on my time with him, it's worse because I think there was a lot of manipulation and shit going on. But I will say this. He did say it was a genuinely traumatic experience for him. And of all the things I'm going to talk about tonight, I really do feel a little bad for sharing that.
Do you know if he tried to use the baldo after he was limp, or?
I don't know.
Because maybe this is why the speculation is like maybe like this is why he would use the baldo, as he had a recurring issue of being soft.
I can only speak to a couple times where I've.
Did you see him personally fail to perform and be soft with April?
You did.
You did.
One time.
Whoa.
Now wait a minute. I'm not saying there were not times, especially at the beginning for me. I will cop to this personally, where it's a weird thing, it's a weird sexual thing you're into, and there will be some performance anxiety.
Right.
And you need a little help. I will admit to that happened to me a couple of times. 100%.
Was he popping like Cialis or
Viagra?
Was it Cialis or Viagra and stuff?
Once in a great while. I will say again, because at the very beginning, I was like, I'm really anxious about this shit. I just want to make sure that if I have any problems, you know, I've got an in case of emergency break glass. And I purchased some things. Right. He already had them.
He already had
them.
A known issue.
Yeah.
And I think when you do cocaine, you gotta have that back.
Yeah, whiskey and shit. Yeah, whiskey, dick. Yeah. Okay.
So there was it's probably one of my favorite moments with the beautiful Kayla Rekida. We were at our home. Of course, no kids. And we had gone out that night. We came back, and Kayla and I, we were upstairs in my bedroom. And this was such a high schooler, fucking gay and romantic, queer thing that happened. We would have sex, and then we'd run out. It was February. It was winter time in Minnesota. We'd run out onto my deck. We were very hot. We were very warm. And we would run out into the snow, jump into the snow, make a snow angel, and run back inside. It was just this funny gay thing that we did. Laugh. Go ahead and laugh.
No,
laugh.
it's amazing.
Gay.
So you and her, it was so romantic. You guys are doing
Lovely.
snow angels together in the yard.
And then April.
Isn't that nice?
I said a story like this, like fucking a few months ago when I was drunk. I did that before, so don't worry, it's all good.
We do that. That's not the fun part of the story. The fun part of the story comes when April comes upstairs, as Kayla and I are making all kinds of noise and making snow angels and just being complete homos. April comes upstairs and she goes, "Guys, Aaron, yeah? Do you have anything for Nick? We're having problems."
That must have felt good for you.
No, I will tell you this, Ashton. Dude, I felt like shit.
No, you didn't.
I really did. At that time, no,
okay,
now
okay.
I think it's fucking awesome. Like,
fair.
But it's also like, but it's also like there, but for the grace of God, go I. Like, I know early on when we started, I needed a little help because it was degenerate and uncomfortable and anxious. I was anxious, blah, blah, so on and so forth. But this was well into things. I mean, this was just a guy probably drank too much and did a little too much. And I go, I mean, yeah, here you go. And then it turns out nothing ever happened that evening. Meanwhile, Kayla and I are just going to town. I think we made 2 or 3 snow angels that evening. And oof, that's a rough one.
All right, wait.
Let's go. Let's go.
That's
now,
fucking sad.
I want to ask you, so...
By the way, sweetheart, baby, get out of that house. Save yourself.
Save yourself, April.
No, not April. Not April.
Oh, fuck April.
He means Kayla.
Oh, Kayla. Is Kayla welcome to come live with you?
Jesus Christ, no, I can't have a bunch of cokeheads with my fucking kids around.
If she gets clean, if Miss Ricada gets clean and she wants you, is she welcome?
When Kayla would break down and tell me she wanted this to be done, she wanted this to be over, I told her numerous times, I will take you to groups. I will take you wherever you want to go. Dude.
You want to help her? Yeah.
I don't want to get choked up on a fucking stream, but I have survivor's guilt from running out of a burning building and I couldn't pull anybody out. Like I tried. I wanted to pull my wife out at first, but every time I would confront her on cocaine use, it was just this vitriol of, you're a monster, you're a piece of shit, you're evil, you're a bad guy, and you just want to, like, this invective would come at me to the point where, like I said, I gravitated to Kayla because I'm like, this person is showing me affection and understanding, and she wants help, and she thinks I'm good, and I think she's good, and all of these things. I get lost in conversation with this woman. So when Kayla would tell me that she wanted to get out, I would say, I'll do whatever it takes. I'll help you. I'll bring you to a facility. I'll do whatever you need to do. Her biggest thing, and this is such a tragedy now, considering what happened, she said, I can't leave my kids. I remember telling her at one point, I said, imagine if you went away for 30 or 60 days. You left your kids for 30 or 60 days and you came back better than you've ever been. I think that's better for your children. Her own desire to be a mother stood in her way of getting the help she wanted. I think she...
May I ask one question? Okay, so if say she did leave for 30 days, right? Who would have watched the kids? Surely it wouldn't be Nick himself. Right?
Well,
like that's
when
the scary part.
When their nanny quit on them.
Oh, their nanny quit on them.
Tell us the story of the nanny quit.
Oh, we don't know about the nanny quitting?
No, we don't.
No.
The one who bought $3,000 worth of snacks a week. It was that one, right?
Yeah, I heard those stories.
Okay, let's hear it.
They did have good snacks.
I bet.
Fair enough.
I bet.
Good fucking snacks in that house.
The Joe Louis.
No, and the SpaghettiOs were top shelf. I had it. I'd make a little. I'd go 2 for you, 1 for me. You know. But no, the nanny was, I think, fucking tired of it. Couldn't do it. Actually, no. I remember Kayla sent me a message. because she had to sit down with the nanny. The nanny left, and then a few weeks later, I left. And Kayla finally had to sit down with the nanny to ask her why she left. And Kayla was feeling very sorry for herself, and she messaged me, and she said, well, I guess, I won't say the nanny's name, but she goes, I guess the nanny is the same way you are. She said she just couldn't do it anymore. So I'm guessing the nanny kind of knew something was up, because I was there a lot. April was there a lot, and we'd go right back into the bedroom to hang out. And so I'm sure she thought that was fucking weird. And she's sitting there running the kids around doing all this shit. I'm sure she's a little resentful that there's these 2 other people in the house. We're just hanging out in the bedroom.
How old was the nanny?
Early 30s.
Okay.
She was cute too.
Did you notice a difference in the cleanliness of the home after the nanny or maid?
No, the nanny
left?
didn't really get into the cleanliness. The nanny's full-time job was just like running the kids around and getting groceries and shit, because when you stream once a week, you're too fucking busy to drive your kids around.
Exactly. So we got to ask about this because it was in the police report that it was a dirty home. There were clothes
That police
everywhere.
report is a fucking lie. That house is so much fucking dirtier than that goddamn police report said. Those cops went easy on them. I'm sorry.
Tell us. Tell us. Tell us.
Yeah.
You walk into that house. First of all, their observation, dust everywhere, 100%. I remember sweeping. I would sweep the floors. I probably swept the floors 2 or 3
You were a
times.
Janny.
You literally
a
swept
literal Janny.
Here's my thing, guys. I didn't want to sit in that fucking bedroom and bathroom all fucking day. I went out and did housework to keep myself fucking busy and see that the kids were all right.
Fair enough, yeah.
I would go out, and I also had a couple of missions. I'll talk about those in a second, but I would sweep the floors. Dusty as I mean, dusty roads, baby. I mean, it was bad. And then you'd go to the kitchen island, you know, the counter area, just filled with papers and shit. You can't put anything on it. Then you go to the dining room table. And before I got there, I was so proud of this. I started referring to it as my table. Their dining room table was full of just papers and toys and all kinds of garbage and shit. And to me, like, I'm an old school, you know, I was raised old school Americana, like the dinner table, that's where you all gather and everything else. And I'm like, well, let's get these kids somewhere to sit and eat and everything else. So I got the kids together one day, and Kayla came out for this too. One thing I was really proud of Kayla on, when I would have projects with the kids to clean stuff up, Kayla would come out and join and be a part of it. And I really thought at one point, I'm like, I'm gonna pull this woman out of this shit. I really am. I'm gonna help. And it just, there was always a tractor beam back to Nick and the drugs and all that would just pull her back, unfortunately. But with the table, I got all the kids together and we cleaned off that table. I mean, we cleaned off what was garbage. What went to this kid's room, I made individual piles for the kids of their stuff, and they took it down to their rooms. And we get towels, and with soap and water, we'd wash the table off, and we swept the floor around the table, and we got it clean. It was great. And I got the kids dilly bars for helping out cleaning. Wow. And this was a very foreign concept to them.
Wow.
Because they don't do any chores or anything.
Sure.
So you help them turn the crack house into a crack home, basically.
Yeah, I know. I'm sitting here as Mr. Nobility. It's like, hey, everyone's still doing blow in the back room, asshole. Good point. You're right, Ashton. But then the sink was always just full of fucking dishes and never done. So I would always, when I would come over after my show or whatever, I would just start going to work on the dishwasher and the sink and trying to keep that thing empty. And you know what the number one thing I always ended up putting in that? You know what that dishwasher was always fucking full of?
What?
Fireworks.
What?
Just go ahead. Give it your best. What kind of
Sex toys?
Was it sex toys?
You went a little deeper than I thought. Whiskey glasses.
Okay. I was thinking there's so many sex toys.
So
There's dildos.
he had to make sure the whiskey glasses were clean.
Wait,
but
really?
as for the kitchen table, his kids ate at, or the floors that they walked on.
Oh, no, I still washed the whiskey glasses. I mean, those weren't.
No, I'm saying, but that was the priority.
Yeah.
The priority was the whiskey glasses, not a safe space for his kids.
I mean,
God forbid Lord Baldo drink out of a dirty glass. But go on.
And then the laundry situation. This was the biggest crime the police committed. Was understating the laundry situation. There was dirty laundry from the laundry room in the middle of the hallway, out the door, around the corner, down the hallway, into the kitchen. Like into the kitchen area. There were dirty clothes. There were clean clothes in the living room all over the furniture, all over the floor. They would be getting ready to take the kids to dance or something, and they'd be pulling out, like looking for tights and pulling in the living room for clothing. And you couldn't have company over at this house because where would you have them sit down? The carpets were disgusting, never cleaned, never vacuumed, anything like that. I vacuumed their upstairs carpets once. It was an exercise in futility. I never did it again.
Tell us why. Why was it an exercise in futility with the carpet?
Because there were, stains in it. It was so dirty.
It's like daily though. It was just like can you vacuum it next day or 2 days later?
It was more like the damage has been done.
Oh wow! So it's that bad. That bad. Okay.
And here's the saddest part: beautiful home. Anybody who worked for their money and actually valued what they had would thank Christ every day that they had this home. And this one was just treated like fucking shit.
Yeah. How about the mold? Was there mold? Did you see mold?
I didn't see mold.
All right, because the police said that there was mold in it too. Okay. Which is kind of fucking,
I'll take their word. I'll take their word for it. They found cocaine. I'm sure they're not lying about that.
Yeah.
That'd be funny. That's something Rekieta would defend too. Like, look, guys, there was no mold in the house. That's horseshit. I mean, that's the whole thing. I mean,
yeah. Wow. Okay.
Remember,
okay.
Rekieta actually would justify licking the bottle because he didn't want to get the carpet dirty. I guess that was a lie too, eh? Why do you think he licked the bottle?
Fucking guy. What's that?
Why do you think he licked the bottle?
Because he's a hopeless alcoholic. Kayla would cry about this.
Really? Tell us about that.
We were down in the studio once, and Kayla was sharing with me a theory that she had. She said, Aaron, I swear to God, I think this whole thing was put together so Nick and April could be together. I think they set this up so that the two of them could be together. And she got me kind of thinking it. But like, again, I didn't mind because now my wife had gotten on coke and Kayla was being the fucking sweetest woman in the world. So I was like, at one point I was just like, I got the better end of this deal. I'm happy, And, but she was in the studio one night and her and I were talking and she was on her knees and she picks up 2 bottles and she slams one of them down and she goes, he's a fucking alcoholic. I swear to God. And she just kind of broke down for a little bit. And we just had this conversation about like, can we get him help? Can we do anything? He doesn't think he has a problem. He fucking drinks all the goddamn time. There would be times where it'd get really tense where Nick would come in with a drink and Kayla would say something like, Nick, it's 10:30 in the morning. And Nick would go, and I'm sitting between the two of them and I'm like, oh, this is like a kid whose parents are about to fight. And I'm just like, oh, I have a tummy ache.
May I ask, okay, I want to ask you something. So there are some people who are skeptical of your stories, right?
Sure.
So like, there's that guy, I don't even know who the he is, Melton?
Patrick Melton, yes.
Okay, he likes talking about you, right? Some of his people are all over Twitter, right? And they're like, oh, they're believing what? So what would you say to people who don't believe your story?
I was doing cocaine. I was doing Molly. I was being a terrible father. I was in this house at the same time. In no way am I absolving myself of any guilt. At any time I was there, I could have taken those 5 kids, called CPS myself, and gotten them help. I engaged in all
Why
of it.
didn't you?
Yeah.
Because I'm a piece of shit who will pay for that until the day I fucking die. Up until the day before the arrest, I was on the phone with people going, guys, should I call? I know what's going on, but I also know how this makes me look. I was a chicken shit. I was a fucking coward.
Let me just think, listen, like, we don't need to hear all that shit. We're here to be on your side.
Yeah.
Today.
What I'm saying is, Andy asked me to respond to those.
I know.
Well, I'm just asking because there are people like in chat and people who are wondering, oh, if you are lying. I don't think you're lying. These stories sound very consistent to what we've seen.
I'm interested because a lot of people, they ask, like, how into this was Kayla? Like, do you think she was originally against Nick's drinking and drugs and she was dragged into the lifestyle? Or was she just right there with it the whole time and pushing for it?
Here's one time in this whole thing to prove this isn't just a shit on Nick Rekieta fest. And boys, again, I can only tell you what I've experienced firsthand. What I heard, what the story Nick told me. And I cannot remember if I got confirmation of this from Kayla or not. story Nick told me is that around the time that he turned 40, Kayla either started doing these things or wanted to start doing these things because she thought that's what Nick wanted in a woman because of the things he would talk. Oh, that's what it was. He said that Kayla started doing these things because she thought that's what he wanted. Now, Kayla would expound on that and go, well, I was only listening to his show and listening to the things he said and listening to the kinds of people he talked to. And I thought that was the kind of woman he wanted. I just wanted to be the woman that I thought Nick wanted. And that kind of led to this. And then Nick just leaned the in.
Is that what Nick's worst day ever was, or do you know what his worst day ever was?
His worst day ever?
Yeah.
A stream?
Yeah, when he said like I had my worst day ever, and then that's like led to this decline. Is that what that was, or do you know what I'm talking about?
No, I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay. Ricada has referred in the past to having a worst day ever, and I was wondering if you had any insight into that.
I would think it would be when I let another man my wife, but apparently that was...
So a lot of people in the chat are asking about Kiwi Farms. How much do you blame Kiwi Farms for all of this happening to you guys?
No, I feel like they were reporting.
So you don't feel like they made you guys, you know, swing or do coke or anything? Because that's what a lot of law tubers are saying, is that this is all the fault of Josh.
Yeah, and then he spiraled or whatever because...
These simp assholes. Nick has loved every fucking minute of it and never once has wanted to stop. As a matter of fact, a few weeks ago, the last time I saw Kayla in person, I don't know if Nick and April know I saw her. I'm not sure. But this was after I had departed. I met her on neutral ground. It was great to see her again. And she told me the story of how she had told Nick. And this is so fucking tragic because this may in fact be the batch they got caught with. Kayla said to me, Aaron, it's done. It's over. She even said to me, Aaron, I hope you're proud of me. I've been clean for days now. I said, I had tears in my eyes and I'm so fucking proud of you for that. I'm sick, because that's all I wanted from any of them. Like when I said I couldn't come back, I'm like, guys, I have kids who don't want to come to your house anymore. I can't. I'm hanging around my friends right now. See, the thing about hanging out with people addicted to drugs is that you get shut off from everyone else around you. And I have a lot of friends. I have a lot of family. I like hanging out with them. And I know, Ashton, I'm getting away from it here for a second. But when I told them I wasn't coming back, I was like, guys, I'm in my backyard right now. There's kids all over the lawn. They're playing with their friends. I've got friends and family and neighbors over here. I can't leave this again. I love this shit. We'll get to that later because that's when the Nick kill yourself.
Did Ricada say stuff about Kiwi Farms in private? Like, okay, can you give us some examples of times he would seethe about it privately?
Yeah.
Well, Andy, let's talk about the thing you and I talked about privately, because I'm sure you want to clear this up.
Sure.
The one thing Nick told me, and I got messages whenever I would mention your guys' show, like when I went over your guys' coverage of the hot tub thing, and I thought it was
jacking me off.
We'll get to that, yeah. But no, I don't know if it got back to you guys, but I watched you guys cover the hot tub thing. I thought it was fucking hilarious, because I'm like, yes, we do look like like there's no getting around it. It's a fucking cringe thing. It was my idea. It didn't fucking pan out. Those three would defend it to the hilt. I'm like, guys, we look fucking ridiculous, and everything that came out of my mouth, I remember going, this is criminally unfunny. Like, this is really...
Okay, hold on. Let's go into the decision to do this hot tub stream.
Fine. I'm going to answer your question.
Okay.
I'm going to get to this because I'm doing a terrible job. Andy, Nick would always tell me, the reason I don't like Worski is because he went on the air and he said that when Kayla was walking him back to his room, he said on the air that she tried to give him a hand job.
I never said that. What I said was when I was drunk in Knoxville at the bar, and there are witnesses to this, she was getting really touchy-feely and flirty with me with Nick there. It made me uncomfortable because Nick was like watching, and I was fucking out of my mind. I never said that she jacked me off. I said that she was getting like flirty and touchy, and Nick was like looking over like, and then I brought that story up because I was like when we were hearing about all the stories about them possibly swinging, I'm like, oh, maybe, I mean, like, she did seem like she was down to probably other guys and being flirty with people. In fact, she was being flirty with me and touching me and stuff. I never said jack off. I never said
Who do you think was the driving force behind the decision to open their marriage? Do you think Kayla was pushing for it, or do you think Nick was pushing for it?
You know, it's difficult because I know they were both unhappy. But I also know Nick has a way of making things Kayla's idea that maybe weren't necessarily Kayla's idea. I think Nick knows he's smarter than her, and he kind of uses that. So, I mean, I will say this. I think Nick Rekieta, borderline a monster. I really do. I think he's a bad dude. I don't think he has the ability to feel empathy towards anyone but himself. I think it might be a clinical condition. I mean, the guy is, because he's convinced he's right.
Let me ask you something.
Hear the kind of guilt I'm espousing right now, espoused by him.
You said this in DMs. You said that he was a Warren Jeffs tier cult leader.
Yeah.
Can you explain what you mean by that?
Well, what I mean by that is, if you, like when I said I wanted to leave, he treated it like I was leaving the fucking Manson family. Like I said, I'm not coming back. And his fucking words were, "You led my wife on."
What? What the fuck?
I'm like, I led your wife? What? I led your wife on? Which was a weird fucking thing to say. And then when I said, dude, I can't do it anymore. My kids don't want to be there. If my kids don't want to be there, my hands are tied. There's nothing I can do. And April had left by this point, so she was done. So I was like, this is a clean break. I can be done with April. She can be done with me. The kids can be done. They didn't like April anymore because the drugs had made her, I'll say, love the kids when it was convenient for her. Okay. And they noticed that. And they knew that she wasn't as active in their lives anymore. And my oldest started to resent her. So I was like, you know what? This is a good time to call it. Nick lashed into this invective on Signal where he started saying, you know, you flabby, fat, whatever, blah, blah, blah. Just starts going into these laundry list of descriptive physical features. And then goes, why don't you do the whole world a favor and kill yourself?
Whoa.
And I'm sitting in bed, I read that, and I finally, literally the last thing I ever said to Nick Rekieta was, LOL, okay, addict, and then blocked him. That was it.
May I ask you, why didn't the kids want to be there? Like, what behaviors did they see?
Their parents weren't ever around. Like, they were like, Dad, you're the only one who ever comes out to check on us or anything. We don't play with you. We don't hang out with anybody. You know, we're on our tablets. It's not fun. We don't want to, because everyone was in the bedroom the whole time.
Okay. Yeah. Oh, I have a question here from someone. Yeah. So, okay, the gun charges, the shell casing. Could you explain any of this at all?
I'll tell you this. It was actually, the police report was the first time I ever heard that I was sleeping on a bed that had an AR under it. Whoa. Like, if I would have known that, I would have fucking freaked the fuck out and said, there's my kids come here and fucking play. Can we get that locked up, please? If I knew there was fucking ammunition and a loaded gun under the bed, you understand that their children come into that bedroom to hug their parents goodnight, and there's a fucking gun underneath the bed? I had no idea.
Let me ask you something. With the black eye that Rekieta got, how do you think he got that black eye, or do you know how he got the black eye?
My opinion, because again, I've been gone for 7 weeks at this time. My opinion, Kayla got mad about the live stream and either threw something at him or hit him with something in a fight. I don't know if that's true.
Did you ever witness Rekieta, like her throwing something at Rekieta or her hitting Rekieta?
She told stories to me about how she'd thrown things at Nick.
Can you tell me some of those stories, or at least one of those stories?
She was fighting with him about something, and she threw books at him. She's such a smart girl. I love her. A fucking firecracker. She took books out that were like the sanctity of marriage and like a lovely, happy household. She would pick those books specifically and throw them at them and say, like, you give a fuck about any of this, you asshole. And she would tell me those stories, and I was like, I like this bitch.
I like that too. That's really taking it to a whole new level.
Meta fighting.
We didn't get a clear answer on this. Can you tell us some times that he would seethe about Kiwi Farms or Josh
Kiwi
privately?
Farms. He would tell me, like, the stories I've read on Kiwi Farms, because I only got into Kiwi Farms probably the last week or so. What a week to get into it. I had tried to go on it before, but I found it, my old Midwestern ass, hard to navigate unless I knew exactly what I was looking for. So I would hear people, I only heard his take on the Josh shower text story. Nick would always explain these. Now that I've read Kiwi Farm's take on this, I realize Nick was always explaining these to me like he was on the witness stand, like defending himself. Yeah. And he would be like, well, I was just in the shower one time and Josh was freaking out at me in text messages. So I just decided to text him from the shower. It's not a big deal. And I'm like, dude, I've never heard about any of this. I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. So I think it definitely bothered him.
Would you ever bring up an individual post and be like, I can't believe what this fucking guy said, or this is bullshit?
Not that I can remember. Not that I can remember.
How about John? Did he ever talk about John? John.
The first time I heard about John was the fucking rant he went on a while back. And I remember the next day I saw Kayla and she was like, I'm so fucking mad. She goes, I never watch his show. I finally decided to watch and he's doing that and he's really fucking hammered and I'm so fucking mad at him right now. Which is a weird place for me to be because I always kind of respected the unspoken rules about what we were doing. And I'm like, well, I'm not going to bash your fucking husband. And I don't think those rules were respected on the other end, old fucking Warren Jeffs. I think anytime April had a complaint about me complaining about her drug use, Nick was more than happy to be the shoulder to cry on. And here, have another bump, Blondie. Why not? He was the lovely Santa Claus with all the snow. And I was
because you called him Warren Jeffs again. Do you want to explain who Warren Jeffs is?
Was he the sex cult guy, right?
He was like in the Church of Latter-day Saints, and he was obsessed with making the other men's wives his lover, and he also had like child sex offenses against him.
No, none of that. I just mean the cult leader aspect of it. I would have said Charles Manson, but he didn't ask anyone to kill for him. He just has a lot of he knows what buttons to push with vulnerable people, and he pushes them.
Right.
He couldn't do it with me. He and I fought a lot. Because I would go, that's fucking bullshit. And Nick throws a fit when you don't buy into what he wants all the time. I remember he yelled this at me all the time. He goes, why don't you just stop lying and be honest with yourself? I'm like, what, you want me to just tell you you're right and we'll just move on? Is that what you want? You know, I mean, when it came to April, I know there were times where she brought up issues we were having, and they came from, Aaron wants me to stop doing coke. I think it's fun. He's a piece of shit. And Nick would go, have another bump, sweetie, and tell me all about it. You know? Nick wants people to drink and do drugs with, like any addict does.
What do you think about this Kayla charge of like child abuse or negligence? What do you think that is? If you had
I really hope that maybe she just yelled something out while the cops were there that got misunderstood. Because I've never once seen Kayla be violent towards those children. I've never seen her be inappropriate towards those children. I've only seen her love her kids.
Have you seen Nick be violent towards the children or neglect the children or abuse them?
I mean, neglect. I mean, the whole thing's fucking neglect. Everything was neglect. But never abusive towards them.
Yeah, because we're just wondering what that charge is about, and nobody can seem to make heads or tails of it. Maybe it was just that it was such a shit. We just don't know. We just don't know. So I was hoping you might be able to.
I don't know what that could be.
Okay, what about the homeschooling of the kids? Like, how did that work? Was Kayla active in that at this point, or was she just kind of strung out all the time?
It's like a homeschool collective.
Right. What does that mean?
The kids go to like a church school kind of a thing, or they go to someone's house, or they have different teachers, like different parents inside the collective, the co-op teach. And so you'll go to different places. And I remember Nick was teaching for a little bit. He got kicked out of it. The school kicked him out of teaching because he's a fucking degenerate on his program for everybody to see. Yeah.
Okay.
And then I remember one night he punched a hole in his bathroom wall, bitching about the collective kicking him out of teaching. And I remember saying to him and Caleb both, I was like, dude, you understand, like, they had every reason to kick you out. If they watched my show when I was teaching, I would hope they would kick me the out. One of the big differences between Nick and I was that I knew what I was, and Nick thought he was like a fucking clergyman, I guess.
Right.
I don't know. Like, I was like, Nick, you understand we're garbage, right? Like, you understand we're shit. Like, we're degenerates and all of this. And like, there's, you know, we got work to do. And he would go on his stream and pontificate about family and all this other shit. Sometimes it made me want to fucking puke. It still does. I remember one time he said, I might start a religious podcast. And I remember looking at Kayla, I go, if he starts a fucking religion podcast, I'm duty bound to stop it. That's not okay.
Now, do you know, like, speaking of the church and all of that, do you know how much intervention they tried to do with Nick? Like, did they sit him down and were like, this is crazy or what? Because the rumors that are swirling around is the mandatory court report was a pastor at the church, right? And people are like, did the pastor try and intervene? Did he talk to Nick? Do you know anything about that?
I don't know a lot about that. I do know if you tried to intervene with Nick, you'd get a giant speech about how right he was. Mm-hmm. And it would be like standing in front of a full speed freight train yelling stop. I mean, it wouldn't have done anything.
Do you think Nick actually is religious? Do you think that he actually believes that he's sincere in his faith or what?
Now you just asked two completely different questions.
Yeah.
Do I think Nick is actually religious? No. I don't think he holds any of the tenets of faith. Do I think Nick believes he is? 100%.
Right.
I think he believes it.
Let me ask you, a lot of people have been asking about this. Did he ever talk bad about anybody in LawTube or any of his YouTube friends behind their back?
I know that he'd trash Vic a lot. He'd be really, he'd be really dismissive towards Vic. You know,
what would he say?
Just about his sexuality and shit like that. And like, it was just all very catty. You know, it was nothing like big and earth-shattering. It was just, he was always really catty and shitty, and how none of the Vic stuff was his fault, and Vic should have done this and that. And I remember him being really shitty about that. He hates Alex Stein.
Whoa.
Why?
Really? Why?
I don't know. The reason he gave was fucking gay, and it was to try and get my wife's pants. Not that he needed to try any harder. We were already fucking each other. But he was like, oh, I was on a stream with April on Chrissy Mayer's program, and Alex Stein came on. He was really rude and mean to April, and that's why I don't like him. I'm like, shut the fuck up, you fucking gay white knight asshole. Like, that's not why. It's like, I'm her husband, and all I did was I DM'd Alex afterwards. I'm like, do you and I have a problem? Do you want to come on the show? Like, what's the deal? Nick's like, white knighting, like, April, you know, I just don't like Alex Stein because he trolled you a little on Chrissy Mayer's show. And, you know, and then April would be like, oh, that's great, Nick. You're such a good man. You know, he hates Alex Stein. He'd be shitty about the Vic thing. Anytime Nick had to post any kind of L, there would always be a long explanation as to why everyone else is wrong and he's right. Kind of like him getting arrested.
The way he always does with anything, though.
Yes.
It's like with anything at this point.
Habitual. He's habitually incapable of taking any responsibility for anything. And boy, you talk about projection. This guy will accuse everyone else of the very things he's incapable of. Every time, without fail. You could set your watch to it.
Do you want to tell us about the parenthood story that made you want to beat his ass? What was it that made you want to beat Rekieta's ass in specific?
I told this story vaguely on the show.
Mm-hmm.
But we can get into it fully.
Okay.
If April had not been in my house one day, I may have been arrested first for physically beating someone within an inch of their life. We were at my house. Now, we have to go back to December or November to start this story, because the story happened around February, March.
Mm-hmm.
It was before Easter, I know that. After Valentine's Day, before Easter, because I bought Kayla a lovely Valentine's Day gift. And sweetie, sugar, if you're listening, make sure you get out of that house and get free. You've got so much more to offer the world, sweetness. All right? Love you too.
Did he get April a Valentine's Day gift?
No.
What a prick.
What a fucking asshole. I got Kayla Star Trek action figures.
Which ones?
I got a Khan and then some black dude, I don't know. But I knew she'd know. Yeah, it was a Drew Hill collection. No, it was some Star Trek action figures and then some snacks that she likes for her snack drawer next to her bed. And for her birthday, you know, she likes like charcuterie snacks and things like that. So I thought, you know what, Kay, sweetie pie, love of my life, gorgeous. I said, wouldn't it be nice to have something to keep all your snacks cool next to your bed, so you can have them there? I bought her a nice, like, old-timey looking 50s Frigidaire refrigerator and freezer for her bedroom. You know, the retro looking ones? Oh,
yeah.
What a gentleman.
Were you trying to like steal her, like to be your own wife? Would you feel like that was your mentality?
Was I trying to steal her?
Like not steal, but like
no,
make her fall in love and then make her leave, and then like you were from everything that you're saying, it sounds like you were trying a little bit.
I mean, I'm f***ing with Nick a little too, but I mean, really, yeah. I wanted to get her the f*** out of there. I don't know if
and be with her.
We're a little bit sidetracked, but let's go back to the story where you wanted to beat us.
Real quick, I'll answer that question by saying this. Realistically, there's no fucking way her and I could be together. Okay. She's got 5, I've got 3. Well, I'd blow my
Would you be willing to step up?
I wanted to get her the fuck out of that house.
Like let's say Rakeda goes to prison and she gets off. Would you be willing to step up and help raise the 5 kids?
I can't get involved with that world anymore.
You wish you could.
Brother, I've made too many promises to too many people who have helped pick me up off the floor from this thing, who would dump me in a heartbeat, drop me.
Fair enough. But at that time you would have. At that time you would have, right?
At that time I would have jumped in front of traffic for this.
There we go. That's what I wanted to hear.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Let's finish that story.
Back to the story where you're going to beat his ass or whatever.
So the first time they came over, one of the first times they came over to our house, we're standing in the kitchen. And I'm already not comfortable with the cocaine thing. If I would have known when we started how into blow Nick Rakeda and everyone were, I wouldn't have done this because I had no idea. But he takes the little bullet, the little container of cocaine out of his pocket, puts a little line down for himself on my kitchen counter and just takes it up. And I look at him and I go, dude, what the f*** are you doing? He goes, what? I go, I got 3 fucking kids and an ex-wife who, if she found a speck of that shit in my home, my kids would be gone fucking tomorrow. Don't ever bring that shit into my house again. Okay, I understand. Yeah, I get it. No, I'm a lawyer. I get that.
I'm a lawyer?
So
sorry, that's funny. Good.
I mean, did a great job of showing up for traffic court, didn't he?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Thanks. My State Farm bill fucking appreciates it. You know, but so then fast forward a couple months later, I'm walking around downstairs. My kids are there. No Rakeda kids are there. My children are there. And I'm just walking around checking on them. You know, what are you doing? All this stuff. I think I had made waffles that morning, and I was cleaning up from making a waffle. I hear Nick yell, April, we made one for you. And it was coming from upstairs. And I'm like, well, I know they ain't making fucking muffins and shit. And I walk upstairs. You know that feeling you get where you go, don't be right. Don't be right.
Yeah.
Don't be right.
I hope I'm wrong. I hope I'm wrong. Please,
walking upstairs, and I see the mini safe that I know the cops eventually confiscated one day, open on my bathroom, my bedroom bathroom counter, full of drugs. I didn't yell at Nick and Kayla right then and there. The kids were downstairs. I didn't want to cause a scene. I walked down the stairs. I go, April, could you come into the kitchen, please? April comes into the kitchen. I'm irate. I go, I told them to never bring any fucking drugs into this house, and they have the entire container full of fucking coke, and they said they just made one for you, so you had to know this was going on. And she looks at me, she goes, oh, I had no idea, but you're right. That's bad. I'll go talk to them. Not angry, not irate, not, hey, my 3 stepkids, who I claim to love more than life itself. Not like, get the fuck out of here, you lunatics. It was, oh, I will go talk to them. Like she was HR, you know, going to discipline someone for smelling a lady's chair or something. So she does that. I'm fucking losing my mind. I go downstairs to be away from everybody. And to come and console me from how angry I am, who do you think would come down to talk to me about this?
Kayla.
Oh, see, I would think my wife would come down to console me and talk to me about this and figure out what was going on. But yes.
Yeah.
Well, after seeing the whole story, yes.
Yeah.
The dear, sweet, lovely Kayla came down, tears in her eyes. I'm so sorry. This is wrong. I apologize. I forgot. We're so sorry. You asked us not to, and we didn't respect that, and blah, 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 blah. Made me feel better a little. And I'm like, okay, you know what? We'll continue on with our day. I go, but that fucking happens again. I'm out of here. Now, in that moment, I should have been done. It should have been it. Before anyone goes, oh, Aaron's just a rat who thinks he's a saint. No, I fucked up. I failed in that moment right there. But then I go upstairs into the middle floor. I go to check on my youngest, the 4-year-old. And by the way, before anyone goes, should you really be telling these stories? My ex-wife has been such a fucking trooper. I have talked to her about I've come clean to her about everything. She's been great. She's just glad that I got, you know, our children out of there and everything else. I go up to the 4-year-old to check on her, and I see a navy blue container right next to her. And I pick it up, and in my head, I'm just going, it's Bubbles. It's Bubbles. It's got to be Bubbles. The kids are playing with Bubbles or something. No. I walk towards the kitchen. I start unscrewing the lid, and I'm just saying, I'm audibly out loud saying, no, don't. Full of cocaine.
It was the bullet, right?
It was the bullet.
He left it in the couch.
He was sitting on the couch watching something,
On
and
purpose?
it just sat there. No, it just fell out of his pocket and sat there next to my fucking 4-year-old after I'd asked him not to bring this shit into my house. So didn't respect. By the way, this is why this guy, bury him under the jail.
Wait, it was next to your kid?
Respect me a fucking wink. Didn't bat an eye. What's that, Andy?
It was next to your kid?
It was next to my 4-year-old.
Oh my God. It's over.
I yelled for April to come down. I said, April, and I just held it out like this. And she goes, oh my God. I go, yeah, oh my God. Everybody out now. And I give it to her. She runs it up. I send a text to her. I go, I want everyone out of the fucking house. I could not be more upset. And
yeah, so
I go out to the garage. It's Minnesota. It's chilly. And I'm sitting there. I got a blanket on because I'm just thinking, like, how do I not go and kill Nick Rekieta? Like, how do I not fucking beat this guy within an inch of his life? I'm not going to make a scene in front of my kids, but the animalistic part of me was like, just pummel him. Just beat the fuck out of him.
Yeah.
Kayla comes out to the garage. Again, tears in her eyes. And I said, Kayla, this is it. Like, it's got to be that shit or me. I'm out of here. She goes, no, you're right. It has to stop. It's done now. We have to cut it out. We have to be done. It's got to be over. This is too much. We could have killed one of the kids, blah, 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 blah. Yes, wonderful. Thank you. April goes upstairs to be with Nick, to make sure poor Nicky's okay, because he feels so bad about almost killing a 4-year-old. Kayla and I sit there playing board games with the kids the rest of the afternoon until they have to leave. April never once comes down to say a word. I go up to say goodbye to April. Nick and Kayla have left for a little while. I go upstairs to tell April I'm taking the kids. She's sitting in the shower sobbing. Somehow, this has all become my fault because I was mean to her and I told her to leave the house, and how dare you do that? And Nick's really sorry, you know. And I went, you're gonna fucking make excuses for him after all this shit. Took the kids back. The rest of that whole night is a blur because it was a disaster. It was filled with fights and screaming and yelling. I know Kayla threw a fucking drink, an iced tea from Popeyes in Nick's face. I know that Nick started hitting himself again like a fucking ape. Oh, I got to tell you the baseball bat story too.
Go ahead.
That was the bullet. That was the bullet story.
Tell us the baseball bat story.
The baseball bat story.
We're out one night. This is where I got to be like Sting. This is exciting.
Okay.
We're out one night. We're coming back. And it's pretty well understood that Kayla and I are going to go upstairs when we get back. Nick and April can do whatever it is they do. But Nick has this weird thing where he wants Kayla to say it. Like, he's texting her, what do you want to do when we get back? It's already been established what's going to happen, like what's going on. And Kayla's like, oh, you know, we're going to go hang out upstairs. Who's we're? You mean me or you mean Aaron? She's like, well, and then it starts this big fight. They start fighting about it via text.
No.
Because he wanted for some, I don't know if it's a sick, weird thing that he's got where she needs to say that she wants to me. I don't know what it is. But it ends with April and I are upstairs and we hear shouting in our front yard, which is fucking embarrassing. You don't want your neighbors hearing a fucking domestic in your front yard. So April and I go out there, and Nick is yelling at Kayla going, hit me, fucking hit me, fucking hit me, fucking hit me. He's screaming fucking hit me at Kayla. Yeah. And I get Kayla separated from him. April gets Nick separated from Kayla. And I go, hey, get in the fucking house, enough with yelling. And he looks at me, he goes, Aaron, you better get the fuck away from me right now. Now, I go about 6'4", 215. Nick's about 6'2", 140. I just got right in his face, laughed at him, and I go, you're not gonna do shit. And then I walked in the house. He's losing his fucking mind. So then Kayla gets back in the house. He gets back in the house. Boom, they just start into it again. Just yelling at each other, just blah, blah. At one point, Kayla says to him, and I think she did it to trigger him. I don't know if she was being serious or not, but Kayla says to him, every time I've ever had sex with you, I faked it.
Whoa,
Whoa.
Nick?
Really?
Oh, he lost his shit.
Well, what did he say to that?
He fucking lost. What are you? He's screaming. He's screeching. Of all the things I've ever heard anyone criticize Nick over, questioning his sexual prowess set him off more than anything else. You could have said he was a cokehead who neglects his kids, and he would have went, well, I've read some articles that say, actually, when you do coke when your kids are around,
better.
He was found out. He never pleased his wife. He was always soft, had to take boner pills.
Well, you used
So
the
what
ball,
you're
though.
saying is it was, in fact, him who had never made his wife come.
Look, I don't know that.
According to her.
Did Kayla say you were better than Nick in bed?
She never said that. The only thing I ever heard was April once said to me that Nick told her, I've never heard Kayla make those noises before. When he was downstairs and they were upstairs, the night he couldn't perform and we were doing Snow Angels, I guess they had to hear us, which I don't take pride in that. That's not good. I feel bad. Like, that's not something you want to hear. That's a terrible thing to have to experience. But April told me after, she goes, yeah, Nick said he's never heard he's never heard Kayla make those noises before. And look, that feels good. That feels good.
Tell us about the Super Bowl story.
No, do the baseball bat first.
Okay.
Okay.
So they're fighting, and then I mean, different parts out of context. At one point, Nick says to Kayla, I'm sorry, I'm just not a good enough lawyer. It's like, Jesus.
Oh my God.
What the fuck?
He doesn't practice. Okay.
Yeah. And I'm sorry, this is the only way I can make a living for us. She was talking about how much she hates his show. I hate your show. I hate that you do it. I hate what it's done to us, this and that. And he's like, I'm sorry, I'm not a good enough lawyer. And I'm like, Jesus. And I'm sitting here, I got a show in the morning. I'm like, guys, I want to fucking go to bed. Jesus Christ. Because April and I are upstairs. April's genuinely concerned. I'm just sitting here going, this is fucking ridiculous. April and I are 8 years apart. There's a lot of shit that happened where I'm just like, guys, this is embarrassing. We're 40. And April would be like, no, this is serious. We need to talk about it. I've never heard more people reference killing themselves than this group of people when they're high and like drama happens.
Really?
Like, oh my God. April's like, you have no idea when we were getting divorced. I wasn't around the kids anymore, which, by the way, she left the kids without saying goodbye, left me to have that conversation. So fuck you and your attitude towards the kids, using it when it's convenient for you, when you're not, you know. But she goes, I've asked Nick to kill me so many times. It's like, well, then you guys all need to go get help, because that's fucking insane.
She's asked Nick to kill her. Wow.
Oh, and then Nick does this motion 5 times a day. When he's fighting with Kayla or he's frustrated about something.
How often does he hit himself in the head like a
3 times. I saw it 3 times.
Just 3 times. Yeah.
You saw it, yeah.
Amazing.
So now Nick, then they start fighting again. April and I go upstairs. We're like, this is exhausting. I finally hear yelling again. I go downstairs. He has Kayla cornered in our half bathroom in the entry. You know how a house where you'll walk in and there will be a bathroom right away, just a toilet and a sink right away that people can go into? He's got her in one of those smaller bathrooms, and he's got her up against the corner of it, shouting at her. Now, I'm a big enough dude that I can handle a Nick Rekieta with one arm. It's not a big deal.
Yeah.
And I'm like, you know what? I don't know what he's on. I don't know what the deal is here. So I go out to the garage, and I get a baseball bat. I put it between the two of them. I push him aside, and I go, get the f*** back. And he walks around the kitchen, beating himself in the head, and then April looks at me and she goes, you didn't need to bring that baseball bat in, you know. Like a fucking 6'2" man is standing over a 5'2" woman. She's crying. He's shouting at her in the bathroom. You're right. You know what? I should have broke fucking ribs with
You
it.
really were the icon Sting, Aaron.
I was Sting. I wanted to play the music.
Aaron from the rafters. Oh, with the baseball bat.
Oh my God! And we're out of time.
Yeah, stay back. Hey, man. Yeah, I know, Chad. Go ahead. Make your jokes. Stay back.
Is there any more to the baseball story or what?
No, it was, I was fucking Kayla and I went upstairs and I talked to her a little bit. Nick, April consoled Nick, and then I was like, I gotta fucking go to bed. So Kayla went down and talked with all three of them, and I got a couple hours of sleep.
Okay, I'm gonna ask you this. This is where we get a little filthy here, okay? You mentioned to people that Nick brought you to the sodomy barn. Okay, what was it called? Pure Pleasure?
Pure pleasure.
Okay, so let's hear about Pure Pleasure, where they sell used dildos and have at the back, what was it called? Like little booths to watch?
Yeah.
I will say this, boys. I hate to ruin it for you. I didn't know anything about the booths until I saw your coverage of it.
Oh!
Okay. So
I don't know about-
you didn't go into the booth with Kayla or
No.
did he go into the booth with April or
No, nobody went to any booths. Again, I didn't know there were booths. You know how I told you. You know how I told you that I was a complete gentleman and bought Kayla lovely, thoughtful gifts for her birthday?
Yes.
Well, Nick thought that we should buy April should buy her a sex toy from Pure Pleasure for her birthday. What a gentleman. What a gentleman.
So
New
that
or
was how it
used?
came up. So that's how it came up, right? The idea of going to the sodomy barn or Pure Pleasure.
Yes, picking something out for April for her birthday.
So you're gonna go with him to buy a sex toy for your wife.
Was it remarkably uncomfortable? Yes. Okay. Actually, it was more Kayla who ended up picking it out for. Like, it was like the two of them were like, we want to buy April something for her birthday.
What did you buy? What did they buy? What did they purchase?
Some kind of vibrator thing. I don't even know.
Was it used or new?
Did I ever tell you that Nick brought a St. Andrew's cross to a hotel?
Wait, what?
Go ahead. Wait, what?
Wait, go ahead, explain.
Thing, you know, the St.
The
Andrew's
sex cross?
Yeah.
Okay. Now listen, start telling us some of these stories with the sex cross or
Yeah, like this
Go
was
on.
the first time we ever switched partners.
Okay.
Nick wanted to show off his big sex cross that he had, so he fucking packed it with him when we went out for his birthday in Minneapolis. Like, he brought this big fucking sex cross and then put it up like it was normal. And like, there's a lot of red flags here as I look back where I went, I should have fucking gotten the shit out of here a long time ago.
No shit.
When there's a giant sex cross in a hotel room, and my
What
What is
was
the
going
sex
through
cross?
your mind when he unveiled the sex cross?
What is the
I can
sex
tell you,
cross?
Was
I
it-
can
was
tell you,
like-
I can tell you, quote, what my thought was in my head was, why the fuck is there a giant sucking fucking sex cross in the middle of a hotel room?
And then did he fuck your wife on the sex cross?
No, he didn't. Nobody got fucked on the sex cross that night.
Can I ask, what is the sex cross?
Positive.
What
It's
is
like,
it?
you know the Bolton family sigil in Game of Thrones?
Sure.
Kind of like that. It's the X.
And then,
And then
so
you
it's,
put
it's
somebody
like,
on it. You put somebody
like when
on it. and you
Undertaker put
sexually
Stone
torture
Cold
them.
on.
Undertaker, I'm gonna get your ass, you son of a bitch.
How do you bring it? Like, do you bring it in a big duffel bag? Like with
Yeah,
the
it's a giant. It's in a giant.
what the holy shit!
How weird is it that a safe full of cocaine is the second weirdest thing you bring to a hotel room?
Okay, tell us about some of the other degenerate sex toys that he owned. What else did he have?
I remember April and I walked into their bedroom once, and they were clothed, but they had their sex swing set up, and they were like, "You guys want to try this?" And we're both like, "A little, little sudden."
Yeah, can you
at the moment.
explain
I think
like it's
we're
a
good.
sex swing?
Yeah, just you sit in it. As Kayla described it to me, she goes, "No, Aaron, I sit in it and you f me."
Did you f her in the sex swing?
I didn't do the sex swing.
Why not?
Just the opportunity never came up. We were
Well, it
always...
was right there.
No, they set it up. Like, and they took it down after, like, they showed it to us. Like it wasn't like always up.
Okay.
It's not like you walk
So
in
we
there like
have-
your kids walk in and there's a
So they
fucking
like hung it like on like a fucking chain or something, right?
Oh,
Like,
he was-
Andy, don't you ever show off your sex swing for your friends?
yeah. All the time. Yeah, what the fuck is wrong?
So
What
he
other
was
sex
gonna
toys?
build the sex dungeon, right?
Oh yeah, he talked about the sex dungeon before.
I thought that was a meme.
No, he talked about he wanted to build a sex dungeon.
Was
Tell
it
us
beside
about
the
the
kids?
sex dungeon.
I don't remember the specifics of the sex dungeon. In my head over time, the legend has grown. I was thinking maybe there's like a candelabra and he turns it to the right and a wall opens up, but I don't know. That's just my own machinations.
Okay, what other sex toys are we talking about
Yeah.
here? It's sex swing, sex cross. Go on.
He always wore a butt plug. And no, I'm just kidding. I'm just
What?
guys,
No,
I'm joking. Guys, I'm
what
kidding.
actually was going on?
You may as well.
You know, at this point.
At this point, just go.
As far as sex toys go, I don't remember other ones.
Like
Okay,
vibrators, fucking
Yeah,
beads.
I remember the.
You're telling me that this guy went to the Pure Pleasure store and all regularly, and yet the only sex toys he had were a sex swing and a
No,
sex
I'm not saying
cross?
those are the only sex toys. They had a whole dresser that was full of sex
A
toys.
dresser.
Yeah, a dresser with
dresser?
multiple shelves. Yeah, the whole thing.
Not just like a night table. It was the full-on.
And he showed you, it's like the bat cave of gooning.
You ass motherfucker, no.
So it was like the bat cave of gooning. And so did he like pull out the drawers and like explain
No.
various tools that he had?
No.
Then how are you aware then of the dresser full of sex toys?
It's probably the times they pointed at it and said, "That's our dresser full of sex toys."
They just said that, like,
Yeah.
this is just casually, this is our dresser full
Well,
of sex.
you have the cupboard that your plates are in. They have a dresser full of sex toys.
Right. Did
glass?
Ricada, did he ever get pegged?
Not that I ever saw.
It's not a denial.
I can't say. No, I'm only speaking to things that I personally experienced. I never saw the man get pegged.
Okay. Let me ask you this. What, like, aside from him going soft, what was the most embarrassing sexual thing that happened with Ricada?
I would say the day that, you know, the day that April had to come up and ask me for a pill.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay,
Yeah,
so
that's pretty.
the same
That
story.
sucks. You know.
Super Bowl story.
There was a weird time. Okay, here's a weird. No, before
All right.
Super Bowl story.
Sure.
By the way, Super Bowl story was baseball bat story. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. Same one. Okay, cool. Right.
Okay.
So, God damn it! This was a goddamn good one, and I can't remember.
Come on.
So what were you saying? Where you were? You said.
You said Super Bowl story, and that sidetracked me.
Well, everyone in chat was asking for Super Bowl story.
We were
but yeah.
talking about sex toys, embarrassing
toys.
sex stories.
Okay, the worst thing that ever happened was April had to ask for the pill thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's where we were.
And no.
Sorry,
Oh, yeah,
bar. Okay, how about this? Gay bar. Gay
What
bar.
about gay 90s?
Boys,
Gay
you're gonna
90s.
hate. You're gonna hate this, because I would react the same way you're reacting. I had a fucking blast at that place.
I'm not
Yikes.
surprised.
You, Ashton. No, it was. I like karaoke. It's probably the only thing Nick and I have in common. By the way, Kayla and I had a very special song we would always sing together. I don't even know if I have the strength to listen to it ever again, because it was such a beautiful tune that me and my baby always sang.
What was it?
It was a song by. Now I'm a who loves Eric Church.
Right.
It was a song by Eric Church and Susan Tedeschi called "Mixed Drinks About Feelings."
Right.
And her and I would sing it as a duet. Knock it out every time. Our official song that Kayla picked out, Chris Young, "Who I Am With You." There you go.
Now, did Ricada and your wife have a special song, or?
It's like degenerate Machine Gun Kelly music. They had no fucking taste, these two. Kayla and I were the soul of things. No,
I see. I gotta ask you, did Nick ever talk about Alyssa clips?
Oh yeah, all the time.
Tell us about that. Did he see it about Alyssa?
No, here's the thing. I would always bring up you guys, or I would bring up Alyssa clips, because I would watch it and I would think it's funny, even when they clipped me, because I know what the fucking game is. Like sometimes you're gonna do dumb shit and people are gonna fuck on you for it. And then other times other people are gonna do dumb shit and you fuck on them for it. So I would let them know, you know, like, oh, I saw this Alyssa clip where I was doing this thing. I go, it was fucking cringe. It was so bad, but it was really funny. Or like you guys, there would be clips of you guys all the time. And like, you know, we'd watch them on our show. And we just like, I just don't take myself very seriously. So if we do something gay and cringe and someone makes fun of it, I watch it for the humor value of it. And no offense, Andy, but Ashton's investigative reporting on the hot tub stream is
great.
The funniest shit I've ever fucking watched.
No, dude, it's funny.
You guys are a complete degenerate.
Well, he goes, Andy, wait till I show you what I got. And I'm like, all right. And I'm like watching, like, whoa.
I gotta ask you.
And
I loved it.
There.
I gotta ask you, man. So it was your idea to do the hot tub stream. What were you thinking?
I was just neck deep in pussy and the girls thought it would be fun.
Okay, so let's talk about the decision-making process that led to the hot tub stream, because it was basically you guys almost openly coming out that you were in like a poly.
See, that was my idea. My idea was we'll be so in your face with it that they'll be like, there's no fucking way they're actually doing it. Nobody would be this fucking to do this. And instead, what you guys all did was just went, oh, these guys are swinging and they're just
May I say one thing then? On your show, you're like, Andy wants to believe it's true. I was right.
You know what I was doing, Andy?
What?
Lying.
All right.
I was lying.
So nobody.
I was lying.
Let's go.
So I was lying so that on Twitter for the last 72 hours, people wouldn't call me a cunt.
Ring it up.
Okay, so. What did Ricada say? He thought it was a good idea to do this?
Well, he was in it, so of course it was brilliant.
Oh my God.
He never thinks he does anything wrong. Dude, I mean, some of the, like, I've always said this about like Kiwi Farms and other places, like some of the theories people come up with, 20% of them are fucking insane.
Yeah.
50% of them, there's some truth to it. 30% of them, it's like they're in the fucking room. I have thought before, I've been like, is the ex-nanny leaking information? Am I sleep texting people? Like, how the fuck? Like, because this is like spot fucking on.
Because it seems like in this circumstance, with a lot of what you're saying, everybody was right, you know?
Yeah, and I lied my balls off to protect everybody involved. But now that they all got fucking arrested and humiliated me, and then when I contact them, they're all still in denial that they have any sort of problem. And then one of these motherfuckers left deadly amounts of cocaine next to my 4-year-old. I don't give a fuck if I bury you under the jail. I don't owe these people any fucking loyalty. It could have destroyed my fucking life. I made terrible decisions, and it was all with
that's
them.
okay. What did you know anything about Mandy, or did Ricada ever mention Mandy? And what happened there?
I read the history of Mandy, so I don't know if he ever talked about it, but I know I read the lore. I can't remember if he ever discussed it.
Okay. What about Dick Masterson? Did he ever talk about Dick?
Oh yeah, he talked about Dick Masterson, and love Dick Masterson. Oh, he's a cool guy. Oh, he thinks you guys are really funny too, and we'll hang out with Dick Masterson and blah blah blah. And he used to tell people, and he's not close with a lot of people. It's unfortunate. He always says like, I feel like I have to buy friends. And then I see the way he treats people who don't 100% go along with what he wants. I'm like, well, now I understand why this guy thinks he has to buy friends. But Dick Masterson was always, he goes, I told Dick, I've never seen Kayla more happy in years than when she's with you. And I just told him how great. I'm like, Nick, you probably shouldn't tell too many fucking people that. That's weird.
Wow.
People are going to hear that and they're going to go, that's a little fucking creepy.
So you're saying Dick Masterson was aware this whole time of the swinging arrangement? And
I don't know if he knew how deep it went, but he knew that I had gotten very close with Kayla. And I'm sure Nick probably told him that he had gotten very close with Ape.
Right. Okay. And what other things would he say about just that he was so cool, that he looked up
Vito.
to him?
How about Vito?
And
How about
live
Vito?
events they'd done. So I had always heard the allegations about Vito, and I would ask Nick about them because I'm not as into the
He's a
sector.
self-admitted map prospector, that guy.
Well, now see what Nick says. What Nick says is that people say that about him because Vito came out and defended the movie Cuties and said, if you don't like it, don't watch it. And so people started calling him a pedophile.
There was a lot more than that, but yeah, go ahead.
I'm telling you, that's all he told me.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
Did Dick Masterson know Rekieta was using coke or drugs?
No idea. I don't know.
You don't know
Nick,
how
and Dick
open he was
Masterson
to
has
that?
only been nothing but nice to me in the very few like interactions we've had.
So Rekieta was willing to tell Dick Masterson that somebody else was fucking his wife, but not that he was going to do coke?
Again, I don't know if he said fucking. He just said, Aaron, you know, has made Kayla happier than I've seen her in years. He didn't say anything about.
Do you know if Dick and 80s Girl were swinging with Rekieta and Kayla, or
I never got that idea. No,
you didn't get that idea.
No, I didn't get that vibe when they talk about him.
Tell us about the couch story.
That was the the couch story was the next to my daughter.
That we already did the couch story.
Yes.
The embarrassing sex thing. I remember what it was now.
Beauty, go.
Good.
Kayla had gotten me a birthday present. I'm a cigar smoker. I like to smoke cigars every once in a while. And she got me this beautiful ostrich skin zip up cigar humidor with, like, you know, cigar holders and, you know, the humidity trackers and everything. It's just really a nice cutter in there, a nice lighter. It was just really nice cigar set. And Nick goes, oh, I want her to present your gift to you. And so Kayla got completely naked, came down the stairs. This is at my house. I was seated on the couch. And, like, Nick was seated on the couch too.
What?
And she brought the gift down to me and, like, sat on my lap and gave it to me. But, like, Nick's right there.
Oh my God.
I remember that was fucking weird to me. And then he goes, like, I'm going to leave you two alone. So then he goes upstairs and Kayla and I are on the couch. And, like, I'm totally not getting into it because I can see Nick peeking around the door.
So Nick was watching you fuck his wife.
Well, no, I wasn't.
She's on his lap,
like,
yeah.
I couldn't fuck her. Like, I was on top. I got on top of her on the couch and we're making out, we're fucking around and shit. But, like, every once in a while, out of the corner of my eye, I can see Nick peering around the door. And I finally just went, because we were going to go out to lunch after I opened the gift. And I go, guys, can we just fucking go out to lunch? I can't do this with people fucking staring at me and, like, peeking around the door. And he's like, oh, sorry, I just want to know, like, what you guys were doing, so maybe I know what we should do. And I'm like, I don't need an explanation. If some guy is fucking staring around the corner, fucking watching me, I'm not into it. Sorry. There were so many instances where Nick wanted to know what Kayla and I were doing.
You didn't like being the bull, basically, and having him watch. That was
I liked having my own time with my sweet baby Kayla, with the gorgeous love of my life, beautiful. If you see this, honey, take care of yourself. I hope you're all right. But no, there was.
Why do you think Rekieta wanted to watch you with his wife?
There was a weird vibe I got where I don't know if he wanted to watch, because anytime, like, there was one time where she would always try to sneak a little when we were in the bed and other people would be there, almost like to see if she could get away with it. I mean, not that I'm fucking complaining,
like
at
touching
all.
you and shit when you're, like, everyone's sleeping, or
like putting me in.
Whoa, okay.
And then one time we got into it and she went and reached for Nick's hand and he got his hand away and left the room. He's like, no, I'm not into that, because he didn't know anything was going on. So, like, we would get really kind of risque with our shit every once in a while. We got talk. Her and I would get talking tos from Nick and April quite a bit. I know I got a talking to for our behavior, which always struck me as fucked up and weird, because I'm like, sorry, just the two of us are doing our thing, and, you know, we're not busting down the door to see what the fuck you guys are doing. Like, it's just weird. They were like, Nick would be like, well, you guys, and because when Nick was down doing his show, April would sit down there and watch.
Right.
She would watch him do his show, and Kayla and I would be upstairs free to do what we like.
May I ask you the setup? Like, the setup real quick before? Can you remember that story?
She was a corner demon.
Was there, like, a couch there and a table with booze on it?
Chair, she'd sit in a chair.
Just a chair. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah. And sometimes they'd come up for that 1 hour break, and Kayla and I would be a little busy, and Nick would knock on the door, or they'd walk in sometimes, and that was always a little weird. where they just walk. I remember one time we were at my house, and Nick walked in, and Kayla was on top of me, and Nick lost his fucking mind. Keep in mind, there was a closed fucking door. Kayla's on top of me. Nick loses his mind. We stop. Kayla's in the bed. The door's open. I see Nick out the door. I'm like, Nick, sorry that you had to say it. No, don't you fucking talk to me. Not now. And he's like on the verge of tears, like yelling at us. And I'm like, I didn't fucking ask you to come in. There was always these weird times where like Nick would text me, like I told you earlier, asking me where I touched her. Or like one time they walked in from taking a break on his show and Kayla and I were kissing and he's like, what else did you guys do? What did you do except kiss? I'm like, I don't think we did anything. We were just talking about. No, I need to know what you like. He needed to know what was like what he walked in on, and I'm like,
did you guys use condoms?
I'm taken care of. Like I've had 3 kids.
Yeah.
So
you Miss Racket's bareback and busted in her.
I mean, is this
You did.
I alternated, a little of column A, a little of column B.
Come on.
Come on. You raw dogged her. You raw dogged her.
Bro, glazed her, huh?
Condoms are gay.
You glazed her. You glazed her.
Did you go in the back door?
I did not.
Any facials?
No.
Yes, there were.
No.
I saw your face. You facialed her.
I don't need
your
fucking
cum was all over Kayla's face.
Walter Cronkite Ashton over here going, oh, I've been investigating and your face.
I've been investigating the facial expressions that you give lead me to conclude you facialed his wife.
No,
I didn't facial Kayla. She's a sweet girl. I couldn't do that. I couldn't do that to my baby. I couldn't do that to my baby. I couldn't do that to my baby.
Listen, if you're on drugs, facials or whatever.
I mean, how do you not?
Okay.
You finished on her tits.
All right.
Oh, what are you, gay?
And you said no anal.
We need to know.
Like I said, boys, a little of column A, a little of column B.
Was there a cream pie sash?
Do we need to? I mean, how far do we need to go into this?
Was there cream pie?
All the way.
That's the line.
Look, sometimes things just feel good. You don't need to, I mean, we've all f***ed before.
69.
Don't remember. I don't recall.
Don't recall.
You don't like the lawyer now? You understand?
No, do you hear the things I'm admitting to? Like I would say, like I don't remember. You guys are asking a lot of things. I don't like how many questions you guys are asking about my sweet baby's pussy.
All right. No, that's fair. Well, Ash, by the way, and Aaron, I mean, like we did have Sean booked for 10 p.m. Eastern.
We're gonna push him back just a little bit.
Yeah. I'll just say yes. I'll tell him.
Let me ask you about something. So in the reports from the jail, they said that Kayla asked for her prescription bottle, and there was like stuff in there was like a gummy and a couple other things that weren't supposed to be in the prescription bottle. Do you know what that was?
I don't. I will say this, and this isn't me trying to protect anyone or anything like that. I only ever saw Kayla take her her prescription medication. I mean, when it wasn't like when they were doing cocaine and everything, but like I only saw her take the pills that she took for those days. She had prescriptions that she took in the morning and in the evening for sleep conditions. That's all I ever saw.
I'm gonna get into some of our super chats here, just so that they have a chance. Chef Red Pill for 15 bucks asked, did Nick ever inject anything? If not, then how did he get sores on his arms? What drugs was he doing apart from coke and Molly?
I only saw him do cocaine and Molly. As far as the sores on his arms, I never saw him inject anything. The only thing I can explain that as is maybe scratching. I know his hands shook constantly. He couldn't stop his hands from shaking. Maybe there was scratching. I don't know. When I saw that in the police report too, that confused me because I don't. You got to remember, I've also been gone for 7 weeks, so there's a chance. I don't know. Anything could happen. But
what about
it's my testimony here is what I've seen.
What about the ketamine that the police found?
he talked about how he had done ketamine in the past. I was never aware of him having or taking ketamine.
Okay. What do you think about the brown that the police found?
That confuses me too. I'm not sure what that is. I don't know.
Or Molly powder, right?
I mean, and the scale, I know the scale he used to measure out Molly doses. You know, you got.
Yeah, the brown may be Molly because it is brown at times.
What about the?
Molly wasn't brown though.
Okay.
What about the spent gun shell casing? Do you think he was f***ing around with guns, or did you ever see him f*** around with guns, or what do you think that is?
I didn't even know that gun was under the bed, or I would have said something about it. I don't think you should have just a loaded gun under your bed where your kids come and say goodnight. That's a little off to me. Maybe keep it somewhere else.
Okay. Do you know anything about the Sonitude demon? Asked Coltergeist. What are your thoughts on that subject?
I've heard about it since the arrest. I'm not well versed in it enough. I just know enough to know I don't want one. There was a lot of emotional stuff between Kayla and I that I thought would be a little devastating. But from watching all three of them, either publicly or privately, not take any fucking responsibility for what they've done, any amount of feeling bad I've had is kind of gone away, because whoever I married, I watched her die a long time ago with all of this stuff.
How long ago do you think?
I would say we were fighting about drugs back in December. I remember telling her, I go, honey, you don't get into this. Like, it's going to be bad news, And she's like, it's only a little bit, and it's just to have fun. I don't see what the big deal is. And I go, honey, and she showed me how much she does. I go, but honey, it's going to get like this and like this and like this, and it's going to be more and more days. And then eventually, we're leaving to go do a show in the morning. We had stayed at their house the night before, and it's 4 a.m, and she's doing a line of coke to get up and do the show in the morning. And then there's one day where I see her do 2 lines of coke before 8:30 in the morning, and I'm like, this is what I was talking about.
Do you think letting Rakeda your wife at all contributed to the divorce, or was it just going to be a divorce anyway?
I think going down this road sealed the fate of our marriage. I'll tell people, if they're ever thinking of doing this because they think it seems glamorous and fun, it's a fucking disaster every time you try it. And then you throw booze and drugs into the mix, you might as well just kiss your marriage goodbye. It's over. I honestly think that once you even suggest it, you're probably done. It's over, either consciously or subconsciously, because I want Kayla.
All right. Well, Captain Cisco for 4 asked, did Kayla like Star Trek Enterprise, or what was her favorite show?
I know she hated Discovery.
Right.
Discovery she thought was too PC and shit, which I watched a few. I sat up and watched some Star Trek with my beautiful Kayla. I think she liked Enterprise, or she liked the series Picard. She enjoyed that. And then the one that had Picard on it, I can't remember which one that was.
Next Generation. Okay.
Next Generation, yeah.
All right, so I'm glad we know a little bit about her Star Trek preferences. John Potter for 10 asks, did Nick ever talk about Ethan Ralph?
He talked about Ralph once in a while. He would always kind of say that he was okay with him. He and Ralph were okay. They were bad for a while, and now they're okay. But nothing real specific.
Did he tell you about the farting stream where he shit his pants on the stream?
No, he did not tell me about that.
Pretty funny story, by the way.
I've gotten in between you and Ethan apparently here with my dual appearances, and I don't need to get any further in between you and
the Ethan. No.
How do you so we got a question here from the super chat. How do you think all of this is going to affect your kids long term and Rakeda's kids as well?
Rakeda's kids, if they don't get help badly, and I'm worried about it, hopefully they never get them back before they're clean. My children, my ex-wife and I have been on top of this. I've been seeing a therapist. I've learned some tools to talk to the kids about this. Luckily, they don't know too much. But obviously someday they might read about it. And my ex-wife and I have been very proactive in how we communicate that. She's actually been really good about
Who has the kids now? Do you know who has Rakeda's kids?
Yes, and I'd rather not say.
Okay. Can you say? just to end the speculation?
I don't want to, because all due respect to everyone on the internet, I don't need to be responsible for any lunatics doing anything.
Yes, swatting her or
Do
something
you
like that.
think that your kids will speak to CPS, or are you worried about a CPS investigation? Because you said that your 4-year-old was like touching cocaine.
She did not touch cocaine. It was sitting next to her, but yeah. No, I mean, I've been very open about everything, like I said, with my ex-wife and everything else. She knows all of it, and
a lot of people, yeah. Sorry. A lot of people,
it wasn't me who did it. So.
Yeah.
We got Vulcan who asks, Aaron, can you look at the camera and say, my name is Aaron and I've been felted? Let me see here.
Wait, I think he's gonna do it.
My name is Aaron Imholt, and I've been felted.
Her words have never really been spoken. Like, I don't know. Okay, we got a question here from Figure again for 5. He says, how much coke would Nick take per day on average? You know?
Like, I don't know too much about it, but a lot.
How often did he buy, and how much did he get each time?
God, I don't know. I do have an interesting buy story, though. It would be a few weeks ago. We were getting into this story. We never finished it.
Okay.
Kayla and I had met up on neutral ground, and she said, I've been clean for a few days. I go, that's fantastic. I'm proud of you. And she said, when we ran out last time, I said, that was it. We're not going to get any more. This is a story I got from Kayla. That's how I want to preface this. She said, when we ran out, I said, we're not getting any more, and Nick agreed. When we ran out, April threw a fit and said she would go by herself to go get more. And I told them, and Kayla said, I told them no. And then Nick and I had a fight, and he said, I'm not going to let her go to Minneapolis by herself and, go get more or anything like this. So I'm going to go with her and blah, blah. And Kayla was really upset and dejected about that. Nick rationalized it, the whole deal. That was the story I got from Kayla. And I believe that may have been the actual package that they got busted with. So Kayla did try to get it to stop.
Okay. And then, did Nick share coke with anybody other than you and April?
Not that I ever saw.
Not that you saw.
Not that I ever saw. I can't say yes, can't say no, but not that I ever experienced or saw.
And how much did
I'll point this out. Nick never took money for any of it.
But I was going to follow. How much did he give away? Do you know?
It was always, he was gratis. He was always on the house, so to speak.
He was always giving it away. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me see here. Who else asked a question? LawTube, somebody here says you really need to buckle up, Aaron, because LawTube is not going to be happy about this stream. Somebody here, Greed, says show text or it never happened. Well, I imagine the next step is are you going to be revealing text messages
on your
to
show or
corroborate
something?
this story? Because you have said a lot. So, people are going to be pressing you on this, and a lot of these people are like legal magicians. So
yeah, no, I do. I have an appointment coming up where all of that will be divulged. I'll give all of that away to the people. Yeah.
You were saying you were going to talk to the police and basically tell them everything you need to tell them.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I like watching how fucking smug he was at his arraignment and watching how fucking smug he is now. I mean, if those kids are going to have any fucking chance, then there needs to be serious consequences.
I agree.
I agree too.
I agree. There does need to be very serious consequences, like at a bare minimum.
I need to work on absolving myself of the shit I did and the things I didn't do to protect those children or protect anybody in that house and the role I played in it. So
how did you justify it to yourself to leave those children in a filthy drug den, Aaron?
I had 3 kids of my own. and I
That
was
makes it
looking out-
worse.
I was
doesn't it?
looking out for mine, and I was removing us from the situation.
But you're you're 37 years old though, right, Aaron? Like you're a grown-ass man with 3 kids, and you decided to snort coke and open your marriage and let this guy fuck your wife and expose this degenerate to your children, and you never thought maybe I should be the one to report it? Maybe it shouldn't come down to the church pastor or whatever?
I did think it. No, you're right. No, you're 100% right. I did think it. I didn't have the balls to pull the trigger. That pastor.
But you did have the balls to do coke and fuck another man's wife, but not the balls to pick up the phone.
I'm not fighting
and
you
get
on
them help.
that. Yeah. I'm not fighting you on that. It's a mistake. It's something I gotta live with. It's a mistake I made. It's shameful. Like it's the word I keep using is it's shameful. Like I'm gonna have to work that off. I guess in a spiritual sense for the rest of my life.
I mean,
there's nothing okay with what I did. I mean, the only okay thing I did was stop.
Yeah.
That's
I
it.
agree with you.
Everything else is it's unholy.
Yeah.
I agree.
And it's shameful, yeah.
I can't help but get a bit pissed. But
I'm not going to fight you on it. You have every right to get pissed. Everything we did was degenerate and disgusting, and unfortunately, only one person can say that. I wish everybody could say it. I wish everybody could admit it.
Creallen says the part of the kids not knowing about the drug use I find hard to believe. As someone that had family that abused drugs, I can till this day immediately notice if they've had as little as 1 or 2 beers. So the kids definitely noticed. I mean, like Ricada's kids, they knew what was going on, man.
I don't know. I mean, I guess I'm saying I don't know because my answer would be, God, I hope not. I really hope not. But if they do, and if they did, then, you know, God help us all, because we're all pieces of shit for that coming out. It's funny, we were always worried about not showing affection to the other spouse in front of the children because we didn't want them to know about that part. But I will say this, I never saw drugs consumed in front of children.
Okay.
I will say that I never saw drugs used in front of children. It was always in the back, in the bathroom of the master
Clip for 777 asks, Aaron, have you gotten a battery of STD tests yet? You should, and I would. And then 6 months ago from now, have you taken any sort of STD test?
I have had a few tests, and all systems go, boys.
All right, good.
Okay, that's positive.
That's a tough.
Yeah.
B. Dever, the one-armed bandit for 10 asks, Aaron, can you confirm he has a trust fund? Are you aware how much per week, per month?
I can only speak to its existence. I can't speak to amounts.
Was he on the board of the charity, or is it just like a tugboat, like cash infusion?
I don't know. I didn't get into his finances or anything like that, no.
Okay, we got Chef Red Pill. Is it true that Nick was giving his nanny $3,000 a month for snacks for his kids, or was he only buying snacks for his nose?
What I do know is that Nick would complain sometimes that the nanny would turn in Walmart bills or grocery store bills for $3,000 in a month. That's what I remember of the $3,000 or $4,000.
Okay. I Punch Puppy for 5 says, you deserve this for leaving your first wife while she was pregnant with your 3rd child. How funny is this to her? You asked for this. Now, do you have, like, is that true that you left?
Let's clear up the...
I heard it was bullshit, but go ahead.
Yeah, so April and I met 3 years after my divorce was finalized. Like, that was over for a long time. I did cheat on my first wife. Total garbage. It's such a white trash story. We got divorced, and then while we were going through the divorce, we hooked up, and she got pregnant. We didn't want to be married anymore. This was like the worst possible fucking case scenario, and we still went through with the divorce. So I didn't leave my wife while she was pregnant. Believe me, she was done with me too. Once she got pregnant, we had a weak moment while we were getting divorced. We took the kids to the playground, the 2 kids that we had at the time, and then when we came home, we went to the bedroom and we conceived another child.
All right. Anonymous for 10 asks, he says, Minnesota got like no snow this year, so what's true? How can the snow angel story be true?
Oh, we got some snow. I have pictures of the snow angels.
Really?
Shit, dude.
You should tweet it out.
I mean, I don't want to show the, like, I'm not ready for, oh God, I can't show you guys those pictures. Oh, my sweet baby.
So you're implying with that you have nude pictures of Mrs. Rackets to back up this whole story.
Oh, I took this one in the morning after, and my dog had peed on the snow angel, that dick. Here's one of the, I don't know how well.
I see. Okay, there are actually snow angels.
Well, Nick also has plenty of snow, huh?
That's why we didn't get much.
I don't even know.
This one must have been my snow angel. This looks like an impatient. No, the other one was Kayla's beautiful snow angel. I think that one was mine. I remember it being very cold. She dealt with it much better.
These stories have been wild, but not surprising, to be honest.
I'm going to ask you again, just coming out of this break, are you planning on testifying in court if this should go to trial?
As Tommy once said in Shawshank Redemption, just give me that chance.
Whoa.
Wow. So, I mean, you're of the opinion that Rekieta should, settle these charges.
His arrogance has made me fucking sick. I would have shut my mouth, but that fucking stream where I know my wife was on it, and then talking to the other two, well, not talking to, getting messages from the other two since they've been out of jail, and showing that they haven't learned a fucking thing from this. I didn't feel bad. Like, guys, I'll be honest, I was gonna maybe keep a couple of things, play them close to the vest here until Ashton went, come on, you know more. But it was, but once...
Well, you've made the right choice.
Thank you, buddy. Once I heard from all three of them, either Nick's public, disgusting f***ing copes, and then getting messages from the other two showing that all they give a shit is about me keeping silent so they can save themselves, instead of admitting what they did wrong and repenting. Like, I'm the only one here who seems sorry for what I did. And I'm the only one who got away before I could get busted. But rest assured, if they would have, just listened to me on a couple of things, I probably would have been there getting arrested too. I mean, damn. And as far as Nick saying to the cops that April was just visiting, then why, when she moved her clothes out of my house, did she put them all in the Rekieta's house? And why did Kayla say to me, I'm fucking furious, there's another woman who's moved into my house in my bedroom?
What have they been texting you?
I think you guys saw on Twitter the April text. I think Ethan Ralph, she messaged Ethan Ralph. Why she would, I don't know. Nothing against Ralph. It's just, well, why? She had this weird boilerplate text that she sent out to everyone. And to me, it was, charges have been dropped. I'm not an addict. Somebody did this to me.
Yeah.
And to me, that is such a fucking addict answer to something. Like, just this whole, I'm a victim. It was me. Like my friend Gino Bisconti said on his show yesterday, you were caught in a house with drugs, guns, and children. Don't say anything was done to you. Don't say you're innocent. You were handed a literal get out of jail free card. And also, this is what a great operator Nick Rekieta is. This is fucking brilliant on his part, the way he can prey on people. He told cops that she was just visiting, so the charges get dropped. So then Nick can go back to April, and instead of going, yeah, I gave you coke, I got you into this downward spiral, I helped you into this world of degeneracy, she'll now think, my white angel, my beautiful angel Nick saved me when the chips were down.
Have you archived
under the bus?
Have you already archived all of the messages on the Signal app and everything? Because you should do that. Because
I'll be honest about the Signal app. A lot of those messages have been deleted by the other party. I screenshotted what I could. Mm-hmm. I didn't, because when they got but until they got arrested, I didn't think I'd need these Signal messages.
Yeah.
But on Signal, you can delete your messages so they can't be visible.
Okay.
Right.
So by the time they got arrested and everything, I do have text messages from 2 of the 3 of them. I'm sure if I went back in my texts with Nick, I'm sure I have a few text messages, but Nick's a pretty slippery dude. He only operates on encrypted apps.
Yeah. Okay. Do we want to bring Sean on at this
Yes,
point?
and I was gonna say real fast. My opinion, I think April, like the reason that she's not being honest is she's throwing everyone under the bus. She is gonna do whatever she can to be the victim, and well, you Nick, you Kayla, you're gonna get this. You're gonna, yeah, I'll sing, I'll talk.
Gino read a text from her that kind of blows Nick's story out of the water. And that was, she sent Gino a text that said, when my life was hard, these people have given me a place to live. And that kind of conflicts. And the messages I got from April.
Do you know where she's living now?
No idea, and I don't want to.
How would you react, or how would you feel if she if she goes down to Mexico and fucks Ralph for drugs?
I'm glad it was after me.
Yeah, I mean, that's about the best answer you can get.
Right?
At this
That's
point.
about it. I'm glad
What do you think the likelihood of that is? Because she obviously wants to be like in an e-celeb type relationship, do drugs, and have no accountability. I mean, he would fit in well with the lifestyle she wants to live, right?
Are you, I mean, you've got a pretty decent sized following there, Ashton. I mean...
You think I should April too, buddy? Is that what you're recommending, bud?
No, you put the image of Ralph in my head and you upset me, so I was trying to throw it off on
Welcome to the Keno Casino, May 31st, 2024 edition. As of right now, we have approximately 3 hours for Nick Recated to deliver the remaining 13 local streams that were promised.
Yeah, right?
He delivered 1. He promised 14. And I don't know how he's going to do all 13 streams in the next 3 hours, but...
There's a lot of energy around this A-logging Nick. And you know what? Thank God.
You don't say there's a lot of energy. Oh boy, it's like Christmas every day. I wake up, I'm like, okay, how's he going to be felted today? And without fail, it's amazing. It's actually more like Hanukkah, really.
Yeah,
it's like this
multiple days.
It's been like 8 crazy nights. Ooh, let me get this night.
Woo! Dreidel.
To the Recated folder, and let's have a look here at this news coming from his locals about the new studio.
I'm excited, folks. Check it out.
He goes, working on new studio for revitalizing show. And it's like, just thinking about that, it's so jokes. It's like, buddy, like revitalizing your show, that really shouldn't be your priority or your concern at this moment. It should be trying to find out how to avoid prison where you get f***ed up the bum. Like, for real. Yeah. It should be like trying to find out how you're gonna get your kids back from the government. But he's focused on revitalizing his show. But even the idea that a new studio would revitalize the show?
It's like review tech.
It's so dumb. Yeah, that's what people were really clamoring for, was a refresh of the studio.
A new background.
It wasn't that, you were drunk and high out of your fucking mind jerking yourself off on live stream. Like, it wasn't that you weren't doing anything to do with law, right? Like, come on, man. You weren't law-splaining the interwebs. You were drunk. You were high. You were seething at chat, losing your mind. Your shows were garbage. They were low energy as f***, and they were incoherent. Nobody could even understand you. When you brought guests on, you just embarrassed them with your drunkenness, your stupid fucking jokes, making people uncomfortable, burning bridges. But you think, you know what? Here's the solution. a studio refresh.
And by the way, like, he's like dying. Like, you look like you're dying. No one likes to see that. But look at this. By the way, he puts like a lot of misspells here too.
Well, because he's drunk out of his mind. So, do you know, he claimed on Locals that he poured all the alcohol in his house down the drain.
I saw that.
Do you know how much the alcohol collection cost?
It was like 3,000?
More like 7 grand. Whoa. So we're supposed to believe that after this guy just lost thousands of dollars worth of cocaine and ketamine and firearms, he had to just post $50,000 in bail. We're gonna believe that this drug addict alcoholic poured $7,000 worth of liquor down the drain?
Right?
I have an alternate explanation. I believe that currently he is drinking $7,000 worth of liquor all in one go. And then he's gonna tell us all that it's gone. And it's like, yes, it is gone, but it all went down your throat, you fucking bozo.
By the way,
He the clown.
By the way,
Lord
Ash,
Baldo.
isn't it really funny? This is a conspiracy. I was set up. People don't like me, but I'm pouring all my booze out. But I thought it was a conspiracy. I thought it was bullshit.
True, why doesn't he make a video? You know, this is what he could do, because I don't think this would actually hurt him fucking, you know, his legal prospects at all. Because he already said, he posted saying he poured it down the drain, which, by the way, seems to be an indicator that you have a problem, because why would you be pouring it down the drain? It's the same sort of indicator of a problem that was why he couldn't go to rehab, right?
Yep, exactly.
So he told us he couldn't go to rehab because it would be an admission of wrongdoing, but he can tell us all that he poured all the alcohol down the drain.
You're right, it doesn't make sense.
You know, it doesn't make any sense at all, does it? No, of course not. But if that's the case, why didn't you just film a video of you pouring bottle after bottle down the drain?
Yeah, and put it on Locals. Make every video, every bottle a video, and you'd reach the 14 you owed the fucking local people.
and be like, listen, guys, here it is. I'm pouring it. There it is. I'm destroying my addiction.
Right?
He didn't do that fucking shit. And this whole studio refresh, or he's moving the studio, what this means to me, his ass got thrown out by Lady Racket. She was like, this, because her family was involved in the report.
Yeah, the sister.
Her sister was like, this shit. Like, the children aren't being fed. They're stinky. I've went over there. My sister looks like a fucking crack user. She looks like she's lost her fucking mind. Everything's a disaster. I've had enough. So that side of the family, like Kayla's side of the family, probably has her back and is empowering her to throw Lord Baldo on the streets. And let's remember, because I don't think this is just wild speculation, because Rekieta gave the $50,000 for him to have no conditions.
Yeah.
So there's no random drug testing for him. He's able to drink, he's able to smoke pot, and there's no drug testing for him. But for her, there's still random drug testing. He didn't fork out the money for her. So there's clearly some sort of trouble in paradise going on here.
I have a theory, Ash. Do you want to hear this? I believe that the sister and the family, right, said, Kayla, if you take the random testing, if you do all this stuff, we'll support you. You're allowed to stay at our house, and we'll help you through this whole situation. If you pay the $50K and go back with Nick, we're not going to help you. I think that's what happened because like the sister was the reporter too, was one of the reporters. So
well, I think that Rekieta, because he has the 2 houses, I think his wife just told him, get the fuck out.
Yeah.
And so he's now moving his studio over to the 2nd house.
Yeah.
Is what's going on. And they're not living together, and it might be because of a disagreement over the legal strategy. Maybe she's gonna rat on Rekieta, turn on him, testify against him for a deal. And if that happens, shit's about to fucking get fucked.
Yeah.
Because Rekieta's gonna be on the hook for child support and alimony for like a 20-year marriage where they had 5 children.
Oh.
It's not gonna be cheap, buddy. And I think she might be entitled to part of your trust fund as well there, Lord Baldo.
And the house.
rent the house, which he's not in. So she might get to keep that house, and the kids are gonna live there, and Rekieta might get the other one, maybe. And he'll live in that one, segregated from his wife and children, all alone. But he says here, he fucks up immediately. Like, you would think...
You double check.
You would think if you're being accused of being a drug addict and an alcoholic and a sex and all this shit, and your brain's fried and you're a cuckold, you'd think you'd proofread this stuff, right? To avoid any sort of people saying, hey, this guy seems like he's still on drugs. But immediately, hurrahs, a new chat. When the show comes back...
What?
You know, he couldn't spell hears.
Oh, here.
Hurrahs. When the show comes back, there's going to be a new look and a slightly different feel.
A slightly different feel. What does he mean? Slightly. Listen, Nick, it's got to be a literally complete new feel. It has to be like, whoa, he's normal. Like, slightly different.
He's clearly out of his mind on drugs and booze. He's fucked out of his mind, and he's using it to cope with the fact his wife tossed his ass out of the house.
Oh.
He goes, I think you'll like it. But then he goes, I know most people won't.
He's right.
The self-felt of it all. So if you know most people won't like the change, why are you doing it? It must be because you have to make the change, right?
But Ash, read the next line, and then I have a funny thing. Like, but it will become
comfy over time.
This is like when Walter was kicked out of the house in Breaking Bad and had to stay in the apartment, in the townhouse.
No. It's tough out there.
Oh, it's like Milhouse's dad, you know?
Oh, okay.
Oh, dude.
Planning the kickoff show. So he's already planning the return stream, which is such a bad idea. And the fact that we're like apparently days away from this insane kickoff stream, it's like, why don't you just not stream? Have you thought about that? Have you thought about maybe just don't post on locals, don't post on Instagram, don't post on Twitter? Get a lawyer, focus on your case, and like focus on getting your kids back, getting sober.
That's trippy.
You
Looks
know,
cool.
figuring out like how you're not going to go to prison.
No, he has to plan the. And by the way, what is he planning? Like, how do you cover a trial of someone who's doing way less than what you are being accused of?
The thing is, he's not even going to cover a trial, Andy. He wasn't covering trials before because he said he had no time to do the trials. He was too stressed. He's better be doing trials now. He has no kids to worry about. So in a way, it's like relieving for him. All the stress is gone. No wife, no kids. He's all alone in the new house or whatever, his new Cope studio. There should be no excuse. He should deliver the 14 local streams that were promised. He needs to deliver streaming a trial every day, right? Like, there's no excuse anymore. There's no kids around, my friend. So he's moving all of his shit to this old studio. What's old is new again. And he's planning to come back and start streaming. Like probably this week or next week. He was trying to say he was going to do it like the day of or the next day.
The next day,
The next day. And then he just got felted by Aaron. There's just been a massive shit avalanche. The incident report, Aaron's interviews all over the place, the full fucking warrants coming out, law tubers turning on him, insane copes and sweeps from his people that make him look worse and worse and worse. But the kickoff is coming, folks. For
it
the
is the felt that never ends.
We got like what was like the season finale, or what should have been. But now we're getting like an immediate season premiere, the kickoff of the new season of Rick.
It's like when Netflix like bulk drops the season, you know?
And I'm getting in a good place to speak about the world without speaking about my case should be very soon. Now, I just want to point out that Rekieta has a real problem with holding back on stuff. He has a real problem with impulse control, hence being an alcoholic,
Really?
and a cokehead, and he's still on those substances.
Of course.
As far as I'm concerned, until proven otherwise.
In our
Pretty
opinion.
sure he's still flying on that stuff.
Yeah.
So he's going to be streaming for hours and hours at a time. His whole chat just filled to the brim with people
Hate.
talking about the case, hating on him. The super chats are going to be full of hate and about the case, and he's not going to comment on it. Come on. He thinks he's so smart he can comment on it and get away with it. And it's going to keep fucking him over at every turn. And only really by the end of all of this, all of the proceedings, will he realize how badly he it's going to be really, really, you know? Then he says he's taking the opportunity to shift to a more daytime schedule. So finally, those meddling kids are gone, and he can stream during the day like he always wanted to. Like, he's gonna take this as a W.
But I'll still
He's
have
gonna-
time for my nighttime people?
The
What?
nighttime, you know, like, so you're gonna stream all day and
Ralph.
all night.
It's Ralph
These
here.
are like delusions that he has. The guy couldn't even stream once or twice a week. He couldn't fulfill any of his promises to any of his supporters for months and months and months. But now suddenly, under the most pressure, under the most stress of his entire life, he's gonna magically stream during the morning and at night and fulfill all of his locals' promises. And also be on this case and get his children back.
No.
And he's also gonna quit his addictions, and he's gonna get sober and clean. Like, it's bullshit.
Wait.
Maybe he's moving his studio to somewhere else in the house, but I don't think so.
No.
I think the fact
Why
he's
would
putting
you?
this out publicly, yeah, why wouldn't he just keep it the same?
Or change the background in the same room.
It seems to me like there's a bit more to this than meets the eye.
Yeah.
But he's now also graced us on his locals with his new revision.
Okay.
He
The
goes-
Denny's cop.
Denny's cop says he ordered a grand slam with extra bacon. This is from the locals. And Rekieta says, this is what the local sheriff is calling the search of my house. This is a joke and not a legal statement.
Hang on.
So the sheriff searching his house is a grand slam with extra bacon. The cops are celebrating, man. It's a big time grand slam with extra bacon. Like, he's dunking on himself.
What would you
And he's
say that?
referencing the kid. Like, it's basically an admission of guilt. He's like, yeah, that's what the cops are calling it. They're calling it a grand slam. They searched my house. They
With
got
extra
20 pounds
bacon,
of
get it?
cocaine. The extra bacon is
More
fucking
cops.
guns in the house.
No, I think it's just
And
more
every-
cops
child
walking around.
Bacon because cops equals pigs. Ha! And
Yeah.
you're right, Badman, but he's not going to comment about the case, right? He's already commenting about the case, and he's not even live. So, I don't know how we're supposed to believe he's not going to comment about the case now.
I'm so excited for his first show back.
Oh,
I'm so excited. Holy shit,
I'm
dude.
so excited.
Sheesh.
Can't find it. So, we are declaring war here at the casino today.
There is war.
On the Rekieta janitors. And there's going to be no mercy for the Rekieta janitors. All of those that are trying to sweep it up. And it's just as I predicted it would go. At first, they started attacking the pastor
Okay,
and
gotta go.
attacking the
It's
church.
been fun.
And they're still
Enjoy
doing
the
that.
day.
Yeah.
Be
But I
throwing
said
kisses.
they're actually going to get to the point where they attack the children. And we're actually at the point now where Ethan Van Sciver is saying the children are lazy.
CYA, thanks
It
for
was the
swinging by.
children's fault this happened. The children needed to
Heart.
step up. Like, this is fucking
better for
lunatic
them.
shit.
It's better
It's
for
better
them.
for
This
them.
happened.
They're actually gonna grow and develop as people and be better people because this happened.
EVS is sick.
He's sick in the head.
He's bad, bud. He's twisted.
This is the shit that we're actually dealing with now. Where instead of asking Rekieta to take responsibility for being a cokehead, a baldo wearer, a cuckold, a degenerate fiend, having guns stored improperly around his children. Instead of Rekieta taking any responsibility for any of that, his children being hungry, his children being stinky, instead, it's the children who need to take responsibility for it.
What?
It's just fucking lunatic shit.
Back in my day, we used to make our own cereal. Okay, well, go ahead.
But this standard would not be applied to anybody else.
No!
If this was some black e-celeb or just some random black guy, most of these motherfuckers would put them up on the cross.
What if it was Eric July?
If it was Eric July who did this,
he'd be hung.
We would never, ever, ever hear the end of it. But Ethan Van Sciver still to this day tries to say that Eric July being like Marvel is a bigger problem for society than Rekieta not feeding his children and being a cokehead. Like, he's actually trying to argue this shit and trying to push it. And it's just insane. And the people doing this, it's like, are you okay? Like, do you have fucking brain damage? And if I'll say this, if with Melanie Mack, if this was a gay person or a gay couple that fucking did this, right?
There would be.
It would be, this is the degeneracy of same-sex adoption.
Hell on earth.
Hell on earth. They can't be allowed to have kids because they didn't feed them. But because it's Nicholas Rekieta of LawTube, we have to sweep it up for him. When if it was a gay couple or a black couple that was doing this degenerate swinger shit, cokehead shit, they would be absolutely nailed to the cross, but Rekieta gets a broomstick and a pass.
Or
it's
if it was
bullshit.
A leftist, if it was a journalist, if it was like anyone that they talk shit about, it would be like, oh, they're the worst people. But when it's Rekieta, sweep it up. No, it's the kid's fault. Pray for him.
And you know
nothing to see here.
You know what they're trying to say is that anybody who criticizes him is a social justice warrior.
Yes!
This is fucking beyond delusional. You don't have to be a social justice warrior to condemn child abuse. I don't know why this is such a fucking hard concept to understand. I don't get it. It's like, no, you must be a leftist trying to suppress speech and freedom. You're an SJW. Like, these tactics don't work anymore. It's 2024. You can't just SJW jacket Andy Worski.
Yes!
This is insane.
By the way, you know what's so funny, Ashton? How we get called out for being too edgy. But the minute we say anything they don't agree with, oh, they're being leftists.
They're leftists, or they're Jewish controlled, or they're SJWs. It's just fucking full on cope and delusion.
What is it? Are we too fucking on the right, or now we're left? Like, what is it?
Oh, I know.
And
they can't make up their
very
mind.
funny. Yeah.
It's woke ski.
This is like, dude, this is just like when a leftist goes, everyone I don't like is Hitler. It's like the same shit. It's like, oh, he has these points of views. It's the Hassan cope. It's the Hassan fucking cope.
What I don't understand is why these guys can't just shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
They just won't shut the fuck up and just let it go. They have to defend him, and they have to try and force this insane worldview. It's like, well, in centuries past, children worked in the coal mines. It's like, so? Like, we're supposed to go back to that? Like, is it a good thing that children were working in the coal mines as young as 5 years old during the Industrial Revolution? Well, it made them strong. It's like, okay, by this same sort of argument they're making, it's like, back in the 1890s, the age of consent was 10 years old. Are you saying we should go back to that as well? Like, well, it's a traumatizing experience that'll toughen them up. This is the shit that these people are saying.
But what about the child porn?
But
it's absolute madness.
Look, I'll say this too. Yes, when I was younger, my parents were at work. I had to microwave like pizza pops. I had to make some cereal. I had to do this. I do that. Yeah. No, I understand that. Look, kids should be able to make their own cereal.
But guess what? When there's no cereal in the house to make, then there becomes a problem.
And when your house has mold,
they're supposed to step up. The older one is supposed to work full time while going to school, while performing all the domestic duties for his 4 siblings. How about you? And it's like, you know, they bring up examples of like families in poverty that are struggling. I consider that completely irrelevant, considering this family wasn't in poverty. This is a family of millionaires. Do you understand? Like, Rekieta made 1.2 million in super chats, but his kids don't have food or clean clothes. And this guy's like, oh, well, you know, why didn't they go to the laundry machine? Well, the laundry machine is past the master bedroom. So they'd have to go through a crack den where 4 to a bed, their mother and father are fucking strange men and women, Aaron and fucking April, and watch this degenerate shit to get to the, I wonder why they didn't want to go to the washing machine.
And by the way,
like, they're like, these kids ratted on their parents at the first opportunity. It must have been bad for these kids to come forward and say something. It was years of neglect. And months of, it seems like, supreme neglect, where they didn't even have the nanny to take care of them. So I don't want to hear this bullshit from these people. They're absolute fucking scumbags. They don't care about the kids at all. They don't care about how much of a danger Rekieta is to himself and to others. All they care about is sweeping for Rekieta so they can make money and get viewers from him. It's shameful.
And Ash,
it's shameful as
Ash, let's just say in a hypothetical system that the laundry was available. It was there. It was right in that. All right, cool. Should the 16-year-old have to do laundry for 2 years for his younger siblings? No, that's insane. Once in a while, you have to learn how to fucking do it, sure. But you're now raising, and there's a law against turning a child into a parent. Right? Under 18, you can't parentalize a kid.
No, but why didn't the kids go to work to support Rekieta's coke habit?
Right?
Why didn't the kids go get jobs and give their dad money for coke and drugs?
Your parentification, that's what it's called. Yeah.
Why are the kids neglecting Rekieta and his drug habit? Rekieta has a right to snort cocaine under the law.
Right?
And that's what the founding fathers intended, was for Rekieta to be able to snort cocaine all day and get drunk as and the children should be working in order to support that habit. Why shouldn't Rekieta be able to send them to the fucking coal mines to work? I mean, this is where their train of logic leads to. The train of logic that these guys want is for society to have no protections for children. And we're going to watch Dick Masterson argue as such.
Yeah.
He's like, the police should never be called for any fucking reason. And it's just like, what sort of delusional world are you in, man?
And by the way, there's a big difference between a kid having to make his own cereal or whatever, or like learn how to do laundry, right? Because the parents are at work. There's a big difference between that and the parents are having swinger fucking sex orgies and on coke. There's a big difference between, hey, mom's working 3 jobs, I gotta make my own. No,
they say, oh, but it happens in other families, so it's okay. But no, it's not. It's not okay in those families, and it's not okay in this circumstance now. But at least some of those other families have like poverty as an excuse, or
at least there's an excuse of like, hey, mom, a single mom, she's at work,
80 hours, they're fucking having a really hard time. Like, you know what I mean? This guy, he doesn't have any stress really in his life whatsoever. He's a live streamer that streams once to twice a week.
You know, Dick.
Do you understand? Like, he's not working a real job. It's not comparable to other circumstances.
You're about to see Dick. He'll say that because Nick left the sermon once or twice, that the pastor was so angry about this, created the conspiracy to have him locked up, and it's insane. And the sister-in-law, well, you've all had sister-in-laws. They're all bitches, right? Oh, I'm sure they all hated Nick. It's a conspiracy. Shut the fuck up,
Honestly,
Dick.
the lowest level contrarian bullshit. His worldview is the worldview of an edgy 16-year-old child that never developed any sort of maturity, perspective, or worldview whatsoever. It's pathetic. And he's like, well, you know, this is church people and police that are saying this shit. You can't trust those people. It's like, I don't know. A lot of conservatives consider church people and the police to be the pillars of a society. Like, I don't know. Like a lot of church people there, they try and be honest, you know? If you can't believe them, I don't know who you can believe, because they tend to take the truth pretty seriously.
Yeah.
You know?
Well,
Now, sometimes there is drama and there's disputes within the church and stuff like that, but this wasn't that. It clearly wasn't that.
also,
They had intervened several times asking him, and that's why Rekieta was seething at the church on his live stream over and over and over again, because they kept trying to get him to stop neglecting his children. And finally, it got to the point where the kids were so hungry and so stinky that they were pleading to their Sunday school teacher for help.
Yeah. Also, when police are corrupt, right, there's usually a benefit for the police. Money, they're like, you know, shielding some politician. What conspiracy do the police have to have Nick arrested? Like, what conspiracy? What benefit does the police department of Minnesota, St. Cloud, Minnesota, have to put Nick in jail? It's not like Nick was about to expose the mayor, or like, you know, there's money in taking down Nick. There's no conspiracy.
There was no serious investigative journalism on a local level against anybody on city council or the mayor or the police chief. The guy could barely stay awake on live stream because he was so fucked up on drugs. Like, this is not like some like rabid critic of the government that's defending individual liberty and he had to be shut down, or there was whistleblowers, government workers came to him like Edward Snowden and he was like Julian Assange. This is not reality. That's fucking delusional. The guy was talking about fucking internet drama and Denny's jokes high out of his fucking mind, is what he was doing. He wasn't even talking about legal cases anymore. But oh no, he was the whistleblower exposing the government, the next Julian Assange.
Right?
I'm sure.
It's so, like there's no reason that this is like a conspiracy. Why? Why?
So one of my YouTube trolls sent me a McDonald's sandwich. It is a filet-o-fish, add pickle, add shredded lettuce, no filet-o-fish patty, extra tartar sauce. Like, how is this gonna get to me? The trolls, they find out where I work and they harass me at my job until I get fired. I've had it happen to me at 2 different jobs already. And that's not fair to the people who look past my Asperger's and they give me a chance. So I've become a self-made entrepreneur, basically. What is up, fellow YouTubers? We are live on Streamlabs, baby. It is the weekend. Here's the best part of it, YouTube. I want to give you 3 things that will guarantee you success on a dating scene. 1, you can't force it. 2, you can't rush it. 3, you can't change the person. So let's talk about those 3 things. You can't change the person. You accept them for who they are, and that's just that. Can't rush it. It's much like ordering DoorDash or making a wine. You can't just instantaneously create it into existence. Then things take time to make. It's much like making a wine. You can't just... It'd be nice if you could, but you can't. You want to get good at guitar, it takes time. You want to build a healthy relationship with fellow adults your own age, it takes time.
Literally none of your relationship advice is applicable to adults in the real world. Shave your head, wear adult clothes, and grow up. Yeah, Goblin.
That's what we call a donate to talk shit. And donate to talk shit's coming in nicely, tubes. Oh, yes, indeed. Oh, yes, indeed. The idea that grow up because you don't dress like an adult. You know, that right there is the problem with our society. You're not an adult based off of the clothing you wear. You're an adult based off of the decisions you make. And this advice is very applicable to the dating scene in the world around us. Similarities in apparel.
Kobe's, if you give such great advice, then why don't you have a girlfriend?
Because I'm
Is it
waiting
because
patiently.
you never bathe, brush your teeth on a debit card, or because you send videos to chicks without their consent? Kobe's is a ding dong, Kobe's is a ding dong, ding.
That would be a donate to talk shit. First of all,
Cobra's
the
wonky
reason why I don't
eye.
have a
Praise
girlfriend
Dooblanc
is because I have
Snuggle.
a lot of chicks that really like me. Second of all, I'm waiting patiently. Third of all, I have higher standards. Fourth of all, I'm working on bettering myself as a person, having more confidence, making more money, and of course, building my subscription count on YouTube. Now here's the
Big
thing.
ups.
If you're fishing for a fish and you're in a rush to catch it, you might catch it, but it may not be the kind of fish you want. A patient fisher person will always catch their fish. How they say there's other fish in the sea, that kind of thing. What's up, Wyatt Earp? Yeah. Well, the right girl is definitely out there for me. It just takes time and patience, right time, right scenario. Good timing and a coincidence. You know? 3 successful keys to finding a relationship / maintaining one.
You should consider lowering your standards.
Another donate to talk shit. DTTS coming in nicely, tubes.
Stop thinking everyone's a troll, you ding dong, you're egotistical for no reason.
Oh,
If you
another
were
donate
humble,
to talk
then maybe
shit.
people would sympathize with you. Instead, we allow to sit around and feel secondhand embarrassment. I wish Flint had a better son.
Oh, donate to talk shit's coming in nicely, tubes. Yeah, anyone who pays $5 to talk shit to someone is obviously a troll because they think to themselves they're being clever, like, oh. Well, yeah, my trolls don't know what I know like I know, so what do they know? They don't need to know. Yes, I can do better than 16.
Bite Size Cobra Vids is the absolute best YouTube channel.
You know how they got that way? Because they're stealing my content, which theoretically makes me the best YouTube channel. By your logic, thank you for the donate to talk shit. Yes, I'll do that Do Host cover here in a second. Guys can't just say, oh hey.
You're a drunk, you have poor hygiene, you make once, you play with a fart toy and you can't.
I'm actually sober, believe it or not. I don't have any alcohol for the stream. Drinking some Coca-Cola. Thank you for your donate to talk shit. And what's wrong with playing with a fart toy? Fart toys are hilarious.
Kobe's, give us a fake laugh because you like sending videos of your little peck.
Donate to talk shit's coming in nicely, tubes.
Can help it. Being quick. Your logic is wrong. Kobe's Bite Size is the best YouTube channel.
Well, actually, my logic makes more sense than you realize. And again, if you're saying that, Bite-Sized Cobra videos is stealing my content, so that makes me the best channel then. Donate to talk shit coming in nicely, tubes.
King Cobra JFS is the second best channel behind Bite-Sized Cobra vids.
You're right, King Cobra JFS is the best YouTube channel. Thank you for your donate to talk shit. I appreciate it. Again, Bite-Sized Cobra videos wouldn't have content to make. If I quit making content, so would they. Yeah. The thing of it is, YouTube.
Hey Josh, new fan here. Is it true you have a goat?
Thank you for donating your money. I appreciate it. Nope. Thank you for your donate to talk shit. I appreciate it. Why is it that I have to lower my standards? Is it because I'm autistic? Or is it because I'm a male? Which one is it? Anyways, hope you're all having an awesome weekend. I am. Like, oh, let's try trolling Cobra. Oh wait, we didn't get the reaction we wanted? Well, that's just not fair. How about some reaction vids? No matter who wins this election, someone's going pissed off and complaining. Yeah, that's politics for you anymore. It's just frustrating.
Cobra, we love you and the country thanks you for your work in the Middle East, but I donated to you 3 times asking for a Dooblanc vocal cover. Will you please just do it seriously for once and actually finish it? I am your biggest fan. Bite Size sucks.
Should have been around here earlier. I did actually just get done doing it, believe it or not. You missed out then. Because I did just do the vocal cover. I even had my BC Rich Warlock out jamming along with the guitar too.
Problem is I have an unhealthy addiction to King Cobra's channel, but it'll be real with you. Pimp, if you throw enough shite at the wall you'll eventually make King Cobra's channel. Shout out to the Cobraverse, big ups Bite-Sized Cobra vid.
There's something about me that makes people go, what a train wreck, why can't I stop watching? Watching some guy eat Domino's pizza and bitch about politics. Like, I need help with my life. I don't care what your opinion of your opposing candidate is. I don't give a shit what you think about the other person. I want to hear how you're gonna fix the country. You know. Without you, baby, you're still on my lonely mind.
Cobra, can you please just do it? I am your biggest fan and you are seriously letting me down by not doing the Do Hast vocal cover.
I just got
watched
done
what you
doing
did and you
it.
were only saying 3 words and it was not hardcore. I think you don't care about your real fans anymore.
I think you're a troll anymore, honestly. But if it makes you feel any fucking better, I'll redo the goddamn cover. At this point, it's just pick whoever you want to pick, dude. You know, I'm not going to tell you who to vote for. That's for you to decide. I get tired of all these people. And they say, well, we're encouraging you to vote, or we're... You cannot force someone to make their own decisions.
The girls protesting now across USA having meltdowns over Ginsburg and Trump. Much strife could end if state provides $2,000 per session to goth studs like Josh to satisfy hysterical women.
I don't know about that, man. But a friend of mine just stopped by. Well, I'll let him in and then he'll do the vocal covers. Got the fans? I was gonna do a video about it.
All right.
That's good.
I feel like doing some work and getting paid tomorrow.
Doing what?
Furniture.
Huh? And you do realize, the trolls do realize that if you keep doing paybacks, PayPal is going to see it as a bot payback check, etc., etc., and you're not going to get it. You're wasting your time doing the paybacks and shit. Awesome. What? Yeah. Hold on. Ew, what is this stuff, dude? Hold up. Bro. Dude, this stuff stinks. Why would you wear this? Dude, no. Dude, that just smells weird. It's like... Anyways, YouTube. Good fine evening, YouTube. I got a mixture of Rockstar Fruit Punch and Coors Banquets. And like 100,000 subscribers, that's pretty sweet. Appreciate that. I got like PayPal and Cash App shout outs to do because I'll be doing that over the next couple of days, like the last 3-4 months. I really appreciate everyone donating, especially in my time of need. My time of need when I got kicked out and everything, so. Thank you, CJ, for plugging the PayPal. Again, you don't have to donate, but if you do, it's greatly appreciated. I wanted to go live and just say thank you for the, all the awesome support on my channel. We turn the phone off while we do the thing. Cobra's live. Oh my goodness. That Skittles mead is looking delicious. Practically all the Skittles are almost dissolved. I'll be drinking it next month as for to age properly. Thank you, West, for your $1.99. Thank you, Horrible, for your $5. Sipping on like some of this Coors Banquet and some Rockstar Fruit Punch. I'm gonna make another one. Not a sponsor. My birthday was like in March, so thank you for the birthday wishes. I appreciate it. I'll admit it was one of the worst birthdays I've ever had. Thank you, Horrible, for your donation. I like playing Grand Theft Auto 5, man. Thank you for joining the Chill Cobras. I appreciate it. Although I highly doubt that's really Alex Campbell. My trolls need help. Thanks, Lita, for your 5. Appreciate it. I look good. Well, thanks. You're bored at work. Sorry to hear it. Chillin' punk rock. The new place is awesome. Thank you, Deathbed. Oh, what was my new place? Any new housewarming gifts? Yeah, I've gotten a couple. My trolls love Warlord Campbell. Aw, that's so nice. I'm sure them will appreciate it. And you're jealous of Cobra on top of it? Jeez. You're gonna spam my chat with lies, you're just gonna get banned from my channel. Go ahead, create some more dumbass fucking fake accounts and troll me some more, because I can ban you sad fucks all goddamn day. Not sure how you pronounce your username, but thank you for your $10. I don't even get mad at these troll comments, because I look forward to banning them. I know, let's troll on Autistic for hating sickos, because we're fucking loser sickos who are jealous of Josh. What it is, dude. What the fuck it is. Yeah, check out the new Mad Max movie. I have not, but I'm sure it's enough. Yes, I have internet now, and I'll go live when I feel like it. For the record, my dad does not give a shit when I go live. See, that's how I know you're a fucking troll, because you said crap like that. Get blocked from my channel. Jesus. Yeah, my trolls are obsessed with sickos because they're jealous of Cobra. That's what it is. You get nothing except a block. A block. You got blocked, son. What part of I hate sickos more than I love Ozzy Osbourne, the Prince of Darkness? It's so fucking hard to understand. I swear to you, my trolls are fucking retarded. And every time they comment that, it just gets blocked because I win. Here's the best part of it. I don't even give a fuck if my trolls go live. You know what I'm saying? Oh, look at that. My moderators are already on it. Aw, sad day. They saved me one to delete. That's so nice of you. Thank you, moderators, for saving me one to delete for myself. Now it's a game for me because it's like, hey, look, I could block trolls and slay them. They do. My trolls are more addicted to me than I am to alcohol, and it's fucking sad. And I know I'm right, otherwise they wouldn't spam my fucking comments with fake accounts and fucking all this other dumb shit. See, just proving my point. Hide. Oh, fuck sickos, biatch. Yeah, it's better than your mom's basement, bud. If anyone's a fucking loser, it's you. You can get hidden from my channel, dude. Thoughts on Scotland? Oh, you're hilarious because of my last video that I did. I don't got a problem with Scotland. I'm 30% Scottish myself. I just think fucking politics are stupid anymore. It's Cobra. He looks like if Ozzy Osbourne bubbles from the Trailer Park Boys. The baby that came out has Asperger's and fetal alcohol syndrome. You see me in the corner going, I like Cobras. They got a bunch of laugh reacts. You're gonna take the piss out of Cobra. I do it better than my YouTube trolls do. No, that website was not made by me, Steve, but thank you for your $5. I love my new
80%
location.
British, 30% Scottish Viking.
And, yeah, let's leave it at that. It's because I ruin my trolls' sad fucking lives, otherwise they wouldn't care if I go live. You think these trolls, they live to be banned on my YouTube channel because they're fucking losers, dude. You're gonna spam my channel with sicko crap, you can just get banned from my channel. My trolls are all sickos, otherwise they wouldn't make fun of me for hating them. That's what I'm thinking, dude. Proving my point by posting more dumb shit. Get banned. Here's the best part. I don't give a fuck where my trolls live, dude. I don't. I'm not gonna waste my fucking money saying my trolls dumb shit through DoorDash just to get inside their fucking head. I'm already there. Otherwise, you wouldn't give a fuck if I go live. And you wouldn't give a fuck where I live. But anyways, fuck sickos, fuck the trolls, and thank you for your donations. Foaming up, but it could foam up better. I'm a bit worried that I didn't add enough yeast to the mead the first time around. So given it time to ferment with a 48-hour yeast, I want to add some 1118. I'm gonna crack the wine, this Skittles mead, and just have a sniff and see how it's doing. Oh my goodness gracious. That smells like straight alcohol, dude. That smells good. Oh lordy, look at this. The Skittles are practically almost dissolved. This just straight Skittles alcohol, dude. Not gonna stunt. But it looks like I definitely added enough yeast to it. That yeast is about to die when it's completely done fermenting. So we're gonna add an entire packet of 1118. Maybe we can spike the alcohol content a little bit. And as that yeast dies, we'll give it some fresh yeast to nutrify it. That's not what you do, but as soon as I fucking cracked the lid and took a sniff, it definitely smells like some delicious homemade alcohol is being made. Give you a Skittles meeting update. Go ahead and stir that around town. We might slightly increase the percentage by adding that extra packet. But we just want to make sure that the Skittles mead is doing its thing and it's getting what it needs. Like all the sugar and the honey at the bottom is definitely dissolving with the Skittles and giving this homemade mead what it needs. A happy cobra when I can smell the alcohol coming out of the jar and I haven't let it ferment to the full, because I'm going to be unboxing this or trying this mead next month. I'm going to try a lick real quick. Oh my fucking god. It'll be a beautiful, beautiful fucking mead, YouTube. And here's the thing of it. I was getting a bit worried because when I pitched the original yeast, I was worried that I didn't have enough. But based off my research here, I definitely had enough. As soon as I cracked open the jar, I could smell it. Like, you know, throwing a little bit more of that yeast in there. It's a different strain. So, yeah, I'm just gonna grab some tape, craftily tape up the cracked lid here. Got that painter's tape. Now, the only reason I use tape on the wine making lid is because there is, unfortunately, I did slightly crack the lid in the process of making several batches. Worried because the foam wasn't foaming up like it normally did with the other batches that I've made. But when I was mixing it around, had a sniff test and a lick test, if you want to call it that, that's definitely fermenting into alcohol. Like I'm gonna have like Skittles flavored mead. And since mixing it, you can see like the Skittles are all dissolving. I like the results that I'm getting from my Skittles mead. And believe me, I've done my research. I watch a lot of YouTube channels that make their own homemade wine. It's pretty straightforward. You add yeast, liquid, sugar, you get alcohol. Opened it to sniff it, it definitely smelled like alcohol. I was like, yeah, that's tasting like some fucking alcohol, dude. So realistically, I did not need to add the extra packet of 1118 yeast. I'm not complaining. Sometimes it does what it's supposed to do and doesn't give you the reaction that you're used to, kind of thing. And it's just another fun way of, you know, making wine. And this is the Skittles mead that you saw me flexing on YouTube. I didn't get excessive with it or start chugging it because it's not done fermenting. If anything, I'm just checking on the progress of, oh yeah, look at that fermentation line. It definitely tastes like alcohol, dude. So have I crafted a delicious Skittles mead? Well, I'm working on it. But straight up, when I licked my mixing spoon, which probably isn't the most sanitary of things, it tasted like Skittles alcohol. I'm not gonna. Oh yeah, man. People are craving these updates. I want to stick this back in my fermenting space. Based off of the results that I just got in the last two videos, I'm extremely happy with the way that Skittles mead is turning out. Take you on this journey real quick. Go into my YouTube room. Close that. Who's that asshole right there? It's Sean, everybody. But there's the Skittles mead. Got it going and flowing, man. Greetings, fellow YouTubers. Is your favorite autistic asshole King Cobra JFS back at it with another video. So there was a law in Scotland that says if you misgender somebody, you can get thrown in jail. Mr. Potter, did you just mislabel my pronouns? 500 million points from Gryffindor. Okay, if you're a Harry Potter nerd, you'll get that joke, but that was, I'm reminded of the book, If You Give a Mouse a Cookie. So here's how this is going to go down. If you do not have, pardon my French, but if you do not have a sarcasm's a bitch, isn't it? You know, as long as you ain't a sicko, who gives a shit? That's the way I look at it. What the hell do I care what two consenting, alive, non-related human adults do behind closed doors? It is none of my business. But, to quote Terrence Pop, but... Now, the only reason I legitimately fight for LGBTQ plus equality is because I know people who are a part of that crowd, and I get bullied on YouTube for just doing my thing. I can't imagine what these people go through. Whatever the fuck. Tell them to fuck off. The shit that my trolls are doing to me should be illegal, but do you see them getting arrested? Bullying an autistic nonstop? Of course you don't.
I have nothing but respect for LGBTQ plus because in today's fucked up society, it takes a lot of courage to be yourself. You know? And like, if you can accept yourself for who you are as a person, their opinion doesn't matter. You should not have to validate what other people think about you to feel good about yourself. It's gonna be a shitty existence.
Excuse me.
So grab me a rock star fruit punch. I want to pour a little bit of vodka in there and continue the rants. I need another beer. And that's the biggest problem with our society is people don't stop and think, how would it feel to be in someone else's shoes? With the door closed, blow that bitch right outside. I don't need to like fucking hotbox the shit out of it kind of thing, but you know, like a little puff every now and then didn't hurt, no more, no how. But to a degree, I get what they're saying, this idea that boys wear pants, and girls wear dresses, blah, 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 that gender-specific bullshit is retarded. Because in Scotland, they wear kilts. I rest my case. Both women and men wear kilts. Kilts are a Scottish tradition, and they're gender neutral, so... And like, that's the thing of it. Nobody wants to have this conversation because they don't want to get attacked on X, which is now formerly known as Twitter. Why did Twitter change their name to X? Probably because people love to bitch about their X on social media, so Twitter is just like, we'll beat you to it. We'll just call our website X now. It's all about inclusivity. And again, I'm not being a dick. I am just literally taking what I see and what I hear and verbalizing it. If I want to lose weight, I'll just work out. You know what I'm saying? Kelly Osbourne said that working out is boring, and I'm like, well, that's your choice. It's not boring, honey. It's just because you run a busy Hollywood life, so it can be hard to find time to work out.
Plus, working out's not boring when you put on your favorite music and just start, powerlifting some, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's what I'm saying, dude. If I go for a workout, I'll blast some Ozzy Osbourne and start fucking working out. Yeah! Like, it shouldn't matter what people look like, but what they contribute to our society, and they offer you these wonder drugs that all you gotta do is stick yourself in the stomach with a shot, and boom, you start losing weight. But the side effects include a loss of appetite, diarrhea, and all this other crap. I'm like, is it really worth it? And to be fair, everyone's looking for that quick excuse, you know, that quick fix kind of thing. If I want to lose fucking weight, I'll just cut. It's a personal choice. If you can't go to the gym and work out because your schedule is busy, whatever, that's fine. But it takes willpower. And people are fucking lazy when it comes to that. It's just the truth. It's not an offense to anyone. Nobody has the perfect body, and that's just alright. Side note, if you see Kelly Osbourne hanging out with her kid and watching her baby daddy perform, leave her the fuck alone. And the thing about it is, too, man, is that food is regrettably delicious, and you need food to live. I've been blessed with good genetics. I have a pretty high metabolism. So I might be like a little bit of a pudge right here, but I don't care. Do not care. Baby, ride round. I'm here with you on a little secret. Calories are not the enemy. It's what you do with those calories. You want to eat like crap and you don't exercise, of course you're going to gain weight. But you eat like crap or whatever, you know what I'm saying? Yes, eating healthier does have a positive impact on things. But like generally speaking, if it doesn't matter what you eat. If you eat like crap or if you eat period and then don't move and just sit on your ass, doesn't matter what you're eating, you're gonna gain weight. And there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that. Do your part. Eat a bacon cheeseburger. I'm all about equality to a point because evil people don't deserve rights. That's just, you know. Like, the trolls on my channel don't really do anything for my YouTube. All they do is contribute to the bullshit. And, and it goes without saying, we're gonna need this beautiful case of beer right here. Let's just do it, man. Like, the idea of, oh, can we let kids grow up, mature into young adults, and think for themselves? And hey, teacher, leave them kids alone! What is so hard about that concept, YouTube? Fight the patriarchy. Fuck off. In fact, you want my honest opinion? If I was president of the United States of America, I would drop the tobacco age back down to 18 plus. If you're old enough to die for our country, you should be old enough to smoke a damn cigarette. And I would legalize all drugs for 21 and up. I would legalize prostitution for 21 and up, both to get it and receive it. Make it super safe. Tax the fuck out of it. And fucking make this country rich. And then I would continue my progress by trying to establish peace with all the countries. And go from being like the most hated country in the world because people are jealous of democracy to like, hey, you Americans are alright, man. Yeah. Living life in peace, you too. You may say I'm a dreamer, I'm not the only one. But someday you'll join us. Oh yeah. You know what this Coors Banquet beer tastes like? It tastes like freedom, and it tastes like America. Like, it is surreal. Most people have literally said this to me, and I call Josh, I don't know how you fucking do it, man. Your YouTube trolls go out of their fucking way to make your life hell, and you just continue to keep making videos and doing your thing, and it's honestly inspiring. I need some more nicotine. 1 second. One of my YouTube fans sent me this pipe, and I noticed there was a crack in the stem, so I fixtured it with some painter's tape and some ponytail holders, and some clear drying Gorilla Glue. And it adds kind of like a cool texture to it. Oh, for fuck's sake. Hey, it's Jelly from Jelly's World Tour. Welcome back, guys. Today I'm gonna do the Nutella challenge. The Nutella challenge, that's right. Okay, guys, are you ready? But this time I'm gonna do it hands-free. No hands or forks or anything or spoons. Nothing like that. I'm gonna use my hands tied up. Alright? Here we go, guys. And I think it's like 3 minutes to eat this. So that's the challenge. The Nutella hands-free 3-minute challenge. Are you ready? Alright, so here we go. 1, 2. Anybody count? Hold on. Alright, I got it. Okay. Here we go. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, go. Got 2 on one. Oh, 3. We come back. You really don't. Oh, 3. There's some milk. Okay, we'll whistle. Trying my best. Distress. Wow. Woo. If I don't have diabetes now, I will. Sorry, gang. It's too much. It's just... I need to milk with this. Anyways. Tune in next time, gang. And we'll get you another challenge. This is Joe. Signing out. Thanks for tuning in. Oh, man.
Silver Joey Super Cool Food Reviews. I'm back! 100,000 subscribers. What? 100,000 subscribers. Thank you so much. You all honor me. Whoever views this channel, you honor me. 100,000 subscribers. Thank you so much, everyone. And today I'm going to do a KFC $20 fill-up food challenge for you. And so I just wanted to say thank you all for tuning in. To every subscriber, I wish I could thank you all personally and give you a big hug. Thank you so much. And the sky's the limit for my channel, so we're gonna try some new stuff this year and do some funny things. And if you have any suggestions, put it in the comment section below. I want to thank you all from the bottom of my heart. Thank you from me for watching my food reviews. I appreciate it so much. And here's some quick shout outs to the ladies and men of the food review universe on YouTube. I couldn't have done it without all of you, and you're not in any particular order. You made me want to get better at what I do. You've given me advice when I was down, and you all inspired me, okay? I just want to let you know from the bottom of my heart, you all inspired me. And you Okay, everyone, are you ready for the food challenge? I am. It's the $20 fill-up food challenge from Kentucky Fried Chicken, better known as KFC. I'm gonna give this a try, everyone. There's 8 pieces of chicken, and check this out. Okay, YouTubers, this is the $20 KFC Kentucky Fried Chicken fill-up food challenge. I got mashed potatoes and gravy. I have KFC. I have a big bucket of chicken, and with biscuits. Woo, 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 woo! And I'm back. So what do you think, muchachos? Pretty cool, huh? So we're gonna give this a shot. The KFC $20 fill-up food challenge. Woo, 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 woo. So what do I do first? I guess the chicken, or the buns? Who knows? Let's try this. Okay, ready? Here we go. Ooh, this is good. And a 1 and a 2 and a 3. Ooh, it's still warm. Original recipe. I don't have the luxury of having fast forward to my editing, my video editing. So you know, you see the other people, they eat something really quick, and they just go really fast through the thing. I don't have that option because I have cheap editing software, so you're gonna have to like sit through this. My goodness. Wow. Very good. Not chicken, this one is a fat one. Next. Let's try this one out. Chicken's hot. Let's try all these side ones. I need some sugar. Oh man. There we go. Woo. Let's try some more. Little chicken. Wow, I love these biscuits. Woo! Good food here. I should ask for butter. But I'll try to cut down my calories, so I'll tell you that. Oh, okay. Wow, awesome. That's a good biscuit. Yeah. Wow, this is getting tough. Let's try some mashed potatoes. Woo, good chop here. Oh. Well. Oh, man. Let me get a fork here. Wow. It's a lot. Come on. Ooh. Wow. Oh, yeah. That's a lot of food. Wow. Oh, what? Wow. Oh, man. Oh, boy, it's good stuff. Woo! Oh, yeah. I can't do the same way. Oh, I'm sick. It's getting tough for nachos. Getting tough. Hang in there with me. There's potatoes here. I don't know. I don't know how to do anymore. I'm gonna try some gravy. There we go. I'm trying. I can't do this anymore. Oh. That's it, muchachos. I'm done. I tried. I could not do the $20 fill-up. I had 1, 2, 3, like 4 pieces of chicken, some mashed potatoes, some biscuits left over, and I'm gonna throw up. Whoa, I'm sorry. I tried my best on my 100,000 subscriber food challenge. Thank you so much for tuning in. Share, like, and subscribe. Tell a friend about Joe's World Tour. It's going off because of you. I tried the KFC $20 fill-up bucket challenge. I can't do it. I'm not Matt Stoney or Furious Pete. Who am I? I'm just Joey. Anyway, thank you all for tuning in. You guys are the best. Thank you so much. You honor me for watching my channel. And as Luke Skywalker would say, that's the butter. Anyway, thank you so much for tuning in. Check out my tweets and twerks, and you know what to do. Thank you so much. This is Joe's World, Joey's World Tour. Peace. Hi everyone, it's Joe from Joey's Super Cool Food Reviews. How are you doing today? Today I'm doing KFC, Kentucky Fried Chicken's new Nashville Hot Chicken, everyone. I'm a chicken hot. Anyway, so it's got Nashville Hot Chicken. So it's got like a spicy sauce slathered over it, which is cayenne, smoked paprika, and it comes with pickles. And it comes in a little casey thingy like this. And it says, warning, you're about to taste the best spicy chicken you've ever had. From, and it's supposed to be from Colonel Sanders. So let's check this out, okay? So, YouTubers, this is the new Nashville Hot Chicken. Comes with spicy, it's got spicy sauce on it. It's a cayenne smoked paprika sauce with the pickles. And it says here, warning, you are about to taste. Let's see what we got here. So it comes with a thigh, some pickles, and a drumstick. And they're using a crispy chicken, like I said. So we're going to try this out. This is the new Nashville Hot Chicken, everyone, from KFC, better known as Kentucky Fried Chicken. So let me put a little pickle on top. Try it out. And here we go. A beautiful looking, beautiful drumstick, crispy. It smells great. I can smell the spices already. Let's try this out. Mmm. 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 Mm-hmm. Mmm. 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 Woo! That is some tasty chicken. Wow, that's really good, everyone. That Nashville Hot Chicken. The thing about it is, it's not that hot. It's just enough, you know, like, on a scale of heat, on a 1 to 4 scale, everyone, it's like a 2 or 2.5 maybe. It's not bad, which is kind of good because it doesn't kill the flavor of the beautiful moistness of the chicken. And the pickle's even good. I'm not a big pickle fan, But in that sauce, it's like it kind of swings, gives a crunch. Yeah. This was $5.49. And they have different combinations you can get, and you can get chicken tenders too. This is pretty darn good. Yeah. Mm. Mm. Mm-hmm. Mm. 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 Wow. Wow. Mm. Woo. I don't know what they did, but the thing is just juicy. Wow. Just pouring out juice. This is so good, everyone. On a scale of 1 to 10, I'm giving you Kentucky Fried Chicken's Nashville Hot Chicken. Wow. My nose is starting to run. A 10! This is off the hook, everyone. Wow. Get your KFC, because they have like this, I don't know, I might be wrong, like 24 chicken tenders with pickles and the new Nashville, the spicy sauce on this. That could be great for like tailgating for the Super Bowl coming up, or the playoffs next weekend, or just any reason to, if you love the chicken tenders with this beautiful sauce on it. Wow, I love the sauce. This, look at that. Look at that. Wow, and that chicken is so moist. I don't know what they did, but it's great. Mmm. Wow, a 10 in Joey's book. Woo, 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 woo! So good. Sure, like and subscribe if I made you hungry. Tell a friend about Joey's World Tour. It's grown me because of you. This is great, everyone. Get to KFC. Try the new Nashville Hot Chicken. It's a 10 in my book. Thank you so much for tuning in. Share, like, and subscribe. Check out my tweets and twerks. And my playlist below, everyone. Thank you so much for tuning in to Joey's World Tour. And, please share and tell everyone it's going off because of you. Thank you so much for tuning in. This is Joey for Joey's Super Cool Food Reviews, better known as Joey's World Tour. Thank you so much. Peace.
Pre-bag music on. Gout systems checking. Gout system loading. Gout system online. Buffing snorts. Snorts loaded and ready. Scaling for wheelchairs. Targets found. Loading drum. All systems checked. Gout system loading. Gout system online. Gout system online. Gout system online.
Insanely close up. Like this. Like this is the thumbnail of the video that he makes of me. Like this. Like you can see the boogers in my nose. And you can see like up high. A decade
Gout.
of failure. Hi, how are you? Right? Fuck you and your mother. Really. Fuck you and your mother. Because
Gout.
you're a piece of shit.
Hello, my baby. Hello, my honey. Hello, my ragtime gal. Do-do-do-do-do-do. You set my heart on fire. Hey, don't confuse me, honey. You'll lose me, honey, all alone. Do-do-do-do-do-do.
Here's Philly.
Gout System Online.
I only leave my house once a week. I want you to think about that. I'm the one who operated a successful YouTube channel. Me. Reed. You're milking a human. Mutated monster comes for me. I wonder if your life's history music is.
Gout System loading. Gout System Online. Gout System loading. Gout System Online. Gout System loading. Gout System Online.